spirit of the surfing has been lost because of corporate involvement or guys surfing because they want to go, make all this money, get famous, go on the world tour and stuff, which is not a bad deal.
By the time 1976 rolled around, it was time to organize a circuit. We created the circuit and called it the International Professional Surfing. It was a cooperative effort between surfers and contests to try to advance the concept of professional surfing.
IPS and professional surfing, it just brought more people here, wanting to come to Hawaii and surf the 7 Mile Miracle.
I can remember when we'd be surfing that guys would kick us out of the water, because they're going to hold a contest.
Corporate sponsors that come in and think they can just come by and drop money and monopolize our culture.
Because what was happening on the North Shore, outsiders coming here and treading on our place and being disrespectful, to the locals out here, to the people out here.
North Shore was, at one time, it was running amok.
We formed our club to let them know there is a people of this land.
Four founders had the insight to say, no, we're not going to bow down to you guys. You guys come into our house. This is our place. You guys either got to do it our way or don't come back.
We love people coming to Hawaii and having a good time, but we definitely don't like people moving here and then telling us how to live in our land.
Well, the original Hui really wasn't the Hui. It was, they dubbed themselves the Black Shorts.
And protest this contest.
And they had the police, down there.
I can remember that day because it came to that point and the energy it was so high, it was so tense.
We had to walk a tightrope between accommodating them and keeping the contest alive.
That's when the little headbanging got to get started.
Keo kaina ikupono ea imua uomau Keo kaina ikupono ea imua uomau Keo kaina ikupono ea wale pajas Noa days a mana tava kings and queens would visit all the islands and saw everything. How would they feel about the changes of our land? Why could you just imagine if they were around and it's our concrete jungle?
Aloha kakahiaka, good morning. We are starting day number 3 with a bang. We stay live here at Pipeline for the Hui Backdoor Shootout 2022. And did I say bang? I meant snapped, because our first seat in the water is snapped for Brother Mason Ho, Benji Brent, Baron Momia, Parker Coffin. That is the first seat in the water. What's up, yo? I'm Rocky Cannon. We got Isaiah Walker, Ezra Rodriguez, and Kainoa McGee on the way to Pipeline. But me, I just live right down the street over here, so sometimes I get here first. Not all the time. But thank you for watching on Surfline, Salt and Air Studios, bringing you this event. We got day number 3, round number 3, and it's going to be exciting action. The waves are pumping. 8 to 12 feet Hawaiian size. That's 16 to 24 if you're looking from the other side, but pumping. And it's going to get better throughout the day. It's got that little bit of that morning sickness like Pipeline. She would stay up a little bit too late last night, but she's getting her rest. She'll be turning on right when the sun peaks over the mountains behind us. But it's big. It's real. Got to say mahalo to Hawaiian Water Patrol. You see them out there getting the lineup organized for our first heat. And there's a beautiful drone shot early in the morning, just past 8 o'clock Hawaiian Standard Time. The Volcom house where we are right there on the front porch. Of course, you see the big Volcom house. You see the next setup next door for that beginning World Championship Tour event right here at Pipe. But we got to stick to the business at hand. Team Snapped will be starting us off. I believe we're running 30-minute heats is what we're going to be going with. So we might be able to squeeze in 2 rounds today with Team Snapped coming up first. Hold on, let me check my iPhone 11 Pro Max over here for that lineup of the heat draw. So on that previous day that you joined us for the quick free surfing live session, the team members actually drew the numbers for today's competition on that day. So the order for today is as follows. It'll be Snapped up first, Peruvian Tubos up second, the Hui Wax number 3, Team Florence, the 4th heat. Heat 5 will be our Wahine. Heat 6 will be Team Volcom. Heat 7, Team Quiksilver. And rounding out today's final heat will be Team Dahui Japan. And I believe with 30-minute heats, 8 teams, that's 4 hours. Don't quote me on it, but I'm not a math major. But that means we'll be able to get another round in the afternoon. So we could be looking at 4 completed rounds by day's end. And we can give you a little bit of an update as we did during that free surf live session. You guys were watching me and Ezra commentate the amazing charging of those free surfers on the previous morning. Before the onshore wind came and blew it out, there were still some waves to be had. But our first place team right now with 101.5 points is Team Florence. They've got consistent performances from Eli Olsen, John, obviously getting a 10 on the board. You know, Ivan came through with a 7 and a 6. Even Nate's throwing up an 8-point ride to contribute. But, you know, all in all, they'd like to improve. There is room for improvement. But they are the team in first place right now. And in second, with 101, is Team Snapped. They're in the water right now. And just getting my Monster bracelet pass from Uncle Cousin over there. Mahalos, brah. And just making sure everybody's banded up and good to go. All right. I am joined now by the great Isaiah Walker. You know, sitting here by myself, it was just really great to see you come in. So
morning here on the North Shore of Oahu, and it's exciting to see. There were some. There we go. So aloha kakayaka. Good morning.
Yeah, we're sporting our contest shirts, which you can purchase, by the way, at thehui.com. I believe you can check them out at Defend Hawaii. I'm sure they got them there. And check out some of the links on Surfline. All of it goes to benefit the club that does so much for the keiki and the community. Isaiah Walker, Rocky Cannon, bringing you the action. Team Snapped, our first heat in the water, and the Snap team.
Snapping.
They're up, just going.
Yeah, so these shirts, I don't see myself as much of a model, but for some reason I had plenty of people texting me, oh, that shirt is sick. Try get me one. I was like, well, get your own.
Yeah.
Right there at thehui.com.
Yeah. Purchase them, boom, box them up, ship them right to you.
And it's cool, too, because proceeds go to the nonprofit side of the Hui Ohe e Nalu. And we have a rider up.
That's, I think that's Baron Mamiya. I don't know if I heard the horn officially blow yet, so we're, I think, still on standby to start the heat. The water now is clear thanks to Hawaiian Water Patrol. And just getting a text from Ezra. Oh, I hope you voice texting, brother. Nah. If you see me looking at my phone, don't worry. I'm not texting. I don't text and drive. Just sending emails. Nah.
Wow.
Drive safe, you guys. He's passing Whitmore. He's on the way. He's going to join the team up here. And Kainoa McGee on the way, too. So the waves today, Isaiah, there are some big ones still. It just needs to kind of straighten itself out a little bit.
Right. Yeah, so we talked about this the other day about how oftentimes on the North Shore people refer to this little bit of wonkiness as morning sickness. No offense to our wahine who actually have real morning sickness, but it does have that unstable look. But still, Barron's taking a look at that one.
You could see the lip line, just a little curvy with some of those ribs in the face that will eventually smooth out as we approach mid-morning. And, that really comes down to this event, how we draw numbers out of the hat. And your success in this backdoor shootout, without, it's just luck of the draw.
Right.
You could get the first heat of the day. You're kind of the guinea pigs on some of these bigger days. And you guys, the first heat has to go out there and try to make the best of it. And then you draw maybe like number 3 or number 4, right around 10 a.m. when that golden sunshine starts to really light up the ocean. And seems, and it's so funny because I don't know what the sun really has to do with like hitting the water to make a wave form better, but it just, I don't know if there's any science behind that. But man, lo and behold, it'll be kind of wonky like this in the morning, and then 9:30, 10 o'clock, sun gets on it, and it just turns on.
Cleans up.
So we're hoping for that today.
We are.
And I think we
sure.
could be in store for a good day of surfing for the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Now, we're doing 30-minute heats with 8 heats, so that is 4 hours. So we might get through 2 rounds today. I think we'll reassess after the third round, see if we'll continue and, revisit or re-engage all of the team riders and see if they want to keep going.
Yep. But we're talking about how it's a little wonky and some morning sickness. We're still talking about one of the best waves in the world. So we're kind of being a little nitpicky, and I'm sure people who, don't get to surf world-class waves are thinking, how's these guys? Because it's still beautiful. Spoiled, super spoiled. Because it's still beautiful out there, lots of barrels to be had, and so looking forward to another great day of action.
Yeah, when this wave unloads on the shallow reef, and I think the tide is coming down a little bit. I saw Flynn Novak, one of our judges, earlier, and he was saying that little tidal movement could improve the conditions. But, I mean, even at its kind of sort of average, pipe is still world-class. Yeah. But it shows you the quality that we look for in this particular event.
Yeah.
And there's so many things that make this contest unique, and one of them being, and a very important factor making it unique, is how picky we are for the right days.
And that's what's awesome about this event, too, is we expect excellence.
Right.
And there's a lot of other events that are forced to get through a certain number of heats, and so they'll run sometimes like on a really bad day because they got to, But with this format, it's much more flexible, and so we wait for the best days to have the best action, and if it's not the best day, we no go.
We're going to check with Kala. Kala, did the heat start? Okay, all right. So we just got
official word
audio to work on and get this heat started. We really have until 8:30 with the permitting system. We can run the event all the way to 4:30, so we still get our full 8 hours. And honestly, I was leaning and nudging for an 8:30 start earlier this morning, only because you give Pipeline that much more time to straighten itself out and, work towards optimal conditions. So we're not quite started yet, and we'll get going in a few minutes, but just enjoy the beautiful views wherever you might be. I know some of you guys are watching from your office or your home office with snow outside the windows, or you just came in from your session with your full suit on. As a little warm-up wave right there. It's a steep drop. I think that was Parker.
Parker Coffin.
The Snap team getting their warm-up waves in. Haven't heard the horn yet. Kala Grace kind of gave us the official shrug that he wasn't sure if it was on.
That was amazing.
That was a mutant.
So I don't know if you saw, but that surfer was paddling for that one and made the wise decision not to go and hit the brakes really hard by dragging both legs, making sure that it survived that.
Have you ever done that but been unsuccessful in keeping yourself from getting sucked over the falls?
I think every surfer has, Rocky. And unfortunately, yes, that's always a horrible feeling.
Man.
Like, I'm going to stop. Oh, no can.
There's Parker Coffin, beautiful late drop, handled it well, but just couldn't find that deep barrel. But probably one of the more ideal warm-up waves if you're going to look in the dictionary of a Pipeline warm-up wave. That was it.
Yeah.
But about that feeling of getting sucked over the falls, sitting on your board, for one, it's quite scary no matter where you're surfing, Pipeline or Oceanside. It's just not a great feeling. Number two, it is thoroughly embarrassing for anybody else who saw that. You're like, oh my gosh, did everybody just see that?
All right.
I think we're looking for one of those big marine horns. I'm going to suggest something real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, again, aloha kakahiaka. This is beautiful morning here on the North Shore of Oahu. We're just determining where our start time. As Rocky explained, we have a possible 8:30 start. Team Snap out in the water. One of our favorite surfers who we've seen actually leading our rankings. Mason Ho is in this heat with 35 points. The way we tally these scores is there's two categories. There's the team category, and then there's the individual. So right now we have the Team Snap out there with Mason Ho, Benji Brand, Baron Mamiya, and Parker Coffin. And their team has together 101 points. That score is tallied from the top 4 waves of each competitor. And right now, Mason Ho has, I believe, the highest tally for the individuals. So he has 35 points.
Correct.
And he's got an 8.5, a 9.5, an 8.5, and an 8.5. That's a pretty good combination of scores. And we just saw Parker Coffin get a quick in and out.
Yeah, that's a 4-wave total that is totally, they're all keepers. of course, with our scale going up to 12, that is room for improvement.
Right.
But he's in the lead right now, and the second to him is the Shredder two-time world champ, John Florence, with a 31.5. So he's still got a little cushion above John, because then it gets really tight after that. You got the next score of
Zeke Lau.
Zeke
has
excuse
32.5.
me, Zeke is in second after Mason, followed by John, and then from there it's a lot of guys kind of in that 30 to 29, 27 point range.
Looks like Mason checking out this one.
All right, I think I heard a horn. And
where's the switch stance?
The switch with the you seen the high shots on the one side.
Oh, looks like Barron.
That is my man Mamiya. All right, so Mason and Barron getting us started here. I heard the horn. 30-minute heats. Team snapped for in the water, and they've got a pretty good team score as well. They're the team that's in second behind Team Florence. Eli and John for that Team Florence surf team is leading the charge. There's Mason going with the switch mid-face. Almost one small, kind little Duke stance, and then to the goofy foot.
Right. Looked like he was dancing on his board there.
Of course, this event in memory and in honor of our amazing surfing ambassador, Duke Kahanamoku. If you want to know anything about Duke, email Isaiah.
No.
There's a lot of great information out there to learn about Duke's legacy and why we're honoring him at this event.
Yep. There's a book called Waterman. It's a pretty decent, well-written book, and I recommend that one. There's a film that came out recently based out of on some of the stories from that book, Waterman. The film has the same title. But Duke Pa'oa Kahanamoku, definitely an ambassador of our sport, known as the father of modern-day surfing. So he took he'enalu, or surfing, to places like New Jersey, Australia, New Zealand, and a variety of places around the world as he traveled for the Olympics and other world swimming events. So he had several gold medals. His first Olympics games was in 1912. And he shocked the world by beating the world record by a couple of seconds, in fact.
Wow. And that's, when you're talking about swimming like that, a couple of seconds is a lot. That's Benji Brandt, and that is a lot of water surrounding him. Oh, man. He had like a breath of a chance for a moment, and then the wave just ran away, exploded inside. You saw all that spit. And he's paddling back towards shore to avoid the major impact of that wave. And you guys might, do that at your home breaks. And I remember growing up, surfing all these breaks. Like sometimes, you don't know where to paddle out or paddle in. Like, we get stuck a little bit.
That's a bad feeling too. You were talking earlier about going over the falls, but here we go. You see this beautiful offshore wind, pulls into it, tries to get a pump to get that extra speed to get over the foam ball, but he was a little too deep.
Yeah, that was a case of positioning. Had he been able to get maybe, 5 or 6, maybe 7 feet over, he would have had the knifing ability to get through that one. But it goes down as a closeout and just a couple points. See where Benji Brandt is in the way of his scores. He's got a 7. That's his highest score.
Yep.
6.5 and a 5.5 and a 5. He'd like to improve. He's been on kind of the short end of these closeouts the last couple of days. So look for him to get in the right spot and turn it on. He's definitely an amazing talent. Knows this wave really well. Just not in that precise, correct position on every wave.
Yeah, and if you watch his segment in Snapped 4, man, he definitely packs some big barrels out here at Pipe, and you can see that he's skilled in barrel riding for sure.
I told you I was going to watch him.
What? Never.
But I still never watch him.
You busy, that's why. You get kids, dogs, jobs.
Yeah, you know.
Off plane.
I'll catch it, though. I'll catch it. I just, to watch these guys shred with some music. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so unfortunately, some of our competitors got injured with this big wave swell. And, I mean, Zeke Lau, who's in second place in this event, took an injury to the eye. And I don't know if you got to see the photos from his post on Instagram.
I was here, and I ran to my truck to get my first aid kit. It happened the day we were off, but we did Ezra and I did a little live surfing.
Good job with it, by the way. I saw that.
Thank you. And he came in. The fin was broken off of his board, and it looked like he just got like, pick your UFC fighter, Rampage Jackson, left hook right under his eye with a pretty good slit. But I guess he was tumbling underwater, and his board just came, no way to see that or prevent that. Just a little bit of bad luck there. And fortunately, it did not get his actual eyeball.
Right.
So right under his eye. But, he's got a big event coming up next week as we start the championship tour at Pipe. And he wants to – he probably could have surfed if that wasn't happening. If he wasn't on the tour, I bet you he would still be out there with a Band-Aid over his eye. But
eye patch.
Small kind pirate action. Jack Sparrow, but he would have been out there. But Zeke, rest, get healthy, brother, and good luck.
Backdooring that one. I think that was Parker Coffin.
Man, that was like behind the section, backdooring the front door.
Yeah, you could see there was a little bit of like a side wave to it that made it challenging to get those extra pumps in. He's checking his equipment now.
That same wave as we watch Parker kind of roll in and get a nice, easy drop, and he just got clipped by the lip. If he was able to get in that one clean, obviously would have had a better chance, but hard to gauge the timing on those when you get in like that so early or easy. There are these little roll-in sections, especially in the morning when it's got that little chunk on it. And, all the time surfing Pipe, you're so ready for like the latest drop on the edge right into the barrel, and then you get in on an easy one like, oh, wait, what do I do? This is so easy. Okay, wait, I got to go pull in, and then throws off your timing just a little bit sometimes.
Yeah, and you could also tell, the boards you ride at Pipe aren't normally meant for high performance unless, you're like John or some of these other guys that ride these really small boards, but difficult to pump and get turns in on a flat surface when you're riding like a really narrow pintail. But all right. So again, we have Mason Ho, Benji Brand, Baron Mamiya, Parker Coffin in this heat. Mason Ho has a total of 35 points, leading us in this event. This is a combination of 4 top waves. In most events, and most heats at least, you get 2 top waves, right? So having 4 is a little different. And also what's a little different, it's you accumulate those top 4 waves over the entire event. Right. So over 3 to 4 days, trying to get a total of 4 best waves.
Yeah, you get a lot of chances to get your best waves. You can either get them all in one heat. You can get 2 here, 1 over there, 1 over there. Yeah. You can get 1 in each round. No matter any way you want to do it or how it works out, your 4 waves. And to me, that is just such a incredible, brilliant format.
Yeah.
Just talking to Uncle Terrio Hui, they're getting everything. I think I told him, hey, bro, the scramble is real.
Scramble is real.
All of our texts this morning, guys, just to hustle and get here with all of our different family things, schools closing over here because any kind of action and kids running amok. The scramble was real on Oahu this morning. And we're still scrambling. Ezra and Kainoa are still working them for get over here.
And I think, we knew the waves were going to be big this morning, but I think in some ways it was a little more doable than we anticipated, because looking at the forecast, it was hard to tell if it was going to be too big this morning. But
no, you're exactly right. It was one of those days we had a little bit of an inkling that it could be on, but be ready for it not to be on. There was a total possibility that it could be either washed out, too wonky. So we were all ready to go, but take care of the Ohanas first, and then boom, now we're going.
And we appreciate working with Surfline, who's been really good about forecasting for us, which helps for me because, I have a day job where I work at the university, and I was so glad to be able to look at a forecast in advance, because yesterday was a really busy day for me at work. And so I was happy to see, in advance, like, okay, Tuesday probably not going. I can actually do my real job.
Yeah, thank you, Surfline, Jonathan Warren, Kevin Wallace. You guys are doing awesome work, and we thank you. And just have made, our surfing lives that much easier in the sense planning your schedule. That's being a surfer before Surfline and before you could get all these really detailed reports and even get a look at it on a camera. I know there's mixed feelings about cameras, but all in all, it's really convenient to check out the surf without having to get down there. But also, I will say, surfing and the ocean still has that ultimate variable of, in a sense, it is unpredictable, and you have to get to the beach and check it out some days.
Yeah, so, what blows my mind is back when, 60s and 70s when there weren't many guys surfing out here. You didn't have the buoys out that could read the swells and help predict the forecast. You didn't really know. You just show up and be like, what, get waves or what?
Yeah.
What board I'm going to bring? I don't know.
Oh, man. I've definitely been stuck out on days that were getting bigger that I was like, oh, man, what am I doing out here? I should have. But you never know. You just had to go charge and guys, rely on the uncles.
Right. And guys, you do have traditional ways of forecasting in old traditional Hawaii where they read the clouds, the sky, the elements. And
that was going to be my next question.
Right.
Leading to the.
And, amazing what traditional knowledge can provide as far as forecasting. And people who know it best have been trained by the Hokulea Voyaging Society. Polynesian Voyaging Society was started in 1974, I believe. First sail was to Tahiti in 1976. And they brought on a master navigator named Mau Pialug from Satawal Islands in Micronesia.
Wow.
They found him because he was one of the few who still knew the traditional ways of forecasting the ocean, reading the waves, reading the stars, and was a master at it. And we're really blessed and fortunate that he shared that knowledge with many others. Most notable among them is Nainoa Thompson.
Yep.
Nainoa Soren is another friend of mine, but Nainoa Thompson and, Bruce Blankenfield, and then it just went on and on with so many others who became master navigators. And so that art of reading the ocean, reading it's called wayfinding, where you understand the ocean and are able to navigate the Moana Nui, the open ocean of the Pacific Ocean, by traditional knowledge. And so it's so amazing that those kupuna or people like Maupialugu were able to continue that tradition and even make it more accessible and more popular today. So there's a lot of people who have learned that craft of traditional wayfinding, and it's all about understanding the ocean and predicting and forecasting in traditional knowledge.
You know, I feel like when you talk about old Hawaii, the Hawaiians that were here, and I believe this particular coastline and other northern facing shores of our islands, and even the west, you know, all beaches have their characteristics, but I feel like the changes from winter to summer are so extreme. And just to, you know, go back in time and try to process what Hawaiians were thinking, looking at that in those different times of year, and obviously design their lives and livelihood around those different seasons. But just the extreme change in the ocean. You know, I love looking at a picture of Waimea Bay in January with the jump rock in view, and it's just cranking. You're dead if you're like right there. And then you look at it in summer, and it looks like the public swimming pool with it's just
ripples.
An amazing difference.
No, it is pretty amazing, the dramatic change between the surf in the winter and in the summer months. What I think is cool too is that Hawaiians time this season called Makahiki. We talked briefly about that.
We did.
So Makahiki is a time of basically of winter season, you know, late fall, early winter, where Hawaiians in olden days would designate that time period as a time of peace. So no fighting, no warfare. It was
no
also
pilikia, no trouble.
A lot of alignment with harvest and with different planting seasons, but most notably it was a time of competition. So it was like Hawaiians had their own Olympic Games, and it happened every year during Makahiki, and surfing was one of the main events in the Makahiki. So we know that the North Swells have been appreciated for many, many generations.
That's amazing. That's so cool.
Yeah.
And that time of, it's competitive, but, the recreation as Parker recreating in that pipe barrel right there on the inside. He's got a couple of scores on the board from previous days, topping out at a 6. So he's got a 6.5, a 4, and a 2. That'll probably replace his 2 and bump up his score a little bit.
Yep.
So productive work there for Parker Coffin.
So there are a lot of different type of events in Makahiki, from surfing and different types of wave riding that we talked about before. Check out this. Mason Ho on a steep one, grabs his rail on that longer board, squeezes in the barrel, maximizing his time in it, exits before it closes. Nice job.
He likes rocking the left leg malo every time he come out of the barrel, yeah? Oh, good stuff, Mason. Great work.
I know we have these really cool shorts these days that are real stretchy, but sometimes the bugger stretch a little too high when you drag that front leg.
Yeah, I feel like some of the short designs are taking us back a couple decades. But, for surfing, I don't know about you guys watching, if you're wearing wetsuits most of the time, but when you do get to surf in board shorts, like, I can't stand when they're going below my knees. Like, that's so hard. So for a while, they're making them real long, and I think, some of the feedback was, it's hard to get in my stance when I'm feeling my knees covered. So board short design continues to evolve. And check it out, Baron, my man, Mamiya. Oh, that was a beautiful drone shot, looking right in. Salt Air Studios, you guys, thank you for all these killer angles in the barrel, from the drone, from the ski, the beach shots, all good stuff. You guys are doing really good work. Thank you.
You know what I loved about that wave? That, you know, it seems to be popular to get a high score by letting go of that rail when it gets the heaviest, right? So he took that drop, had to stay low because it was steep, grabbed his rail at the beginning, but once he set his line and the wave got really thick and heavy, let go, stood tall, made it look easy, right? And then starts to pump in the barrel. And as you notice, the barrel started to shrink on the end, but he managed to take a high line and get out through that opening, and I think that's going to be a good score, Rock.
Yeah, you know, at the end of some of these waves, it does, as you say, start to shrink a little, and it kind of nudges the tube kind of higher on the wave. So you do have to get that high line exit. We see so many guys, you know, not be able to make that or get clamped by it. But when you've been putting as much time in as Baron Mamiya, so he's prepared for that.
I'm looking at Baron's scores. He has a 6, a 5, and 2 7s. So maybe
he might ditch
5.
that 5.
Yeah.
Yeah. So good work by Team Snap so far. You know, Mason, not sure how his wave's going to score. It might be along the lines of what he's already got on the board. He's got 3 8.5s and a 9.5. That last wave, really well ridden, great technique. Will it better his scoring? We'll stand by on that. But Baron, I think he will, like you said, Isaiah, improve on that 5.
Now we're talking earlier about scores, and hold on a second. Somebody looking at this steep insider.
Benji
Brand pulls into that round one, spit out. Got a little chopo look to it, the way that thing doubled up.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. Baron in the spot. Super steep and deep. And he will stay deep. Oh, I thought he was going to come out.
Almost. Could see him right at the end there.
Yeah. Not sure if he broke his leash, maybe. Is that him swimming? He might have broke a leash or broke a board.
Now, he just get that keychain surfboard. Cannot see him.
Yeah. Well, that Benji's wave, that will improve. He's got a 5 and a 5.5, so he might replace one of those. And here is Benji just styling in that one. That one was just a near perfect cylinder.
Yeah. From a
back
different angle here.
Oh, man, I love that angle. Just makes them look like they are totally gone for seconds upon seconds, and then abracadabra, here I am.
Benji's lowest score is a 5. That may replace it. So his wave score is he has a 5, a 7, a 6.5, and a 5.5. And his total is 24 points. So it seems like you want to get in the 30-plus range to be in the top 4, because right now 35 is our top scores from Mason Home. And then in second place behind that, Zeke Lau with a 32.5 total. And then third place looks like John Florence with a 31.5. And then our fourth place is Eli Olsen with 29.5. So.
Oh, that is Baron. Looks like.
You're right.
Broke a leash, I think, or maybe his board buckled. He's looking like he's got the same leash. He's just going to attach it to a new board. So not sure if it was buckled, totally broken in half, or something happened with the fin. But nevertheless, Baron on board number 2 of the morning, and he'll be heading back out. Just about halfway through the heat, maybe 2/3 through. And there goes Baron. You see all those obstacles to get through, and the river that is the pipeline current on that inside section, the rapids flowing from west to east, kind of southwest to northeast, as the North Shore is angled facing northwest. And Hawaiian Water Patrol going to swoop in Baron will gladly slide right on the sled. Mahalo Hawaiian Water Patrol, the best in our ocean safety business, and no surprise having this arena to perform and train in all these years. Mahalo Hawaiian Water Patrol, thank you, thank you. This contest obviously enhanced by our great water safety team. But as Isaiah was saying, Baron, with a couple of scores that are in the 5 and 6 range, he could be replacing one of those. And Benji could be ditching a couple of 5s as we watch Parker Coffin. That one, oh man, that way, if you guys saw that at home or wherever you're watching, the view was incredible on screen. The sound of that wave, I felt that one in my chest as Mason with the front grab, lay back into the pit, comes out with the spit. Ho, brother Mace, putting on a show. Little tribute to Uncle D right there. Bruh, it's only 9 o'clock, not even yet. Only 8:40. We're getting banging here, boys and girls.
Wow, some amazing action.
Yeah, Mason did this like Isaiah. We've been stepping in and out, like doing multitasking duties over here, but all part of this community Ohana style event. And so thank you for bearing with us on that. But man, he was like almost like a yoga pose / like karate maneuver.
And that's what makes him so exciting to watch. You never know what he's going to do when he pulls into the barrel. And this, Benji Brand, slows down, speeds up, comes out. Nice layback, drop wallet.
I like Benji's technique and approach on that wave. You know, not trying to do too much, taking what the wave gave him, and you know, really not trying to overdo it, overthink it, just go through that steady motion. Oh, we got updates. Kinda. Schmucking. Okay, look at this. Drone shot right in at Benji Brandt, just parking it front row at Pipeline. A little hack on the end to finish. So Benji building on some scores, and the 5 and a 5.5 I think might be improved.
Yeah. Yeah, so seen a lot of good waves in this heat, Rock. Yeah.
It's very promising, and especially for the first heat of the morning.
Yeah,
you
that's
know,
a good sign.
And I think it was to our advantage and our benefit that we were scrambling around so much and we couldn't start right at 8 a.m.
Yeah.
Smoke in Hawaiian time. And then Hawaiian time, then you get North Shore Hawaiian time, which is even more laid back. So that heat just ended. Mason, Benji, Barron, and Parker for Team Snapped. Their round 3 is complete, all pow.
Yeah, and I think they're going to have some improved scores after that heat first Team Snap.
And here's the Peruvian Tubos team. Alonso Correa, Cristobal de Col, Joaquin del Castillo, and Alvaro Malpartida. And without colored jerseys, it's really hard to tell, but each team has a spotter for the judges, so they know exactly. If anybody out there, you like come work over here in Hawaii and be one spotter for us too, we take the extra help. So Parker Coffin got a nice couple of little Pipeline barrels to improve his scoring. Mason Ho with the entertaining acrobatics in that pipe barrel. That one was a bit more steady. Did the switch stance, the small kind duke to the goofy foot. And that is our current Backdoor Shootout leader. As we watch Benji Brent able to improve a couple scores.
Yeah, he got 2 really good ones at the back end of that heat. That was one of them, spit out. His other one, he did a drop wallet. But we'll be back.
Stay
More
right
action.
there. More shootout coming your way right after this.
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the White Islands this weekend. 40 to 60 foot faces and exposed platforms.
Welcome back to the Backdoor Shootout, Day 3. We're right now in the water is Peruvian Tubos team. We've got Alonso Correa, Cristobal de Cole, Joaquin de Castillo, and right here we have a rider spit out of that tube. Little claim and a little air. And some beautiful conditions this morning. Aloha kakahiaka. Here at Ehukai, Banzai Pipeline. And we'll see a replay here of that last ride. Takes off steep and deep, pumps, gets those extra couple of pumps in, exits with the spit. So again, we have Alonso Correa, Cristobal de Cole, Joaquin de Castillo, and Alvaro Malpartida, all Chargers from Peru. And they have a team total of 77.5 points, but I think already with those first couple of waves, we're going to see that score increase. So mahalo to Sultan Air Studios. It's done an amazing job covering this event. We've got a lot of different angles you can see from our drone, We have water angles on the back of jet skis and a lot of different camera angles to provide you with the best coverage of this beautiful surf here in Hawaii Nei. All right. I believe that was Alonso who got that last barrel. And Alonso scores, his lows are, he's a 3, 2 4s and a 6.5. So I think that'll improve his run of scores. Okay, this is heat 2 of round 3. And the way they decide who goes first and who goes second and so forth was they pull a number out of a hat. So this team, Peru, got number 2. So they're in heat number 2. We just finished up our first heat of the day, which was Team Snapped 4. Saw some great rides there. And some leaders, actually. Mason Ho is leading us in this event. He was in that last heat. He managed to get some more incredible tube rides.
Yeah, with the scores that he has on the board, I'm not sure if he got anything maybe higher or too much higher, albeit super entertaining, but he's going to have like 7 8.5s and 9s lined up, but only the top 4 count at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. And I just ran upstairs to talk to the spotter, gave me some great information. Now we can properly call the Peruvian Tubos team. And what a great involvement to have the Hui Japan and the Peruvian Tubos team, our 2 international teams that have been invited.
Yep. And I mentioned it's pretty fitting, historically speaking, to have a team from Peru and also a team from Japan.
There's
just
a lot
the
of history.
Connections that are had between Hawaii and these places, and also with surfing history. So Peru does have a long history that of their people surfing. Talked about before.
Sorry, just want to interject for a second, but there's talk or some beliefs or notations that Peruvians have been surfing for eons.
Right. Here's a wave.
That
looks
is
like Alonso.
Oh.
The team's being nice to him because he just caught 2 of the best waves of this heat.
Yeah, they're letting him go. Here's Cristobal de Cole in a Christie shiny pipe barrel with a frothy exit that ends up taking him down, but good positioning there, just couldn't quite finesse that exit point, and that was a hard one.
Yeah. I mean, he was working really hard to stay in the barrel, which is what the judges want to see. But sometimes when you stall too much, it slows you down, and that froth on the end got tricky for him to exit.
Yeah, it was kind of a combination. He got this extra stall kind of getting sucked up the face, and then it got super frothy and bumpy and ended up catching a rail. But Cristobal de Cole, he's in that red kind of maroonish wetsuit top. Gabriel Villaran is our sole regular foot surfer on the team. So that is how we'll spot Gabriel, Gabriel, and Joaquin Del Castillo out there on the yellow board. So easy to spot too.
Perfect. Yeah, I was talking about how Alonso Correa already got 2 really good scores. And he needs that because he has 3 low scores right now, 3 and 2 4s, 1.65.
Yeah, I think he could be ditching that 3 and one of those 4s.
I love this drone angle. It just shows you the carnage of getting caught inside by a second reefer. And you can see that.
Getting mowed.
Oh, bailing the boards. I don't know if technically is that considered a second reefer or not, but let's check out this replay first of Alonso.
Yeah, beautiful drop, drags the hand, gets good timing into the barrel. He wasn't all that deep, so that one I'm not sure if it's going to, be one of his top 4, but very nicely done. And here's Cristobal.
Yeah, Cristobal, we're talking about stalling, and then it got real foamy, which is hard for your fins to keep engaged, and then it sucked him up the face and unable. Yeah, we were watching from a different angle of Alonso's wave, and sometimes those angles are difficult to read how deep, but when we saw from the straight on from the beach angle, he wasn't as deep as it looked
The
from
angle can be deceiving at
right.
times. Do you have any maybe historical context or something to share about Peruvian surfing from ancient times, older times?
I mean, there's some people who obsess over like who was the first person to ride a wave, and then I try not to get into debates like that because I'm sure human beings around the world have. A wave came by and you somehow managed to catch it, whether you're on a boat or, swimming or what have you.
Of canoe,
so it's kind of a unimportant kind of conversation to who's the first human to ever ride a wave. But you do have some cultures that actually had crafts that were designed to ride waves
and maneuver in the surf.
Right. And then of course you have different types of you have people who had equipment that would ride waves laying down, and then you had some who'd ride them standing up. And so in Peru, there was this very large, it was almost like a kayak-looking board made from these reeds that it looked like a big mat.
Oh, okay.
Right, and it'd fold into look like a little kayak. And folks would ride waves on those. And Peru also has this long history of surfing and competition in modern history. So great waves down there, and there was championship events that was held back in the day. Here we go, going backdoor.
Oh wow! Oh, just had that little pinch on the end. That was Joaquin del Castillo charging on the backhand at backdoor. Really needed the pedal to the metal on that one, and also the ability to kind of bust through that end section that wasn't, the perfect round cylinder backdoor exit. So a lot of work to be done on that one. Great effort. It'll go down as a small score, but look at this drop and the way he just knifes it right into the barrel. Just your whole essence of being is on that rail and depending on that rail to get you under that lip, for one, so you don't get smashed in the guillotine, but for two, you want to try to get that big score. But didn't happen there for Castillo, but great entry and well done getting in that barrel. Just a tricky one to exit.
Yep.
I've never been to Peru, but seeing how many cool surf spots there are there, and oh wow, you can check out Peruvian surfboard on your Google iPhone or your computer. Pretty awesome looking craft there.
It's called Caballitos de Totora, and you can see kind of like a kayaky looking
like surf
device.
ski,
Surf
almost.
ski.
Wow.
So super cool. It almost had like a stand-up element to it too, because there was a paddle.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a llama surfing.
Hurrah! Showing me how, man. I'd get a couple dogs there, right, boys?
Yeah.
There's a surfing llama.
If you haven't seen the famous Rocky
or is it an
show,
alpaca?
Alpaca, maybe. Right. So yeah, human beings around the world, and in Peru is one of the places where people figured out how to, harness the ocean to ride waves. Throughout the Pacific Islands, you had, from Tahiti and Samoa and Tonga, and even into Papua New Guinea and a variety of other places where they were riding waves thousands of years ago, in fact. So the ancestors, the kupunas to the Kanaka Maoli, or native Hawaiians, were riding waves as well. Now, the reason why we usually point to Hawaii and ancient Hawaii as a surfing, home, because in Hawaii is a place where surfing develops into a very elaborate sport. So competitions, different types of wave riding vehicles.
Right.
So
The board design.
board
I think,
designs,
was cutting edge for those times.
and standing and riding waves to, perfecting it to a T was something that Hawaiians really focused on in ancient times. So we have a lot of mo'olelo or legends from our chants, our oral histories that speak of many notable surf riders riding waves and different conditions: big waves, small waves, big boards, small boards, body surf, body board, all kinds. In fact,
the pipe board, yeah.
there is one category of surfing that blows my mind, because there's, some things that they did then that we don't do today. So one of those was dismounting onto the cliff from riding a wave.
Wow.
So riding a wave up to a cliff, say someplace like China Walls, for example, a place where the wave will notoriously detonate up against a wall. Yes. And there was a division in surfing where you would try and hit the wall and dismount onto the cliff standing.
Land it.
Like
almost like a gymnastics,
right.
like dismount, where you're coming off the rings or the springboard and you got to stick it. Only this is on slippery lava rocks with big waves crashing on them. That would have been something to see. I don't know if we're going to have that division going on next year, but who knows?
Though, Mason Ho does that kind of stuff.
That's
riding
a great
on rocks.
point. That
I don't
is
know how
the
he does it.
perfect contestant,
right?
too.
Perfect contestant. You watch some of his videos, him climbing on rocks while riding waves in the barrel, heavy.
Yeah, little step-offs and toe taps. But, yeah, wow, that's amazing. And in old Hawaii, there were, like, these buggas was like, I dare you. They was like stuntmen, daredevils back then.
Yeah.
Doing all kinds of different things like that were just, downright dangerous.
Yeah, treacherous. I think I mentioned this the other day, but one of Kamehameha's favorite wave riding techniques was doing step-offs. So if you know what step-offs are, we use a jet ski and people go out into big waves. And instead of just being towed in, they would just step off the ski and jump into a big wave. The Kamehameha would do this with a canoe. So have a bunch of guys who can paddle real fast with the canoe. You stand on the canoe and then jump off into the wave at the right timing. He said one of his favorite wives, Ka'ahumanu, was also really good at surfing. And so as I mentioned before, it was an egalitarian sport, meaning anyone could do it. Male, female, young, old, everyone.
There were some areas or some times that were reserved for certain ali'i or royalty. Is that correct?
That is correct. However, I think that's been overplayed by some. Ben Finney, for example, an anthropologist from UH Manoa, back in the day, wrote a book on the history of surfing. He called it The Sport of Kings, which is really cool. But I think, unfortunately, people would latch on to that idea like, oh, this was just for the elite, or this was a cool sport because kings did it. And that's true. King Kamehameha did surf, but whoa,
it was open to all.
Inside.
Yeah, it was. Also, non-discriminate is pipeline. It don't matter who you are, one time at least on your travels to pipeline, you're going to get drilled.
But I do have to say, in the old times of Hawaii, under the kapu system, holy drainer.
Mutant. Oh, just turned itself inside out. Wow.
Ooh. So, it was an egalitarian sport. So everybody did surf, but we did have a li'i class. So you did have a class system in ancient Hawaii where you had, chiefs and commoners. And if you were a very high-ranking chief, where you had a very prestigious bloodline, for example, you were kind of kapu or off limits to most people. So Captain Cook, for example, was killed in Kealakekua Bay in Kona, one of the reasons for that was because he had violated one of these kapus. He was trying to kidnap the chief or the king Kalaniʻopuʻu, who was the mo'i, or the high chief of Hawaii. So he wanted to, basically he was trying to capture him and put him in prison in their boat.
For like some ransom
Yeah, they were trying to hold him ransom. But when he touched Kalaniʻopuʻu, it was against their kind of religious ethic. And that sort of triggered this response for them to finally, protect him.
That was Alonzo Correa, ever so briefly.
Yeah, so Captain Cook comes from England, comes to Hawaii on his third voyage. His third voyage was, if you read in the different logs and some of the men that were on board ship that kept a journal, they talked about him on his third voyage as being kind of a little on edge, maybe losing his edge. Pretty violent, right? So whipping, people quite often. Oftentimes people think, well, he was sort of an innocent victim of some angry Hawaiian locals, but in reality, they killed several. In fact, they killed more Hawaiians than the Hawaiians killed Europeans on that day where that melee took place. And it was all about a boat that was taken. So there was a dinghy attached to the main ships, and this is how they came in and out to shore.
Right.
And Captain Cook had been actually living amongst the Hawaiian people for many weeks. So they lived there for a while, and eventually it started to, the visitor that extended their stay a little too long and sleep over for too long.
Right.
The Hawaiians were, it was during Makahiki season, in fact.
Like wash the dishes,
right.
Hey, clean up after yourself, brah.
And Hawaiians showed a lot of aloha, and they still do today, and this may be a lesson for our visitors. Hawaiians love to give. But if it's not reciprocated, it becomes taxing, right? So here comes a wave. Alonzo trying to get around that section's not going to make it.
And there's many ways. I mean, it's quite common knowledge in human interaction these days, but the reciprocal treatment, or it maybe doesn't have to be, I give you this, you give me that, but it's just the utter appreciation and humility and thankfulness that also can be just as satisfying for a person or a Hawaiian who is giving.
Yeah.
So, those kinds of things you can take some notes on when you plan your next trip to Hawaii.
And Hawaiians gave him plenty stuff. Some of these ahu'ula, which are like these feather capes. Look at a replay here. This wave is feathering. Sorry to play a pun. Rocky's the king of puns here. But, and in fact, the British, some of the British museums still have in their collections some of our best Hawaiian items because Hawaiians gave so much to some of these voyagers. They took it home, and we have some of those still in our collection, in their collections. Bishop Museum has a lot of cool collections, and so we do have some great artwork and some great historic artifacts to check out. I highly recommend if you come here, go to the Bishop Museum.
I was there with my daughters, not super recently, but just to show them all the many artifacts and interesting things there. Definitely recommend a trip to the Bishop Museum.
Yeah, so Captain Cook was in Kona for several weeks. It was during Makahiki Festival. So in his journals, he writes about seeing surfing, and he was amazed by the skill of it and the comfortability of Hawaiians in the ocean. Surprisingly, Captain Cook and many of the people on his crew didn't even know how to swim. I think a lot of that was preventative measures, because if you had a bunch of people who were good at swimming, then they could jump off the boat and swim to shore when they wanted to kind of go AWOL.
Well, we got some big waves approaching. It's still a very healthy swell that could be sticking around all day and into tomorrow.
Yeah, but eventually it kind of overstayed his welcome. Here we have a wave rider here. Looks like Alonzo way up on the nose, stalling. Pumps in the frothy barrel. Comes out safely into the channel. I don't want to say channel because there's not much of a channel at Pipe, but at least on the shoulder.
Yeah, there's very tight quarters on that end part of Pipeline where we got some photographers that are over there. You'll see them in the shots from time to time. They're dodging the closeout cleanup sets too. But we'll watch Zoko, I was calling him, Alonso Correa.
All right. Gets behind it.
Really nicely done there. Not the most perfect, clean, glassy wave. He did have that foam and froth to deal with from the previous wave, so good job navigating that little bit of rough patch there. And Zoko, got a 3 and a 4 and a 2 4s that he's counting, so he'd like to ditch those scores and improve. Just about 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. We're getting that from Brother Ezra Rodriguez, doing some beach commentating duty today.
Is that a real nickname, or did you invent that one?
I made that up for him.
All right, coined. Stick.
Alonso Zoko Correa.
Now, my family, when they listen to me, they're like, bro, hurry up and finish your story. So I got to learn how to shorten it. I was talking about Captain Cook, but I guess the message of that is show aloha, because Captain Cook was taking a lot from the Hawaiians and wasn't giving back much. And eventually the Hawaiians, what they wanted was metal. Hawaiians didn't have metal. So eventually there was a crew of Hawaiians that were like, bro, I like some of this metal. So they took this dinghy, and the first thing they did was smashed it, because to them, these boats were junk.
Yeah,
they're like, oh, our canoe's way better, faster. You cannot ride waves with this clunky dinghy. But the dinghy was held together by these large nails, metal. And so they wanted it, sharpened it. In fact, Captain Cook was killed by a knife that was from his own ship that was traded probably for a sexual exchange. And I'm sure at that moment when this knife was in his back, he thought, dang, I shouldn't have made that transaction.
Literally coming back to get me. And then, there's a couple different translations or stories or things that we've all heard, or a lot of us have heard over the years, about what actually happened after Captain Cook was killed.
Yeah, so I think you're referring to, some people thought that maybe the Hawaiians ate him.
That is exactly what I was
Hawaiians were
referring to.
not cannibals.
Okay.
Right, so they didn't eat him, but they did have these ritualistic practices of extracting the bones from somebody important. So they would basically put you in the imu and rip the flesh off of you, and the bones is where the Hawaiians would call it the iwi, is where your mana resides. And so, they kept some of those. They also gave back some of his body to his crew. But like I said, after Cook was killed, it was a fight that broke out, and there was an exchange of violence on both sides. And Captain Cook's men shot several Hawaiians. Got a paddle here.
Here goes Joaquin Del Castillo at the end of the heat. Is he gonna come out? Ole. Oh man, I was
so
really
close.
squeezing for him to come flying out of that one. I was willing him through it. That one had a big score all over it.
He was close, real close. So even after Captain Cook was killed, and I'd mentioned there was a lot of violence on both sides. We'll watch the replay here. Maybe Joaquin felt a little violence here under the water.
Oh man, that was turbulent at the end. But look at that big bottom turn. Feet in the appropriate position to get the speed required to make it to the end of that barrel, but it just got really turbulent in there.
Right.
So that is the end of the Peruvian Tubos team, and
good job. Alonso Correa definitely improved some of his scores, and I think Team Peru is going to increase their total.
Yeah.
At 77.5 is what they had before this heat, but we'll update you on what their scores are. Recap here, Rocky.
That is Alonso Zoko Correa, and getting exploded out of one, and then going for a little aerial action, but then Cristobal de Cole trying to help his Peruvian Tubos team build on their current score. Slid through this one, but slid a little bit too far up the face. How does he stop in mid-wave like that? That's amazing.
That is amazing.
We're going to take you to another recap here. A couple of more waves of our Peruvian Tubos team. This was the final wave of their heat. We'll be right back with heat number 3, day number 3, the Hui Backdoor Shootout. E como mai, e hoi mai. Welcome back. We are live at Pipeline. Isaiah Walker with Rocky Cannon. Professor Isaiah Walker. I just made up that e como mai, e hoi mai because I like to say welcome back as a most Hawaiian way possible.
There's a lot of ways of doing it, but e como mai is a good one. It means welcome.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And kind of hoi is like the return, welcome back. Right. So I throw that in there on top.
Right.
I don't know if it's overdoing it, but just for be real specific.
Right.
Yeah.
Good job, Rock.
We are in heat number 3. This is Team the Hui Wax, and we have a replacement for Makua Rothman. Not sure if he's maybe elsewhere tracking down some of this big swell. Right. I haven't got any report of injury, so hopefully he's okay, but guess who's taking his place? None other Backdoor Shootout champion himself, Pipe Pro and Pipe Master champion, Jamie O'Brien.
Awesome. Yeah, he's. It's amazing how some of our free surfers have really been successful at forging a career off of YouTube. But Jamie has definitely made himself a career out of doing that.
You know, the amount of niches that have, or I guess if you want to get real collegiate, niches that have evolved and carved themselves over the professional surfing job description and career is amazing in the last couple of decades, where all these guys were able to find something that works for them and make a living riding waves.
Yeah. And he's neighbors to the Volcom Hales over here.
You know, he spent his life running around in his wetsuit from a single-digit age time. His dad, Uncle Mick O'Brien, a longtime City County lifeguard, now retired. So he had the run of the beach, going to school sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, homeschool with quotations, but, you know.
Nah, he was at Kahuku. In fact,
he was.
Years ago, I was, what was I doing? I was in between going from my bachelor's to graduate school. So I graduated from BYU Hawaii, where I'm currently, academic vice president. And in my transition between going on to grad school, I was a substitute teacher, and I was subbing at Kahuku High School. And I remember having Jamie in my classes, him and Kalani Chapman, and it was a bunch of antics. Those guys had a lot of energy as students, and guarantee stressed out some of the teachers. But you can see where that energy translates into great surfing and surfing out here on the North Shore. Jamie has been the best for many, many years out here, and so fortunate to have him in this heat. He has some catching up to do. I mean, you want the top 4 waves, but you know what? In one heat, you can do it.
He can get 4 right here, right now. He's out there with Billy Kemper, Kai Lenny, and Kala Grace. So the Hui Wax team is underway, heat number 3. I'm going to step aside, Isaiah, and go find you a partner up here that I think our viewers would be very appreciative to hear from. I'll be right back.
All right. So Rocky is referring to is we're going to start bringing in some guest folks to come and talk story with us. In Hawaii, we say talk story or vala'au, and bring in some guest commentators here to join us. I think he's looking for Uncle Brian Amona, one of the OG, original founders of the Hui o He'enalu, and we're right now in this heat is the Hui Wax. So the Hui has a, clothing and also wax and some other things. And Uncle Brian could come and talk a little bit about the founding of the club. So the club and the brand, a little bit different. The club, of course, is a non-profit that is called the Hui o He'enalu. And the Hui is the little different, that it's clothing line, and in this heat we see, of course, the Hui Wax being represented. So still some beautiful waves out there. Bonsai Pipeline. You see 4 surfers, and as Rocky mentioned earlier that that the teams are able to rotate in and out some of their alternates. So most teams have a total of 5 or 6 folks on the team, and they take turns depending on who's available and whose turn it is. There is a team captain for each team, and those captains meet in the morning to determine, to vote whether or not to hold the competition for the day. So anytime there's a day that's called off, it's a collective effort where the contest organizers and the team captains make that call. So this morning it was pretty clear the waves were good enough for competition today, and so we're excited to be able to be live. Aloha to all of our viewers out there. Thank you to Surfline for broadcasting this for us in the Salt and Air Studios. If you look up in the corner of your screen there, you'll see the logo of the club. So that's how you can tell a little bit of difference between Hui o He'enalu and the Hui, the logo is a little different. So the logo of the club is a pretty untouched version of the petroglyph. Hawaiians did have petroglyphs in old times, even though, as I mentioned earlier, they didn't have a writing system. Instead, they had an elaborate system of chants that preserved our histories. But they did have drawings or petroglyphs. All right, here we go. We're bringing in our guest to talk story with us today, to Vala'au as he's sitting. I'll introduce him. So Uncle Brian, go ahead and put that on. Yep. All right. So aloha kako, aloha kakayaka, aloha to our Uncle Brian Amono who's joining us in the booth. I'm going to introduce Uncle Brian here to you.
Aloha kakayaka gang. Welcome to this beautiful day at the Bonsai Pipeline 2022 Backdoor Shootout.
All right. Uncle, you've been at all of these events over the years. What are your thoughts of the waves today?
I think the waves are pretty epic. I mean, our contest doesn't go on unless the waves are, up to our par. And our par or our bar is set pretty high. And if it's not good, we don't hold it. Simple as that.
Right on. So we have in the water right now the Hui Wax team. And I was talking a little bit about the differences between the Hui and Hui o He'enalu. And you can see on the top of the screen there, you have that logo from the club, the Hawaiian petroglyph. I remember once you was telling me stories, Uncle, when I was doing my research a long time ago about how when you guys first formed the club in 1976 and just sort of started with a bunch of local brothers, right? And you guys also came up with this logo and did a little, and I'm just curious, what do you want to tell us, or what can you tell us about those early days when it was first starting and deciding, how the club would be, or anything with to do with the logos and also the, the black shorts, and what can you tell us about those early days?
Well, now that I have a captive audience here, I can go into some depth about how our club came about. And back in the day, we were pretty rough around the edges. We had no kids. We were the kids, and it was the wild, wild north or the wild, wild west out here. And we really wanted to do something. I wanted to do something as far as starting a surf club, because all the surf clubs that I wanted to be involved in, I just was $1 late and day short and missed out. And meeting these guys on the North Shore, Eddie Rothman, Terry Ohui, Imua Pa'aina, Squiddy Sanchez, Billy Blankenfeld, Jim Sutar, those are, the founders of Hui o He'enalu.
The stance.
And Hui o He'enalu, we became, something that, if you ask me, today, did I ever expect to be in this position now and see where our club is going? I couldn't even imagine that. But
awesome.
We've come a long way as, being watermen and trying to do something to perpetuate.
Here's an awesome photo we got here. Are you in this shot?
I am in that back. I'm on the back end. This was at, I think, Waimea Bay back in the day. And this photo right here, a lot of our brothers are not around anymore. And
right.
They've moved on to their next journey. But we're still here. I'm still here. And people say, yeah, it's good to see you. But I say, it's good to be seen. That means I'm still here. I'm still relevant.
Oh, Uncle Brian, so many good stories and memories. And if you don't know, too, Uncle Brian is an amazing surfer, bro. You surfed out here at Pipeline back in the day?
I was, I surfed back here back in the day. We had our thing going, back then. It was a lot less crowded. not so much cameras, and this is my spot, my favorite spot out here. And Pipeline is, you really got to be in tune to surf out here. That's why I'm really amazed at what the guys are doing today and the equipment that they're riding today. We didn't ride all this, shortboard stuff. We use single fins, no leash and no water patrol. And speaking of water patrol, Terry Ohui, I got to give a shout out to my brother Terry Ohui and Hawaiian Water Patrol. Without Terry Ohui and the Water Patrol, there is no contest because they are the premier elite water patrol in the world.
For sure. And there we have a shot of them, the crew. It's so cool because it also is generational, right? That Uncle Terry and his boy, Kamalani, right? And so we have generations of perpetuating that, and that's what I love about this event. And you mentioned earlier you didn't have kids back then, but now a lot of you guys are grandpas, right? Get many kids, and keeping that, tradition of He'enalu alive with, with your keiki and your mopuna, your grandkids. I'd love to see that.
Well, that's what it's all about. Is about now that I'm a grandfather now, father, grandfather. It's all about perpetuating this lifestyle, our culture. Without culture, our culture, it's all lost because we need to know where we've come from with our ancestors and know where we're at right now. But most importantly, we need to know where we want to go. And the path that we're on has been dictated before from our ancestors. And a little history on, Hui He'enalu. The meaning of Hui He'enalu is Hui means the club or association. And He'enalu is the wave slider. So the wave sliders, like the He'e, the squid, sliding on the reef. So we are the club or association of wave sliders.
Love it.
And going to Bishop Museum with my wife. She's no longer here. She's here in spirit, but she helped me, find that logo at the Bishop Museum, and
that
we
petroglyph
took that
we're looking at there, correct?
The petroglyph, right there, and the colors, the black represent the skin, the color of our skin, and the aina, and the two stripes are for the ali'i, the king and the queen. And that is basically, what our club is all about.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, the colors of the li'i in Hawaii, red and yellow, coming from the precious birds that the chiefs would take the feathers and make capes, hu'ula, or the mahiole, the helmets. So they were markers of the ali'i, right? So love that when you guys were putting the club together, you went to look into the history and to draw from, that history of our kupuna and the li'i to embed that within the identity of the club. I love that you're talking about the keiki and the kids and, perpetuating that for generations, right? Because I know there was some concern about, losing that space, like, the ocean has always been a space for Hawaiians, especially here in Hawaii, and the history of surfing. And, maybe there was a little concern as people were coming and maybe taking some of that space, right?
Well, that's one of the reasons why our club was formed, because people, outsiders, would come here and take our kindness for weakness. Like Ezra said, aloha is not, about weakness. And, the ha'ole, it means foreigner. And ha is the breath. And ole is without. So without breath, that's where the foreigners came from. And when the Hawaiians or the Polynesians greeted each other, they greeted each other nose to nose, to exchange of the breath, whereas the haole would greet shaking their hand. And I hate to say it, but in this age of, pandemic, I think you're a lot safer going nose to nose. I know where my nose has been. I know where my head has been. But where my hand in these other people's hands, I don't know where that hand is. But
so the honi is called with the traditional way of greeting you honi, and you still see that a lot today amongst Hawaiians greeting each other with the traditional honi. It's not just in Hawaii. You said in Polynesia, also in Aotearoa, New Zealand, call it the hongi, where you touch foreheads, and it's a greeting of sharing that ha, as Uncle Brian was talking about the breath, the ha, spiritual source too. And so, we were looking at the photos earlier, and I noticed there was a kid in the middle, and that actually is Daryl Stan. And he was a little kid back then. And I remember talking to you, though, you saying one of the reasons the club was formed, too, was to make sure that the keiki still had access to the ocean, right? And as you was mentioning, some people's come in, and especially when they had a lot of competitions that were making the waves exclusive to, for their competitors. And oftentimes a lot of our local surfers weren't invited to some of the early competitions. So that having the kids with the shorts would help to give them some priority in the surf. Is that true?
That's true to a large extent. But as far as our keiki, we didn't, forming the club, we didn't have kids. So when we started having kids, life was different. I had to provide not only for me and my wife, but to my kids. And your kids, they are, or they should be, an extension of yourself. And you, as a parent, need to teach them and instill them, proper etiquette, and, teaching them simple things, how to treat one another, and coming, from love. And, back in the day, there was not too much, love coming around when people come here to our Aina here, and they treat us like a doormat, in our own land, in our own country. And we're letting them know that's not going to go down over here. And back in the day, we used to say, you come in peace or you leave in pieces. And that's how it was back then. Today, I've been a warrior. I know how to be a warrior. Now I'm trying to balance that out and being a warrior of peace and show people, you get more bees with honey than vinegar. So, and that's where this contest is all about, giving opportunities to kids to get into contests like this, and giving the local people, opportunity to showcase their surfing here at the Bonsai Pipeline.
Mana'o, words of wisdom from Uncle Brian Amona. Uncle Brian has been, a surfer on the North Shore for many years, but hails proudly from Kailua, where he's been. Uncle Brian, you've been not only, active in the surf for many years, but also in lifeguarding and a variety of other things surrounding the ocean. And I love, when you're out in the water, I see you a lot surfing not only on the North Shore, but at Ala Moana Bowls. And you stand out. You got this cool shorts you wear. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I've been around the block a few times, and the job lifeguarding.
Oh, Kaileni in a barrel. Thought he was going to come out, but unfortunately.
The job lifeguarding, I didn't really pick lifeguarding. It picked me, and the camaraderie that I've come to know and love with these guys, putting their lives on the line. And there's no feeling in the world, I don't care what drug you're on, but the highest high is saving somebody's life. Right. That to me is, probably the ultimate high.
Awesome. And we see, as you mentioned, Uncle Brian, the Hawaiian Water Patrol is the best at it. They've been doing this for years. In fact, in many ways, the Hawaiian Water Patrol has a connection with the early days of the Hui. Is that correct?
To my best of my recollection, every Water Patrol sprouted from Huiohe'e Nalu. You know, we were a watermen's group, and Huiohe'e Nalu is the pico, or the center, or the mother of everything. Everything comes from Huiohe'e Nalu, and the Hui Inc. was born out of Huiohe'e Nalu. So it's very important that we let people know who we are as a culture. Huiohe'e Nalu is the pico. The Hui is an offshoot of Huiohe'e Nalu. And it's because of Eddie Rothman and, you know, who he is, that we have this contest today with this format, you know, having no elimination. You surf all the way. We can make 30, 40, 55-minute heats, and there's no elimination. You don't sit around here thinking, oh, I need a score or I'm going to get eliminated. You surf every day, and then we take the cumulative scores and tally it up and find out, you know, who the winners are.
Yeah, it's a real awesome format. It has kind of more aloha to it in that way, where you have these teams that work together instead of, you know, people competing against each other for the waves. So they're hopefully working together out there. I love that too, just the lack of elimination. Everybody gets a chance to surf equal amount of times, and you get the chance to surf at Pipeline with only 4 guys out.
4 guys out. How does that happen, you know? 4 guys out, and, you know, so we have our shootout has a couple more days to run, and Eddie only goes on the best days, because anything, you know, less than that wouldn't be, you know, who we are.
Yep.
And maybe the WSL can, you know, look at this and stretch that point scale a little higher, and, you know, see that there's, you know, room out there. But we're different. People go left, we go right.
Right.
And that's how we roll.
So, Uncle Brian, as a native Hawaiian, Kanaka Maoli, what does surfing mean to you, He'e Nalu itself? How does that, because you talk about how it's, you know, there's a history and culture to it, but to you personally,
wow,
how does He'e Nalu as a Hawaiian, what does it mean to you?
Isaiah, you know, that right there is the whole ball of wax for me. Is it gets my na'au, my gut going, knowing that that's why I'm doing this. It's, you know, for my ancestors. They're looking down on me and set the trail, and all I had to do is, you know, pick up the trail and carry on, you know, for my kids and my grandkids and their kids. And when I leave this place, I want to leave something behind, something real. And just to be a Hawaiian and being proud to be a Hawaiian, knowing that next Monday, that's the 17th, we have, I believe it's 129 years of Queen Liliuokalani's, when she was chained. And those are the kinds of things that are important to me. And going on the surf tour, I always wanted to be a pro surfer. So I went on the tour, 1977, the world tour. I don't know if it was ASP, IPS, or
IPS,
EBT, or
right?
I don't know, but once going on the tour, I was disillusioned, and after that tour, I didn't want to be a pro surfer. It took my soul away, and I never surfed a contest after that, coming back and starting something with our club, an expression session at Sunset Beach, where we had 45-minute heats, and you'd sign a waiver. Anybody could surf, but our club members had priority to go out there and surf Sunset with 6 guys in the water. But
awesome. Yeah. Well, speaking of competition, that heat just ended with the blowing of the horn. So next up, we have Team Florence. We're going to do a quick recap of that last heat. But Uncle Brian, you're welcome to hang out, talk stories some more if you like. I'm not too sure if you got some other responsibilities, but we love having you in here.
Well, I'm retired, you know. While I still work a lifeguard job, super part-time, on call on the Marine base. But
Alright.
I'm just glad to, you know, share my mana'o. And I'd like to leave you with this. You know, if you're Hawaiian or if you're not Hawaiian, if you have a voice, you need to use it. You either use it or lose it. And I feel what's passionate to me is this contest and all things Hawaiian. And it's all about, you know, sharing the love of surfing, the love of life, and the love of being with one another. And thank you.
Aloha.
Aloha.
All right.
Mahalo.
Well, we'll be back with the next heat with Team Florence from the Backdoor Shootout. Uncle Brian Amona, Isaiah Walker. Aloha.
Aloha. Hui ho.
Oh, yeah, bro. We are live back at Pipeline for the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Day number 3, round number 3, heat number 4. Team Florence in the water now. These guys are the leaders so far, but we'll see what else they got. Rocky Cannon with none other than my man Kainoa McGee joining us on surfing, on surfline.com. Sultan Air Studios, baby. Kainoa, you've been doing a lot of beach announcing work. You've been seeing a lot of good waves. Who's been impressing you the most?
Well,
that might be a hard question.
Yeah, well, not so hard. Here we go. Is this up and riding right now? Team Florence looks like Nathan stalling a nice long barrel. But at this point, Rocky, after day one, it's literally everybody's fighting. Day one was so crazy. We had 11, bunch of 10s, bunch of 9s, 9.5s, even the 8.5 and up range, which I was saying on the live broadcast on the beach, that in any other competition, those would be 10s. Here we go. Nathan taking off riding, pulling in. As you can see here, the waves are running today. So you're going to notice, like, these guys won't be stalling as much off the takeoff. I'm not sure if you saw in the last heat, Kai Lenny kind of got stuck on the bottom. I don't know if he intended to stall or hit a little warble off the bottom, but then had that sick wave and it just ran away from him. So I think this heat, after seeing that, they're going to, in the beginning, get a couple pumps to make sure they get past that zone where it has I call a backdraft.
Yeah.
Where you're going through this gnarly, heavy middle section, and it sucks so hard that it pulls the rider back, and then actually the sea parts beneath your feet, and you go straight down to the reef.
I talked about that the other day, where sometimes the worst wipeouts are those ones where, like, this wormhole just opens up, and it's like you're hitting dry reef. I want to say mahalo to Uncle Brian Omona coming on and sharing some great knowledge, and what a special treat for all of our viewers. Thank you for tuning in on surfline.com. But, yeah, you're not going to see those dramatic, elemo drag backside stalls or, the front side double grab the wall. It's going to be pedal to the metal from the start, and positioning is going to be telling all the story.
Absolutely. Yeah, and one of the factors into that, creating that situation, is the interval, which people who don't surf very often, and even people who are more to the beginner and novice level, don't understand. And what that means is the interval is just the time in between one wave hitting the reef and being rideable and the next wave being rideable. Now, what happens when the waves are too close together,
the intervals are short.
Real wonky, right?
Yeah.
When the interval is short, the waves are too close together, so you don't have time for the wave in front to clear out and get the white water out of the way, but two, even more so, the wonk, or what we call warble. For people watching at home, you're looking at it, and to you it looks like a clean wave, but we see all these little humps, which I tell everybody is similar to if you watch BMX, shout out to my boy Greg Leisure, or if you're watching motocross, to a whoop section. But it's a vertical whoop that we have to go across the face of the wave, when you're taking off. So if you're on the wrong whoop or the wrong warble, you're one too far behind. So when you bottom turn, you'll be bottom turning on a whoop instead of in between. And if you're in between, your fins stick into that warble, into that whoop, and pushes you through the wave. If you're on it or behind it, obviously it just slows you down. It's a parachute. No way you're making the wave.
Great insight.
And so that's what I was saying the other day, when these guys are paddling and keep pulling back. People at home are probably, why are they pulling back? It looks so perfect. But like I said, when you look down the face of the wave, the last thing is that wave is perfect. It's never perfect.
It definitely takes such a keen eye
absolutely
to see these waves and know which ones are going to be good and not so good. And then there's other times, too. You never know till you go. You got to just try them out.
And the winds play a big part of that. As we can see, the winds right now are beautiful. That wave was amazing. Just blew its brains out. Unfortunately, nobody in position. Looks like we got a paddler here. Looks like it could be Eli Olsen. No, so again, so you see how that wave, it broke, and then there's like a dip in the backside of it, and then the front started running. So what happens if you're on the dip on the backside, there's no way you're going to make that, which is what the issue Eli just ran into. And here we go. You can see these waves again, not going to come in. But if you look at the texture of the wave, look at the wave just moving as it comes in. It's kind of like waterbed.
Yeah.
If you jump on a waterbed and it starts moving like that, that's what the waves are. And when the waves are that close, because the interval is so close, that's what happens. You have these two waves pushing against each other, one in front, one in back. The one in front trying to do its thing, and the one in back trying to push it out of the way to open its own way. And so there's a contrast and a battle between those two waves, which makes it way more wonky and way more dangerous.
Yeah, definitely had a lot more of that this morning, as very typical for Pipeline anyway.
Morning sickness.
And slowly but surely, she's, straightening herself out a little bit, wake up, brush teeth, brush hair,
Absolutely.
check
Drink
the
some
mirror,
coffee
start looking
for the
good.
coffee drinkers.
Yeah. But still has that little bit of remnant of that morning sickness, and there's those kind of bends and dips and valleys in that wave. But then it finds its shape on the reef. It will still find a way to be hollow and spit. So it's really a tough position to be in, trying to judge these waves as a surfer, even when you know it very well.
I mean, the guy's all in the water, born and raised. I mean, literally the Florences are right down there, right?
Yeah.
And then right there at Eukai. Mom, Alex, shout out to Alex. Aloha, Alex. Good morning. Happy New Year. So the boys were raised on this beach, as well as Eli, one of the best friends. That's the Hanai, Florence.
We was talking about that too.
He hyphenated his last name.
Yeah.
Olsen hyphenated Florence, right? So
let's call him Flolsen.
And that's the thing, getting back to what we were talking about earlier about the conditions. So what happens on a day like this compared to day one, trying to get those same scores are even harder. One, because we talked of the wonk, we talked about the interval, but even more so because the size of the waves, even though you see on TV and what we're watching here live is big, it's just not as big.
Right.
That first day swell was one of those, I wouldn't say unicorn, but it wasn't perfect. But it's one of those days when pipe starts at second reef and you're like, yeah, and then it goes no, until it hits all the way inside on first reef, and it's still 12 feet.
That's
usually
the craziest pipe waves.
Exactly. So usually, you get them from outside, they're 12 to 15 feet, and you roll your way in, and then it's a 8 to 10, maybe 12-foot double up on the inside. But that kind of day, like we had on day one, what happens is it just continuously doubles up. So it's by far the gnarliest pipe type of waves, and which is conducive to those 10-plus, 9-plus scores.
11s,
today there's a few of them, but most of those are coming into what I call backdoor lefts or Wakita Bowl, which most guys outside of Team Japan aren't or weren't sitting at, right? So it's good to see. Like I say, Team Japan's always one of my favorite teams to watch. This is the first year we have Team Florence. That's an obvious no-brainer as something. So see how Nathan had to pull back because he was on the wrong warble, but look at what that does on the end.
Positioning.
So, absolutely. And when it has this kind of wonk, it's not a setup proper peak every set. Like one set could come in and be so west, it's only hitting off the wall and ain't. Then another one come in, it's a little more west, northwest. Then it kind of sort of, but it's more like backdoor left, Wakita Bowl. And then you have, like it starts turning a little more northwest, which straightens up the wave, and the whole thing just closes out. There's no left or right. And so this is that kind of day where you literally got every swell direction and every peak at pipe at some point is going to have a perfect wave. There's going to be a 10-plus wave there, but
finding it.
Our competitor's going to be there. That is the hardest part.
I noticed from day one, that epic day, we saw 10s, 11s, etc. To today, a little more backdoor offering on that day, number one. We saw some really good rights, surfed by all of our teams. But today, I haven't seen those backdoor offers. Check it out.
Nathan Florence.
There him.
Oh.
Nasty.
So in any other contest worldwide, you're looking at a 7 or an 8. So potentially an excellent score, right? Here, realistically, that's a 6 or a 7. And I was just saying this on the live broadcast because our scoring goes all the way up to 12.
Yeah, the standard is set a bit higher.
And so that's a hard thing. Most of the time, it's sitting up there with the judges doing the live beach broadcast. They are literally here we go.
Check
Nathan
out Nate.
Florence replay of that wave.
So he's got a 3.5 that he's currently counting in his top 4 scores, and he's going to ditch that score. So
we'll
productive so far for Nate Florence. Nice technique right there. And, almost doing the little stall, but he never drag him too much because he knew exactly what you were saying earlier is that to make these waves, it's going to be more about speed, less about stalling.
Great point. And also another thing that differentiates us and make the Hui Backdoor Shootout unique is that closeouts are getting scored the way they're supposed to get scored. In any other contest, it's maybe a 1 or a 2. I mean, Zane Schweitzer in our semifinal heat in the SUP event got a 9 for a closeout. So you know what you got to do in a closeout to get a 9? That is freaking impressive. So basically, if he came out, it would have been an 11.
Right.
You know what I mean? Think about it.
Yeah, could have been the 12.
They don't take into factor how hard the drop was, how big the wave is, how many sections you got to go through when you're in that barrel.
Right.
They just see it as an incompleted wave. And being surfers, wave riders like you and I both are, you know how much work it takes. Hey, some of those you're lucky to just to make the drop and get into the barrel without getting lipped in the head.
Yeah. So definitely a different scoring scale. Backdoor for Nate Florence, and he's kind of on a little roll right here, linking it up just as I was saying. Oh, not too many backdoors. Nate says, you know what?
One. Got it. Older brother.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my. Come on.
No way.
Please.
Oh, brah.
Pretty
just
please.
for us.
Daddy
Come on.
Come
Whew. Yeah, he's a kind guy. You got to watch him all the way, bro.
He might pop out still yet. But Nate's having one heck of a heat right now. Like, this is what I always say is the guy catching the most waves is the guy that is having the most fun. And another reason that it's good to consistently catch, they're not great, but they're fun. It gets you in the flow, right? So on the way out, because the waves are so shifty and come into every different peak you can think of, when you're paddling back out, you might scoop one of these on the end sandbar.
Absolutely.
Or paddling over to the Wakita Bowl, get a proper pipe peak, you know what I mean? And that's where, catching the waves and making the most use of your time comes in handy. Here we go. Ivan.
Oh.
The only goofy footer. Nice. Big spinning. Here we go. Look outside. We might have Eli. Got some sets. Is he going left?
There
He's going
is
left.
Eli grabbing
Sticking
the
it peak
rail.
dog backside there. That's the stall we're talking about. So what happens is these guys paid attention to what happened in the earlier heats. They're not stalling on the takeoff off the bottom. They're getting that pump or two in, and then if they're able to stall toward the end, then they're going to stall toward the end and extend the length of the ride in the barrel.
Right.
But they're not going to take the chance of getting stuffed behind.
From the takeoff,
Yes, because obviously making the wave compared to not making a wave is a night and day score difference.
Right, and these guys are just on the hunt for big scores, the best potential. They're trying to put themselves in the utmost best position. And Eli was pretty well slotted there. Not going to be a huge score because he wasn't that deep, but impressive spit, for him to hold on and make that wave was great. But here's Nate's replay at backdoor, and he could be replacing a 4 with that little section traversing right there. Nicely done.
I think the last 2 waves he got will replace those 2 scores.
Yeah. Here's Ivan, just knifing it from the takeoff.
Yes.
I love how he sets the rail and then stands tall, all cash.
Exactly. And so that's the thing for his wave. He was stalling because he could see that it was going to be a quote unquote what they would consider an easily makeable wave, right?
Yeah.
And so in contrast to that, John went right and stalled off the takeoff and then got stuck too far behind because there's a little chandelier. Realistically, he probably got through that chandelier, but because of that, it slowed him down in order or to help him not make it through that right.
Wow, look at these waves
at
pouring
this.
in right now. Ivan right back in the spot.
Right nice. Big turn. No, just get out of there. More sets out
kick
back.
Out, yep. That was one of those two. You just had to go. You had to check them out, Make sure.
Yeah, and that's the thing with all the crazy scores we've seen and all the crazy tube rides and all that stuff. these guys, I've been saying the whole contest, make it look easy. But you could tell from Ivan's takeoff, he's all sideways and warbly, right? And we got a shot here of the ladies going out. This is the WSL, I call it the Mana Wahine team.
Mana Wahine.
Yes, we got Bianca Valenti right there, Keala Kennelly, and Moana Wong, and I'm not sure who's their fourth ride, Bethany Hamilton.
Bethany.
Right, so all these girls are all well accomplished. Pretty much everybody in the world after Soul Surfer knows Bethany's story. Bianca Valenti might be the one.
Maybe a newcomer.
Newcomer. They're all newcomers to the shootout.
Got it.
But for us here that don't travel worldwide, she's definitely a new name.
Right.
I didn't know much about her. Kiala, filled me in on her resume. She's a multiple time winner at Puerto Escondido for big wave surfing. And
the Mexican pipeline, huh?
That's where she's making her bones, is in the big wave tour.
Well, stoked to have the girls here competing. It's historic. They're going to be coming up next, and they're going to get their turn at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. But still, Team Florence right now, kind of right in the midst of their heat. They've done a couple of things to improve their score, namely Nate Florence, but there's still some room to build. They're the current team. After 2 rounds, they were in the lead. Obviously, we're going to get a new printout after this round and check out all the scores that have filled in, because there have been some improvements to the team scores and individual scores.
Look at Nathan paddling again.
Checking him
out of that one. So you see that warble that was at the end of the wave. That's what he's looking at. So that wave stays open and is slow, but they want something that is running and that is fast. Here we go.
Oh, yeah.
Oh!
Believe that was Nate.
That was Nathan.
Yeah, and Water
As
Patrol going to check on him.
To the best of them.
Yep. But that's a given, right? Putting in your time here. It's not a matter of if, brah.
But when.
It's when.
I mean, we have 2 injuries from the other day.
Yeah.
2 of our riders on the Quiksilver team. Here we go. Look at this. Late. Oh. And oddly enough, it seemed like his board was too big. And people are wondering, what do you mean by that? So when he took off, as he stood up, there's a little airdrop. But what happens, before he basically got to his feet, the nose of his board was already poking in the water. That's only a 6'6", folks. So it tells you, even on that smaller wave, how heavy the takeoff is. And that's why these guys, I call them the kids, all ride those little ass boards.
The keychains.
Whatever.
I
they
call
can
them
have
keychains.
those. Yeah. Perfect. But it's a Sinaloa tortilla chip.
Yeah, right.
That's what those things. I mean, 6'6" is easy. The biggest they'll ride is 6'8", 6'10" is.
I ride a
6'6"
at 4-foot VLAN.
Exactly. My point. I've been sitting out there on my 9.2 that's sitting on the shrubs over there.
It's monstrous right
and
now.
And the difference, I think, between them and us, that thing was heavy.
Oh, just a crazy one
and,
that we saw.
Guys like
action.
you and me, we sit further out, so we need the bigger boards to get in. But these guys are sitting literally underneath the ledge, and they're not riding the wave; they're falling.
Yeah.
So that's not like a normal takeoff, a normal bottom turn. Like they're literally falling in. And a pipeline, if you're bottom turning, you're missing the barrel.
Right.
Right. You stick it. So front side, you stick it right from the top. Take off in an angle, mid-face turn. Where this guy's, it's a combination of a stall and a turn when they pig dog and grabbing rail, dragging, like you said, the lemu down the backside.
It's a fall and a stall.
That's it. And you hope the stall is not too long. I want to say a shout out for the people around here that don't see.
Makua's checking us out.
Nice.
Hopefully he's okay. I know he was replaced in his heat by Jamie O'Brien, so that was a replacement for Team Dahui Wax. Right on, Makua.
Yeah, Makua, hope all is well. But take care. Keep that health. Fight it. Keep fighting with immunity. Take everything you can to fight.
Yeah, bro. I really have to say, you guys, load up on your vitamin D with this stuff. That's not been said too much out there.
We'll put it out there.
Disappointingly. Vitamin D is crucial.
Exactly.
All right. So we're just about 2/3 of the way through this heat, and Team Florence is the fourth heat, so we're about almost halfway through our third round. And the idea with the 30-minute heats is that we can fit in another round after. I think on these days we try to fit 2 rounds, and we reassess leading up to that second round or that next round and see what the competitors are feeling, see what the conditions are doing, if it's worth going back out for more, or we can, reconnect for a better day possibly tomorrow. But we'll keep you guys updated on that. Right now we're in the midst of round 3 and Team Florence in the water right now.
Absolutely, as compared to day 1 when it was building swell. We knew that it wasn't going to get smaller.
Right.
Might have got more inconsistent. There were spots during that day that there were, but because we knew that the winds were going to hold out for the day, and then that swell was going to hold out as well. Here we go. Got John on the left. Look at no stall, just right in there. It's so fast, so easy. Right there, punting. Oh!
I heard you the other day. Don't do an air, John.
Because if you did, I'll have to slap him when they come in.
Obviously because of the, injury potential. But, yeah, he cannot help himself.
And that's the thing that
he'll replace
makes him
the 4.0 that he's got.
Yeah. Well, he at this point has a 10 and a 9.
Right.
Bao has an 11. And I'm not sure what Bao's backup waves. So
he's got 5, 4, and 6. So he's got the one big score, but his backups are hindering him. John replacing a 4.0 to build on his total as he just launched about 10 feet off the top of that lip.
The phrase I use for these kids are damn kids. They do stupid stuff like that. I love it. Don't get me wrong. I'm only hating because I can't.
So John was in third for the individual side. Mason had the lead with 35 points. Ezekiel Lau, who unfortunately is going to discontinue because of a nasty eye injury from the fin of his board underwater yesterday or the day before yesterday. And, if he wasn't on the championship tour and having this next event coming up, he would be out there with a patch on his eye going balls to the wall. But Zeke, we hope you get well quick, brother, because you've got big things to do the next couple of weeks right here, Pipe and Sunset. So rest up, heal up, get well, and good luck.
You guys
but he was in second, so John was in third. So John might have just moved into second because he was only 1 point. Zeke had 32.5, and John had 31.5 with that 4.0, so the top 4 waves. And so eliminating that 4.0 and replacing it with that, I think he's going to nudge up into second. Yeah. So we'll have all the updates from this round at the conclusion of the round. But right now, just keeping you updated with the scores that are being put in and the waves that are coming in. Now, there are just moments of perfection out here. And if you, it's all about being able to track
Look at
that
this,
down.
John. What?
John is so deep at
Come
pipe.
On. The wave broke in front of him before he even stood up. What the fuck? Okay, I'm done.
Good
Shut the
edit
front door.
yourself.
Damn kids. Like, it literally chandeliered in front of him before he even stood up. So crazy. And then, so getting back to what we were talking about, length of heat and all of that stuff before the boys started catching a bunch of waves. The other day, the first day, we knew, like, this is it. This is go. Let's do it. 55-minute heat. What? You never hear of that. Kidding me? Surfing pipe with three other guys?
Basically 1 hour.
An hour? Here we go.
Yeah, that's worth the price of admission.
John taking off. There's that chandelier right in front of him. And oddly enough, if he could have pulled up just a little higher sooner, he may have made that damn wave. What the?
Yeah.
It just
none of
it even makes sense. I'm baffled. Here we go, counting down 20 seconds left in the seat. So, trying to get back to my point again. On a day like this, we're not sure what the waves are going to do. They might totally die out, or the winds might turn on. So, get one one round through with 30-minute heat instead of the long heats.
Right.
And then it gives us the opportunity to decide if they want to run another round, would be 30 more heats, or cancel and run a half day.
Yeah. So the surf and the competitors. Another thing I like about this contest is the amount of,
Switch
as
stance.
John's going goofy, the amount of input that the surfers have into the daily running of the event or not running. So that's something that's really special about this. And Eli getting a wave after the heat. Oh, he wishes he would keep that one, but hey, he'll still log it in
We'll
his.
take it anyway.
He'll take it
but
all
hot
day
damn,
long. But
9 or 10 would have been good on the scoring
that
card.
would have been another high score for
Wow.
Eli, but it goes down as an epic ride for free surfing.
Free surfing during this shootout.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's got some nice photos of that, and the photographers he rode by, he'll make something out of that. So good job, Eli. Just too bad it wasn't during the heat, but this was the action that was happening during the last heat.
Yeah. See what he's gonna do here. Smart. Save the board.
That
save the
was
knee.
some shots from Team Dahui Wax. Here's Team Florence. Nate improved his scores with that backside barrel and pipe right there.
You see that one stall, how his board fully went on edge, hit a little warble, and still held on as if
That
it
was
nothing.
impressive.
That's what I love about the slow-mo.
And then Nate again pretty much owned this heat for his team.
Absolutely.
Dominated. You know, even though it is a team competition, he was the star of this particular show, but not to be outdone. His younger brother, Ivan Florence. Stylish at Pipeline, styling
Don't take it
Ivan.
personal, I'm just playing. And here we go,
And then
back
Nate's
door.
back door. Just another little nugget for Nate to munch on, and progressing through that section very nicely.
Again, not easy, but looking way too easy.
Making it look super
Here's John.
easy.
John's left.
We'll be right back with more backdoor shootout action. Day number 3, round 3 after this.
and good morning, everybody. Welcome back. This is the 2022 The Hui Backdoor Shootout. You're listening to myself, Kainoa McGee, and my boy here, right here, Isaiah. Or is it doctor? Or professor?
Yeah,
doctor?
both, either. Yeah.
Oh, wow. He get both titles, this guy. Oh, he's way too good to be sitting here with me. Currently in the water, we have, I believe it's heat number 4. This is the WSL Mana Wahine team consisting of Bianca Valenti, just on that last wave, Bethany Hamilton, Moana Wong, and Keala Kennelly. All these women. Moana won the last HIC Pro, which I think for the first time had a women's heat as well, women's division. So Moana Wong is our current champion for the HIC Pro. And so far in this event, I believe she's got the highest scores out of the women in this heat as well. Keala Kennelly is a former World Tour professional and a current big wave World Tour surfer. We have Bianca Valenti, who is also a big wave tour surfer, who has won a few events in Puerto Escondido and around the world. And Rocky and I were talking about earlier, for us is the newcomer here that we don't really know. Here's Bethany Hamilton, which everybody knows her story, doing what she's doing after everything she's gone through. Oh, just FYI, she just had her 3rd baby. On top of all of that.
I know. Keala Kennelly here, just up and out on a quick one. The term mana wahine has been used a lot more recently, just referring to the mana or the strength of some of our wahine or women. And I mean, you're right, Bethany Hamilton. It's been cool. We've been up here commentating, Kainoa, up on this Volcom porch, and this whole time the event's been going on, I've been watching Bethany with her family, her husband and her baby, and I mean, she's taking care of kids in between her heats, putting on the jersey, going back out. I mean, definitely a definition of mana wahine, and charging. Even on the biggest first day that we had, she was throwing herself over the ledge on some bombs.
That is not a lie. She literally turned around as her competitors were pulling back and took off and realized that she was too late and still went for it. And that is the whole point. That's why I changed the team name officially is the WSL Women's Heat, right? But because they're out here, right, it says WSL Wahine. But because they're here charging at pipeline, that's power, that's mana. Like, it takes, you have to be a little bit off. Right? In general, whether you're male or female, to be surfing a wave like pipeline, especially on the normal crowded days. But to be a wahine, right, a mana wahine is what it takes. You can't just be a regular wahine surfer and come out the pipeline. You need to be a mana wahine. You need to risk what Bethany's risking by going over the falls on those waves, because if she makes it, it's a potential 10-plus wave.
Yeah. Yep. That's what it takes. Risk.
And out here, it's about risk management. But if you don't take that chance or that opportunity that you have available to prove that you're worthy, you may never have that chance again, right? So people are watching in the contest right now. This is not only going to reflect on them during the contest, but for after the contest.
Right.
So if they see one of these girls in perfect position at perfect or gnarly pipe when we're free surfing, if they're confident that these girls will take off and go and ride the wave it needs to be ridden, then they're going to let them go.
Right.
But if they see them over here pulling back and not going on perfect waves, obviously the ones that you shouldn't go on, both men and women are not going to go. But if they're going on the ones that you should go and even the ones you shouldn't go, it's giving them what we call street cred.
Street cred. And at pipeline, that goes a long way.
Well, at pipeline, that's all that matters, really. It doesn't matter how many world championships you have. It doesn't matter if you won the last contest. Out there, nobody really cares. What they care about is, 1, can you be in the right position? 2, will you actually go if you are? And 3, when you do go, are you going to do something? Or are you going to blow the whole wave?
Right.
And if you blow the wave, your card's pulled, you're done. Don't worry about that. That's never happening again. So.
Oh, man. Well, you're hearing it from the horse's mouth here. Clyde McGee's been surfing pipeline for many years.
I would say a little of both. Well, and the thing is, there's times when it's a personal experience when I'm out there and I'm paddling and I think I got the wave and I call everybody off. And then the wave doubles up, and on a regular basis, you would pull back and not go.
Yeah.
But because I called everybody else off the wave, everybody stopped paddling. I'm like, oh, you gotta go. You gotta go. And it's happened more than once. It's going to continue to happen, because if you don't go, people are more pissed, and the next wave you'll just get burned. And it happens to somebody like me, and even worse to somebody who hasn't put in the time, who hasn't put in the years at Pipeline. Pipeline is brutal. Nobody cares. Like, if you blow it, there is no second chance. You'll get burned every wave, every wave. And that's why I was saying the name Wakita Bowl is monumental, because with all the legendary surfers we've had out at Pipeline, nobody has a peak named after them except for a Japanese surfer born and raised in Japan. And the whole reason for that is because he didn't want to have to deal with not getting waves. He was totally content for a couple decades plus to just take off and pull into closeouts.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Like, he does it still to this day. It's just what he does. And if he makes a wave, he makes a wave. But I can tell you one thing. If he's not sitting at Wakita Bowl and he gets himself into position in one of the other peaks, the main peak and stuff like that, and he takes off, nobody's going to drop in. Because nobody's got bigger balls than Wakita. Well, Wakita is his last name. First name is Takayuki Wakita. And his son is in this event competing for Team Japan. And all those guys, I call them Team Kamikaze. They're by far one of my most favorite teams, because I know for sure that what we're talking about when you're free surfing, you don't have that many opportunities to get these type of waves. These guys are going. I mean, you've seen it the past 2 days of competition when they went out. It's going to close out, so what? We're going. I'm going over the salts, so what? I'm going. Right? So that's all going to play beautifully into their street cred, right? And into their pipeline card when they come out on a regular day when there's 200 plus people in the water. They're going to be like, well, that guy's going to go. Let him go. Let's see what he's got.
Right. Well, you can see looks like Bianca paddling for this one. I've noticed the conditions. This is typical of Hawaii, especially on the North Shore. That the conditions are always, changing and adjusting to the time of day and to the wind. We have some. It looks like southeast winds, like where it's blowing straight offshore, which is actually what makes the waves look so beautiful right now. We have some sets approaching. Hopefully, this set will come right to where our mana wahine are sitting, and they see it. You see KK.
Looky. And a point there to your southeast winds. Good and bad of the southeast winds is that it keeps it nice and glassy, but it also blows up the face of the wave, making it a little harder when you take off, because you can get hung up if it's a little stronger than, say, 5 to 10 miles an hour. That's why we prefer the northeast winds, which comes from, if you're looking at the beach here from the Volcom porch, it goes from right to left. And what that wind does, oh my goodness, that was amazingly beautiful. And so what happens is it blows into the tube, which helps to blow that chandelier open that's been coming down on a lot of our competitors so far today. And two, because it's a side wind, you're not battling it so much on the drop. Two riders.
Bethany.
Oh, Bethany
taking
from
off
deep.
deep.
Getting it.
Oh, come on.
Oh,
almost.
Street kid, check. Check. OMG. She couldn't be deeper if she tried. Again, that's one of those waves when you're in her position, you should not be going. But this is the Hui Backdoor Shootout, so you better damn well go, right? Look at her.
Man.
I got chicken skin, for real kind.
And she even turned down the water patrol assist.
Look at that hammer.
It's the definition of mana wahine, right?
Absolutely.
Charging. See the replay here. She's back way behind it, and KK was looking at that, but she kicked out and then packs this one.
Oh my gosh, you gotta see the replay. That was ridiculous. It was so far behind. Wow, that was amazing.
It's getting
Hey, can we
applauded.
look at that one more time? I wanna show people how crazy that wave was. So if we can get a chance to replay that, that would be beautiful. The Salt and Air Productions, much mahalos. You guys are doing an amazing job. I want to tell the people what we're talking about and show it in slow motion because she took off so far behind that there's a, here we go. So she's taking off. There's a bend in the wave that's already breaking in front of her. So with this whitewater, right, and because of the accident that she had with, the shark attacking her, she's only got the one arm, right? And that's the arm where people with both arms are reaching that arm into the water to pull you up into that, and so that you can pump into the wave. And she's like, I don't need to. I'm good just the way I am. And just packed that thing. And actually was almost close to making it.
Right.
So she could have snuck in a little earlier
to get that
at that
pump.
chandelier that was coming down on her. And like you said, perfect, get that pump. Because a lot of times when you come from that far behind and you're so late off the bottom trying to get in and avoid getting lipped in the head by that wave, that you're so far on the bottom and you just, just get me in. But right there, you actually need a pump or two because it starts running on you. And, that was insane. Mana wahine, all day, every day.
Yeah, I mean, that was so cool because, KK was probably in the safer spot because she was a little more closer to the shoulder, but Bethany didn't back down. She was just like, I'm going.
Not at all.
And KK gave her the right of way, and, man, she pulled it. You're right. She was close to coming out. I thought she was maybe going to sneak out of that. But
so if she could have got a pump or two in, guarantee she makes that. Guarantee that's a 10 plus, right? A 10 plus. I would be calling that. And the thing is, where KK was makeable, she still would have been late. She still would have been behind, and she still could have got like a 8 or 9 or up. So she still would have been in the excellent range. But where Bethany was, that's where we're talking 10s, 11s, possibilities of that, especially on a day like this where there's not too many of those being offered up. You make one of those, it changes everything. Here we go. This is our current reigning HIC champ, Moana Wong.
Standing tall.
Yeah!
All right.
So here we'll show on the replay how she could have maximized that score and got an even bigger score and a longer barrel. Albeit these waves are running today. So, we saw a difference starting in the Team Florence heat where they stopped stalling right off the bottom because everybody else, the heats prior to them, were getting shut down because it was running too fast. So Moana, nice late takeoff, but for Pipeline, that was actually as good and as easy as it gets, if there is such a thing.
I mean, it was a late drop, but you're right. It did allow her to take her time to pick her line, and she picked a beautiful line. She had a few pumps while she was in there. See this replay.
Here we
Takes
go.
off.
Nice late, legs all straightening out. So see right here, if she slowed down, so how we were talking with Bethany, hers is the opposite contrast.
Yeah.
Where Bethany needed those pumps that Moana had, and if Moana had just pulled in right here, turned a little bit earlier, and then stayed right there and stalled, she would have still been in the barrel and then got spat out. And so that's a thing on a day like today that the competitors have to figure out, right, which they want to do. Do they want to get that bigger score and possibly not make the wave, or get a lesser score and make the wave?
Well, Moana, out of her top 4 rides, she has her high score is a 6, and then she has a 4, 3.5, and a 4. So I think we're going to definitely
might have
throw
replaced
away.
that for sure.
So
and that one, her high score from
6.
the other day, that 6, that wave was legit. Here we go, outside, ladies. Big set coming in. We're going to have somebody in position.
Oh,
look
wow.
at the inside.
Look
But
at
again,
this.
see how the inside
Picture
wave,
perfect.
it kind of slowed down. So that is actually more conducive to the backside riders who are regular footers to be able to slow down on the end of that
turning
wave.
around here,
And get
Bianca.
back. Here we go, Bianca Valenti. Look at that pig dogging right off the takeoff there. And you know, most people didn't get to see Bianca on the second day. On that first day, she packed one
Big
right
one.
from the takeoff. Big closeout, traveled as far as she could possibly travel, and then got caught the whole rest of the set. It was so bad where she was, even the jet skis couldn't get to her. By the time they did, the set was over, and the punishment was already doled out.
Oh.
Look
Yeah.
at this, just cleaning everybody. Photographers, competitors, holding the skis are safe. Here we go, Bianca.
Yep,
Nice pig dog right off of the takeoff. That's what my typing looks like.
She's trying to, you can see she wanted to slow down, but wasn't able to, and she saw the section ahead of her. She knew it was going to close out, so she had to straighten out. At least she avoided getting caught by all those sets. But
yes, absolutely. So that's when you see those closeout type of sets coming in, that is strategy number one. If you can, because the one thing you don't want to do is break cardinal rule number one of big wave surfing, which is don't paddle for the first wave and miss it.
Yeah.
If you do, you're in the impact zone the whole rest of the way. Did that the other day at Lonnie's. Did that just a couple of days ago at Makaha. And almost did it yesterday, but I can't help myself. Do as I say, not as I do. And then look, KK still stuck inside, and she was the furthest competitor out.
Wow.
She was sitting farther out than everybody else and got cleaned all the way. So if we can get Water Patrol to go pick her up. Yeah, they see her. Awesome. But yeah, she was sitting out. If you can't
furthest,
see it
yeah.
on our monitor here, but there's a bunch of whitewater way out in the lineup where KK was, and I use the word was in capitals, was sitting. And
now she's almost on the beach.
Yeah, literally got clean to the beach. But that's actually the best thing that can happen to you.
Yeah.
Is that whitewater keeps pulling you in further and further. At some point, you're going to go to the impact zone, which is the worst place to be. But if the whitewater keeps pulling you in, it gets you out of there sooner than later.
Yeah.
Where if you're already that far inside and get stuck inside, you're pretty much in that impact zone the whole rest of the way.
Man, we see
and
more
Look
waves
at this.
coming.
Jeez.
Beautiful.
This is my favorite when it's like this, capping at like 1.5, or actually second reef off the wall.
Yeah.
Is when it's super west. That's the lineup. So the off the wall right of way is the lineup for these sets that you're going to see coming on the monitor way, way, way to our left here. But when it's really, really big west, we're talking like 15 foot plus, 15 to 20 foot, and still rideable. That's basically 270-degree west swell. Like that's a straight west swell with, say, 20 feet to 22-second intervals. That is unheard of. I've done that, I think, only once in my life. And so the lineup for that is outside the off-the-wall right-of-way.
Yeah.
And the waves break out there. There's a ledge out there that you can't see because most of the waves aren't strong enough to break on it properly. But it literally is like taking off at First Reef, but it's like 15 to 20 feet. Like literally twice as big. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen. I only seen it happen once in my life. And the buoy at the peak was 22. So 22 feet in 22 seconds.
Wow.
So this is coming back to what Rocky and I were talking about, the interval. So imagine a 22-second interval. Imagine how strong that groundswell is and how much time in between waves, which is good. One, because the wash from the wave before, the foam, all of that, most of the time will clear out.
Yeah.
And then two, when you're caught inside, it gives you time to scramble to the shoulder before the next one comes in, which most times you get cracked from anyway. Right. So, Isaiah, we have something special happening this week, right? In the Hawaiian community, in Hawaiian history, present, future, past, all of that, right?
Yep.
So if you want, we'll let the professor do his thing and educate you guys right now on what's really going on.
Oh, well, we're going to see if KK gets this wave. Nope. So, today's January 12th. But this week from January 14th to the 17th, is kind of remembering this pretty sad time in Hawaiian history. 1893, in January, from January 14th to January 17th, that's where we saw this coup take place, where essentially there was an illegal overthrow of our monarchy. The queen at the time, Liliuokalani, was the last reigning monarch. And on January 17th, she was ousted by this group that called themselves the Committee of Safety. But they had the backing of John L. Stevens, who was a minister for the U.S. military that was stationed in Honolulu Harbor. They didn't technically have clearance or authority or the legal right for the U.S. to actually be involved with that coup. And so that's where the part of it being illegal is part of that issue, because Hawaii, the Hawaiian Kingdom government, had a treaty and a recognition as an independent state. And as an independent state, you are entitled to certain international laws. And in order for the Hawaiian Kingdom government to be overthrown, it needed to be done legally through a treaty. And there was no treaty, and you'll hear that often by Hawaiian community and Hawaiian scholars, historians, and so forth, that referring to the lack of a treaty. So on January 14th, Queen Liliuokalani was writing a new constitution. She was new to the throne. Her brother, David Kalakaua, preceded her, and he was forced to sign this constitution we call the Bayonet Constitution, that essentially stripped a lot of his authority. And the Hawaiian community did not like that constitution. And so when the Queen was placed into power, she had the opportunity to promulgate a new constitution, restoring a lot of the voting rights to Hawaiians and a lot of other things. Here we see Moana Wong backdooring this one, see if she can come out.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, no, that spit came out before she did and kept her in that cavern. Beautiful conditions, though, right?
Absolutely.
So, I mean, we were talking about Mana Wahine, one of our great Mana Wahine, whereas, of course, Queen Lidia Kamakaeha Liliuokalani, who, listening to her people and being the warrior woman that she was, decided to stand against some of those advisors who had an interest in the sugar industry, for example, and also, the United States had its eye on Pearl Harbor. We'll watch this one.
There's a
Replay Moana.
Oh, so deep. See, that's where she needed those pumps she had in her earlier wave.
Yep.
So just like how Bethany got stuck on the bottom there, you see it right here.
And the water angle, we're able to see
paddling,
what happened.
paddling. Right here, she tries to turn, and there's a little warble. You can't see it. She gets a little pump in there, but if she could have got one big
close.
pump in there. Oh, she was right there. KK, Keala Kennedy. Oh, my goodness. Again, they're charging. Street cred is high right now for the Mana Wahine.
You know what I love?
All of them charging.
They're not just charging, but they're successfully riding these waves. Especially we see Moana Wong, who's leading the numbers on this team, threading these waves. And as you said, Kainoa, she heard you from the water, but she's trying to get deeper to maximize that score, and brought that risk level up by getting a little deeper, but unfortunately didn't come out.
Right.
Keala Kennedy.
Here we go, trying to come off the bottom. So she's stuck on a warble there. So this is what Rocky and I were on earlier. I'm talking about those whoops vertically up the face. You can see them as spines going up the wave as the wave's breaking. So same thing happened to her, happened to Moana. But fortunately for Moana, she was able to get through that and got like a half pump but needed a full pump. As you can see, her wave bent. And so because it bent, it's like if you keep going straight in the direction you pulled in, you're going to run right into the wall of the wave. And so with that pump, it gets you up into the face and naturally back down. So it gets you around that round spot and gets the angle you want. Here we go, Bianca Valenti. Pig dogging right off the takeoff.
Looks
hard
back in
takeoff there. Of course, compared to what we've seen, that looked easy, but it is not, people. That's one of the things I struggle with the most. I suck at riding backside. All righty. There's the end of our Manawahine heat.
Awesome.
Again, big hand there for Moana Wong, Bianca Valenti, Bethany Hamilton, and Keala Kennelly. We got one of our host sponsors providing the 2 houses for us here. Volcom in the water right now. We also like to send a big mahalo to Kaimana Henry, Ty Van Dyke, Volcom Hawaii for the use of the property, as well as, here we go, outside. Oh, unable to catch that. As well as the Chandler Ohana to Moku and Koro there for letting us basically invade their home for 2 weeks. Our Judges Tower and MC Live Beach Tower is in their yard. And without the kokua of both Volcom and the Chandlers, this would not be happening. Look at this. Keala Kennelly.
After the horn.
Coming in with a bang, just like Eli Olsen. Eli Olsen got the wave of his heat right after the heat was done. Here we go. This is Bethany's first wave, so it's a recap of the heat. This is, we'll see that replay later.
She's trying to stall to get in the barrel. Unfortunately, wasn't able to on that one, but this is the
one
where she
This is the one. So here she comes, trying to get around right on that white blade. See that little wobble she had there?
Yeah.
That's right on that same warble. Allowed her to make her through same right here where Moana gets stretched out in her knees, and you see her whole body stretched out with that same warble. And so that thing's playing tricks with everybody today.
Bianca tried to get some barrels, got some good waves, but unfortunately wasn't able to get behind the curtain.
All right, this is day 3, the Hui Backdoor Shootout 2022. We'll see you in a few minutes. Thank you guys for watching. Stay live, because we're coming right back. All right.
Aloha.
Oh!
Aloha mai kako. Back again at the Backdoor Shootout, day number 3. Surfing today at beautiful conditions at Bonsai Pipeline. Got some light southeast offshore winds, 8-foot plus surf. Beautiful conditions. We got Team Volcom in the water right now. We got a paddle.
Oh my goodness, look at that wave. Wow.
So we got
Wow. I'm sure people are watching at home. Why didn't they go? Well, we've been talking about that all morning.
Right.
It's always easier said than done. That wave is one of the few waves that we got to see today that would technically be a second reef wave that doubled all the way up onto first reef, up and riding.
Oh!
We got 2 waves in a row. Oh my gosh. My goodness. If you guys are watching us here live on this live broadcast and you are in or on Oahu, if you can make it here to watch this event live from the beach, I would highly recommend it. My goodness, those 2 were the best 2 waves I've seen all day. But they were the craziest, gnarliest, most dangerous waves as well. Here we go.
This is a replay from during our break. This is Balaram Stack pulling into a pipeline wave. Balaram currently holds the highest wave.
Single wave.
11-point, right, single wave, thank you. Here we have, looks like, is this Jack Robinson?
Robbo, yep, for sure. Wow.
Sick one. That's the one that he didn't come out of. He was traveling, and from that water angle, it was kind of ambiguous to tell if he's coming out or not. But unfortunately, he didn't make that one, but did a good job of threading the needle and trying his best. So we have in this heat, Jack Robinson, Balaram Stack, Kaimana Henry, and I believe Makana Pang.
And so in this heat are 2 of my favorite perennial surfers. One, Kaimana Henry, who's a power surfer. You want to talk mana, just watch him surf. Maui's own, so he's from Maui.
Right.
And then we have Balaram Stack. Balaram Stack has won me over. I'm totally fanboy on that guy every time he's in the water. Look,
Here he goes.
everybody's waiting for like 10s and 12s. He'll take the 6s, 7s, and 8s. And my whole point is, this is what I've alluded to earlier, is the more waves you can catch, it gets you in a groove so that when you're paddling back out, with the way the swell is so shifty today, you may swing into one that wouldn't be a 10 because nobody's in position. But if you're in the right position, it turns into a 10. And Balaram Stack's one of the few guys who actually surfed this event the way I think it should be surfed, and the way if I was surfing, I would surf. Is if there's a wave to be ridden that I'm going to get barreled on, I'm going
for it.
I got pipeline with 3 other guys. That's never going to happen.
as well.
I have my pick of any wave I want out there, so I'm going to let it go because it's an 8 and not a 10. No. Mama ain't marries no fool. There's a lot of things that I am. A fool when it comes to surfing pipeline is not one of them. If there's a wave that's going to be, I can ride even if it's a 4-foot wave. Val did that the other day in the competition. It was a 4-foot wave and ended up getting like a 7 in our contest. So that means in any other contest, it's an 8 or a 9.
Yep.
And the thing is, the guy who's having the most fun is going to come in feeling most fulfilled. And unless, you sat for one wave and got an 11 or a 12, which he did the other day. But he still did his same thing. Just kept catching waves, just kept getting barreled.
And Balaram does have some work to do. Even though he has 11-point ride, he has 3 smaller scores. He has a 6, which is not bad, but he still has a 4 and a 5 in his score line.
Right, so at this point, with judging the top 4 waves, so we're not going to know to the last day if it's going to be top 2, top 3, or top 4. So currently we're going with the top 4, and it's another one of the unique things that differentiates the Hui Backdoor Shootout is that anything can change from day to day, right?
Yeah.
So if the waves are just firing tomorrow, one of the next few days, and we end up running, all these scores we're looking at right now, besides the 9s and 9 to 11s, or even 8 5s to 11s, are going to be thrown out. They're not even going to mean anything, because that first day there were 10s and 9s and 111, but the 8s, 7s and 8s were like this kind of wave right here we're looking at, right? But twice as big. The guys were getting in, it's the shootout, so you're not going to get a 10 on what would be a 10 anywhere else.
Yep. So we have some waves approaching. Hopefully they show up to where our guys are sitting.
Looks like Balaram stacked. Look at him. See?
There he goes, hunting.
Hunting. And look where he's sitting on the inside. He's like, no worry, I take the small ones. You guys can go battle outside. And then, who got the biggest score of the contest so far? That guy.
Right. Yeah, you can tell he's just like, wow, I want another wave. The other guy's being patient. Look at that beautiful wave in the background. Hopefully it comes closer to our competitors. We see some more waves in the horizon.
Yeah, it looks like a little more Wakita Bowl, or what I was referring to every time I MC these events here at Pipeline, backdoor lefts.
Right.
Which basically means you're not going to be sitting over there.
Oh.
Especially on a day like this. You get caught inside over there. Oof. That reef is barely ankle deep. The other day during the SUP and longboard event, we got guys getting hung up. We had skis skirting the bottom, the hull getting, hitting the bottom of the reef because it just drops out and gets so shallow. It's another thing you don't see here. Another thing that makes Pipeline so unique compared to any other wave in the world is that you have this 20 to 40 foot wave, a football field?
Right.
Football field and a half
yeah.
off the beach.
Yeah.
And you can actually safely sit on the beach and watch it.
Yeah.
But most waves that are this type of wave, say like a Teahu Po, right?
Yeah.
Chopo, Peahi, Avalanche, Himalayas, like all of these are way the heck out. Just to have the same kind of power, the same kind of form that Pipeline has. And I think that's what
makes it so special.
One of the things that makes it special and unique is you can show up and you don't need binoculars to watch this.
Yeah.
Anywhere else in the world to watch a wave like this, you need binos, a boat, a jet ski, a kayak, whatever it takes. Here you go. Good look there at the Volcom houses, and looks like some scaffolding being built for that pipe event coming up.
There we are.
That's us right there. Oh, how's it,
right.
drone man?
So earlier, Kainoa, you was asking questions about the significance of this week in history. So January 12th. Today is January 12th, and it will go back to 1893 when January 14th to January 17th, there are a bunch of events that went on in Hawaii that are very, highly talked about, especially today when we're looking at our history and our past of what went wrong in Hawaii. And, we have what's called the overthrow of the Hawaiian Kingdom government that takes place on January 17th, 1893. And a lot of, historians have relooked at that, that what happened then, and especially looking at our Hawaiian language sources and having more access to those Hawaiian language sources since they've been digitized. We've learned that the story wasn't as clear and cut as we thought before. So in other words, it was an illegal event.
That's why I just want to butt in real quick. And that is why I'm sitting here and specifically ask Isaiah to talk about this, because not only to people who are quote-unquote historians or, Kanaka Maoli, there's so many different stories, and I want to get down to the brass tacks of it and the real truth, and that is what Professor Isaiah Walker is giving us right now. So pay attention, damn it. Going to school right now.
Plenty pressure. Well, yeah, so in 1893, as I mentioned earlier in the earlier heat, January 14th, Queen Liliuokalani went to promulgate a new constitution. So essentially bringing Hawaiian rights back from an 1887 constitution that was forced on the monarchy at that time, called the Bayonet Constitution. It's nicknamed the Bayonet Constitution because if you know what a bayonet is, it's a knife that was attached to the head of a rifle. And the king of Hawaii was forced to sign that under threat of being killed. So a lot of the Hawaiians weren't happy with that new constitution because what it essentially did was it stripped a lot of the executive rights and authority of the king and gave it to the legislature, which under that new constitution were a lot of haole guys that were involved in sugarcane as an industry and also had a desire and an interest to not only maintain their business but also to have the United States be more involved in things like Pearl Harbor, for example. And the United States was interested in Pearl Harbor because they were looking into the future of, potential, relations with Asia and China in particular, and having a base, a natural harbor like Pearl Harbor offered, was ideal for a kind of stopover in between, in the middle of the Pacific. So in 1887, this constitution not only stripped the king of a lot of his executive authority, but it also stripped a lot of voting rights from our Kanaka Maoli, our native Hawaiians. And because of that, there were we're talking about the hui o he nalu. There are many huis in Hawaiian history. Two of them in particular, the hui Aloha Aina and the hui Kalai Aina. These were two political huis or groups, organizations that were formed in response to the 1887 Bayonet Constitution. And these were some, amazing Hawaiian individuals. Joseph Navahi from Hilo, who was an incredibly smart, gifted lawyer. Anyway, so these hui, their sole intent was to try and rectify that 1887 Constitution and to give rights back to Native Hawaiians. And so they were very active, and they really encouraged and helped advise the Queen when she became the next monarch. And when her brother died in 1891, and Liliuokalani says that her brother died because of that Constitution. It really, put him into a kind of depression. And so anyway, when she comes to power, and this was tradition in the monarchy, the new monarch would usually create a new constitution. And so they were petitioning her the Hawaiian people, and these huis were petitioning her to write a new constitution, and she does so. But on January 14th, when she goes to promulgate, now promulgate is the political technical term for instituting the new constitution into law. Some people betrayed her, and a lot of it, some of these legislators, weren't supportive of it, and so some of them refused to sign it. Now we have a paddle here. Looks like Jack Robinson stalling, dragging in the barrel.
That.
Comes out.
Too easy.
Now Jack Robinson still has a 3 and 5 in his score line, so hopefully he'll throw away the 3 on that one.
He'll get a 3.5.
So sorry, there's a lot of information here. Hopefully you're staying with us.
Stay with us. Don't worry, people. It's important that this is not just for Kanaka Maoli. It's not just for Hawaii residents. Here we go, Rabo, replay from that last wave, sticking in what we call pig dog, or like Rocky said, dragging his elemu with his rear end cheeks or his buttocks.
Here's the water angle.
Oh, look at that.
One section go over.
Look how easy.
Smiling.
Just smiling.
Happy.
Child's play for him. Too easy. And so, yeah, this information is good for everybody to know, right? Because the more people we have educated about the truth and what's really going on, then there's less dissemination of
false
improper or false not only allegations, but information.
Right, so she goes to, put this new constitution into law, which essentially restored, her authority to, to make decisions without having the approval of the legislature that the 1887 Bayonet Constitution required, and also restore voting rights to Hawaiians. That many of the rights of many Hawaiians were stripped during that 1887 Constitution. But when she went to do that, there are some who refused to sign it, and so it wasn't enacted. But she goes out to the public and says, I apologize, I didn't get the signatures today, but I will come back and promulgate this new constitution soon. That really, institutes panic amongst people like, for example, Lauren Thurston and others who were part of this group that called themselves the Committee of Safety. They saw this as detriment to, their industry and their idea of what they saw for Hawaii. And to be perfectly frank, there was a lot of racial superiority complexes that were had. There was I mean, 1893, the notion that white people were superior was kind of a popular and untrue, but they justified it through kind of this thing we call social Darwinism. They felt like, oh, well, we're just evolved differently, and so white people are naturally,
that's what Hitler
should
thought.
be ruling. Yeah. So the Queen, in protest, she says she's gonna come back and reinstitute this constitution. Now these guys decide we need to act now, and so the next day they start talking to Minister Stevens, who was the military representative from the United States that was in Honolulu, and they convinced him to support their agenda of overthrowing the Queen. Now, I mentioned earlier the reason why the overthrow and even the annexation is seen as not legal by international law, because you need a treaty in order for two nations to come to an agreement where one takes over the other, especially if one of those nations was recognized by the international community as independent. You needed a treaty in order to solidify that deal. And I mean, even in war, after a war is done, there's a treaty of agreement where somebody surrenders. That's still seen politically as a treaty. So their plan was to overthrow the Queen, to pretend like they were the new government, write a treaty that they would send to the United States Congress and ask that the U.S. Congress sign this treaty of annexation, which would then supposedly legalize this
illegal overthrow.
Yeah.
Let's put it bluntly. They're trying to legalize the illegal overthrow.
Yeah. So, now the U.S. government was later. They actually apologized for the fact that John L. Stevens was involved with this whole endeavor, because he wasn't supposed to be. And anyway, so the Queen, they claim that they overthrow her. This coup, we call it a coup because it wasn't really a legal overthrow. And she technically, these were insurgents by definition of law in Hawaii. If somebody comes and tries to overthrow the government, those people are insurgents, and by law they're supposed to be held accountable. But they're protected by John L. Stevens. Here we go. Balaram Stack.
Oh,
deep.
Balaram Stack.
Slowing down. Standing tall.
Nice big stall right off the takeoff.
There we go.
Big spit.
Boost.
Back there. That's my guy.
Yeah.
That's what I said. Look who's been catching the most waves in the heat and who ends up catching the best wave of the heat. What you got to realize is not only that groove and all of that, but the heats are longer.
Yep.
So the longer you sit, the more you get into your own brain, and the more like your body's used to sitting, and it doesn't always work the way you want to. When you stand up, you're like, whoa, my leg's a little bit wobbly. Oh, my legs. Oh, my back. Oh, my neck and my back, right?
Especially if you're our age, yeah?
Right. Tell me about it. Mornings aren't as fun as they used to be. I didn't like them to start with. They just got
waves.
Worse.
Looks like Jack Robinson looking at this double up.
Oh, my goodness. Look at that thing. Yeah, good no-go.
So, yeah, so they claimed to overthrow the Queen in 1893 on January 17th. They formalized this document saying that they're now in charge, and the Queen, in protest, writes a letter. Excuse me, let's take a look here at Balaram's last wave.
Stalling,
dragging.
double arm drag.
Slows down, gets behind the curtain. Awesome. Now, we mentioned earlier that Balaram has our single highest wave score, but he has some catching up to do, and I think this wave will put him right back up where he wants to be. Double drag.
Look at that. That was so sick.
Beautiful water angle.
Woo-hoo.
Now, it wasn't as deep as that 11-point ride.
Not even close.
But nonetheless, it'll be a good score. She go keeper. So the Queen then writes in protest she writes this protest where she sends a letter to the United States saying that she surrenders temporarily, until which time the U.S. government will restore her. Now, she doesn't surrender to this coup that took over. She surrenders, and she doesn't surrender her kingdom. She surrenders briefly her executive authority to the United States government, until which time that they would come and rectify and correct it.
And that's important right there, what you said. She didn't give away Hawaii.
No.
She gave her executive powers temporarily in order to be restored by properly, correctly, and legally by the U.S.
Yeah, because she knew she had agreements with the United States and that Hawaii was recognized by the international community as its own independent sovereign state. So word gets back to Washington, D.C., and eventually there's a change in the administration in the United States. So there's a new president that's elected, Grover Cleveland, and Grover Cleveland is well aware that this was illegal, and he actually does what the Queen had hoped, where he addresses Congress and explains that this was an act of war against a friendly nation. And because of that friendly nation status, the President of the United States knew that this wasn't legal, and he sent someone to go and fix it. Now here we go outside. Jack Robinson.
Oh, Robbo, look at that. There, that's the stall we've been talking about all day. Just staying. Oh.
Elemu drag.
And the drag. So what you see there, which was really important, we'll show it on the replay.
Wow.
What's going to happen is at the end there, you're going to see him do a little pump. So we've seen a few rides throughout the contest where guys are trying to doggy door it just to make the wave at the end. But pipeline a lot of times at the end bends out, and so you want to pump up at the end because the barrel at the end of the wave is going to be higher.
Yeah.
Right. You're going to see Jack Robbo. He's going to you'll see that coming up here on this ride. Right. Let's see on the replay. It comes off the bottom. This is one of those waves that could have been a 3 or probably an 8. Depending on how he rode it. Because he stalled so hard, that one opened up. Here we go.
Balaram.
Up and riding. Balaram.
Stalling.
Oh, another one. Another double arm drag. And like I said, like that wave is not going to be a highest wave, but why not? There's nobody else in position. You're out there. There's nobody else in the water but you and your boys. Go. Like, what's he going to do now? Sit and wait for sets? If not, he would have not caught that wave and still waiting for sets.
Yep. And Jack Robinson, he currently has an 8.5, a 5.5, a 5, and a 3. So he's got some good ones here.
Here we go, Robbo. So look here, he stalled right here. He sees it. And then watch him. He's going to stick it even harder right here, really hard. And then watch at the end. He pumps up. So you see how he tries to come up on the top part of the wave. So that shows that he's coming out cleanly
little more
through the front of the wave rather than the doggy door. So a lot of people would have chose here to just right here where he pumps, just kind of like stand up and come out through the doggy door, which isn't going to score as high because it's not an entrance through the front of the wave or an exit through the front of the wave.
And Balaram's wave, even though he tried to slow down, didn't get as deep as he wanted.
And that's the difference between front side and backside.
Yeah,
backside they can slow down more because you can stick your lemu in the water, like Rocky says. And front side, literally, you're almost falling the whole time. You know, the only stall you can do is a board stall, or you're going to use your hands, one hand, 2 hands, whatever it takes to get that stall. Or on a wave like Balaram, the backsider would have probably been in there twice as long.
Right. So, sorry, this story's kind of long.
Yeah, no. It's super important, but I don't apologize for it.
So
because it's something that took so long to get done, right? So it's not going to be a short, it's no long story short here.
What I love is this story also ties into surfing as well.
Awesome.
And I'll tell you a couple places where it does overlap. Well, we have to do that in the next heat because right now we just ended this heat and we have our next heat coming up. So we just ended our Volcom heat, and I believe.
So here we go. We have Volcom and then Quiksilver and Team Japan.
All right, so we have Quiksilver coming out. We'll check out a recap here. Balaram had some really good ones. See him pulling into this, stalling deep, double hand drag. Comes out with the spit.
I'm interested to see what that score was.
Jack
Robbo.
Robinson had some great ones. The art of slowing down, speeding up, slowing down. Unfortunately, he didn't make it out of that one.
That would have been quite the score if he did. For sure.
But he did come out of this one. This was a quicker cover-up. Beautiful water angle from Larry Haynes.
Again, but you see how he's always on the rail? So
Yep.
even when he came out, he's right there. Look at Val.
Slowing
Holding
down.
on. Oh, there's a double arm drag right off the bottom.
Stands tall.
Wow, that was beautiful.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see Balaram and Robbo's score come up because this one, Jack Robinson slowing
look at
down
this thing.
into a big pipeline cavern.
All right, Isaiah Walker, Kaino McGee. See you in a few minutes.
Aloha.
Aloha. Look at this. Wow. Again.
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the White Islands this weekend. 40 to 60 foot faces and exposed platforms.
Welcome back, guys, to the Dahui Backdoor Shootout. Thanks for joining us live. And I got a special guest for you guys. We are currently ending Team Volcom's heat and into the Quiksilver heat. And I have a special guest, Bethany Hamilton, amazing Wahine surfer. First time ever in surfing history we have a WSL Wahine event in the Backdoor Shootout, competing against the men on a team scale that gets back onto the leaderboard. That one person's going to win that Covenant Backdoor title. Bethany, welcome.
Thank you. So stoked to be here.
Right on. And as you know, Bethany has surfed, I believe, your second time. You're in your second round because you guys are rotating as girls in the WSL Wahine. And Bethany, you packed a huge bomb this morning. Can you walk us through how big it is and what you guys were up to out there?
Oh man, yeah, I'm just so stoked to be here, and it's such a beautiful day. The waves are pumping, everyone's just fired up.
Fired up,
And yeah, so we surfed Heat 4, Bianca, Moana, Keala, and I, and the waves are really good, and I'm stoked I got a good one because, to be honest, my confidence was not up there this morning. We surfed 2 heats so far, and I hadn't really gotten a good one. And yeah, I was just kind of like, for me, anytime I'm in the ocean, it's all about just positioning and being in the right spot at the right time for a wave, especially just having that one arm and like being able to get enough speed to get in. And especially pipe just raises that bar like 100%.
Like your performance on Thursday. I seen you gator paddling into that wave and you went down with the curtain. But us men are watching from the balcony saying, oh my grief, is she okay? And you come up without tombstoning before Hawaiian Water Patrol is buzzing to you. You're already on the ski, back out the back, and that was 12 plus surf that day. Call it,
fun
Beth.
to see. I didn't get to see my wave yet.
There it
Here
is.
goes Moana. Oh, shucks. Yeah, you know, I didn't even know they had a girls' heat going on in this event, and Moana actually called me up the day before the first heat ran, and she's like, hey, do you want to be in it? The forecast is just big and crazy, and there's a spot for you. So I like flew over, like totally not prepared, boards just scrambling, and I'm super grateful to Moana for she's just been ripping out here, and it's cool to surf with her out here.
It's really neat that you get the last minute call for something so prestige, and you didn't even hesitate. You came over here, you joined us. I seen your awesome husband and your beautiful little boy. They've been your board caddies supporting Mama throughout the last 3 days of competition, and you guys aren't done yet. The Backdoor Shootout is designed to where we could see you surf 6 times.
Yeah, it's really cool. I love the format. I think, especially at a wave like Pipe, you watched John, Kai, and who else was in that heat?
Ivan and Eli.
Was it their heat that was really slow and literally no one?
Oh, no,
really
that was the Hui Wax heat. I felt
Hui.
very bad for him, but once it switched into Team Florence, the wave started coming back in.
But it's just the ocean's like that, you know, you can have 30 minutes with nothing and then it just starts pumping. So it's cool to have the Dahui with the 4 heat format, and if you do good, you keep going. And just to really get, like, I mean, for us girls, it's not, Moana's put a lot of time out here, but I haven't. And so first heat, I'm like figuring it out.
Yes, and through all the members in the contest talking about it, we heard you're on your way. You and Bianca Valente came in for the 4. Wow, into the barrel. Team Quiksilver. I believe that's Joey Johnson putting in his work and time out here at Pipeline. So currently in this Quiksilver heat, Bethany, we have Koa Rothman, Reef McIntosh, Cody Young, and Joey Johnston.
Yeah, I grew up watching Reef. He's like probably 10 or so years older than me, so I always really admired him. So it's fun to watch him, Kauai boy.
Kauai boy.
out here.
Yes. And you grew up around the contingency, like right in the 90s. Kauai came over. All the boys, we're a wild bunch, Oahu, Kauai, Maui, everybody together, and those were the days. I remember you as a young woman, and you were frothing at the bit, and now you're here paving the way for women's surfing at the Hui Backdoor Shootout, competing with the men.
Yeah, no, it's super cool. And I think there's a lot of young girls that are really going to want it. And when they see other older girls going for it, they're like,
Yep.
okay, I can do it too. Like you see it right now, especially in the aerial surfing. You see these young super groms like Aaron Brooks, Sierra Kerr, just boosting like these
Right.
insane airs because they want it and they're like, wait, I can do that
Yes.
too. And so I think it's going to translate into the barrel riding and big wave surfing. You're
Yeah.
going to see a lot of young girls
Well, I
with
real-
the skill set and the desire, and they're going to start doing it.
Yes. Well, I really like that you guys are also setting the bar, not just for the flashy, pretty side of surfing, more of you're catching monster waves, you're showing that it can be done, where there's a will, there's a way, and I can't tell you enough how much technicality you have within you, Bethany Hamilton. It's very humbling, ha'a, as we'd say, and you're an absolute icon here,
Thank you.
and stoked to be calling heats with you. Looks
Who
like
was
Team
that
Quick.
on that last one?
I believe that was Cody Young, possibly, and we'll watch the replay. Thank you to Salt and Air Studios, always bringing it to us live, and you can tune in. Also, thank you to Rocky and Kaino McGee and Professor Walker. Be joining us all day. We'll be on the mic and announcing on the beachfront. Pipeline is 10 to 12 foot plus, Beth, and you packed a massive bomb in your 30-minute heat.
Yeah, that felt good. It was like something I've always wanted, and it felt good to just go for it and send it.
Everything was going wrong. You even stood tall. The thing was so massive, so throaty. What did you run into right at the last second right there?
I
Were
don't
you
know.
almost out?
I think I was close, and maybe just like a little chunky foam ball towards the end. Though I think if I had a few more chances at that same sort of wave, I would make the corrections and
Gotcha.
get it.
And when that pipe bomb was over you, and I know pipe takes a breath, do you take, for your inner surfer, do you take a sip of breath when you're deep in the barrel?
I think I was holding my breath.
So intense. Everybody does it different. Like, you have a lot of
Yeah.
friends, because Kauai charges. All our friends in the Surfers Union, they charge. But when they tell me, I went to this place, I relaxed. And then you see it, and you're like, yeah, you relax. But, you know, a lot of people train up to get into that Zen mode on big waves, Beth. How do you prepare?
Yeah, so for me, I think it's just overall fitness, working on just my strength, and of course breath holding. I've always had a really good natural breath hold, and when I work at it, it gets really good. But yeah, and I think just putting time in the water. I just had my third child about a year ago, so to be honest, I haven't felt like surfing heavy waves until about a few months ago. I just really still needed time to just get my body back and get my confidence back in the ocean. So
Good for you.
it's been really fun to just kind of start to push it a bit more and get back in the adrenaline sort of waves
Yeah.
that really get your heart and blood flowing.
Well, when you came through that fence, you looked physically fit and ready. And when you're back home, do you have a thing with your wahines that you guys go and train? Or you just froth like a grom and try to surf after your third kid?
Yeah, I'm pretty like on my own program because I feel like my window of time is like very sporadic, and I usually put surf first and foremost, and then when the waves are junk, I'll jump in a gym. I have a little home gym, and
That's
I've been
perfect.
working with a trainer just a little bit here and there who kind of gives me fresh ideas and just kind of like get in there when I can. But I'm a big believer in like cross training. I think it really carries over into the ocean, and especially when you do the right type, that protects your body from injury, and just I think it helps build your confidence too. So when you're in heavy surf,
time.
you're like, okay, I'm strong, I'm ready.
Right, and you got the last minute call, so there was that kind of
Yeah, I was just kind of ready.
gather up, focus, breathe, on the way, jump the plane. You guys were here. Very exciting to have you. And you guys are watching live Quiksilver, where you got Cole Rothman, Reef McIntosh, Cody Young, and Joey Johnson going for the Covenant title of the Hui Backdoor Shootout. They're also competing against this wahine next to me, Bethany Hamilton. So we got more swell on the way. Just a couple quick questions from your fans. What size board were you riding?
I was riding a 6'9".
6'9".
Yeah, I think I maybe could have been on a little bigger board and a little more volume, but I wasn't ready for this event, and I just kind of scrounged whatever I could find.
Wow, up and riding.
Oh, that was Reef, yeah.
Reef, there you go. Kauai boy, big and Thatcher, but this guy has, like you have, technique. Reef's technique is...
Yeah, he's so relaxed. Like, he
right?
just looks like he's not even thinking about what he's doing. It's so beautiful to watch.
Even in the yard here, just on cruise control, so smooth. Paddling in Thursday when he was out in his second round heat, he just kind of just 1, 2, 3 up to the feet. Thought he was going to go over the... Nope, straight into the tube.
Yeah, he had a really on heat the other day. I feel like he kind of stole the show. Or was Mason in that heat too? No.
Oh, Mason's in snapped 4.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that was nice.
That guy was going crazy as well. Yeah, that was a beautiful wave here by Reef McIntosh, Quiksilver Capitan. Great technique, huh, Beth, as he just gets deep as he always does. Back up and riding. Brother Reef. Guy can hit the lip too, Beth. I mean, he's so known for big waves, and that wave of the winter, we'll never forget how deep that thing came in and how throated he got. But he has some tail game. I seen him throw some backside Rios, and he's a power surfer for sure. So the Backdoor Shootout, you're going to be watching teams like Snapped, Quiksilver currently in the water, Dahui Japan, Dahui Wax, Volcom, Team Florence, and Peruvian Tubos, along with the WSL Wahine. And with me is Bethany Hamilton. If you're just joining us, she surfed her second time in the third round. I believe you guys had a bit of rotation, huh, Beth?
Yeah, I actually surfed all 3 heats, but Bianca swapped out with Malia for 1 heat. There's a couple little backdoor, well, not little, it was solid, but there was some backdoor opportunity, and I think that's what Malia's really looking for, though. I've seen her get some crazy ones at like the Hole and Indo, and she's just such a great surfer. But
all you guys.
Yeah, all the girls. I mean, Bianca. I feel like all the girls really inspire me in their own ways. Kayla has just been sending it since I can remember. Like ever since I was a little girl, I always kind of watched her charging and. Bianca really impresses me, like down in Puerto Escondido. She's paddling into bombs out there.
That's what I hear. I read that.
And at Jaws, and yeah, she's a great surfer, big wave charger.
How about you? Are you interested in the Jaws, the Waimea Bay stuff? Are you working to it? Because you really have that in your plethora.
I know. You know, it's like if I put myself out there, I'll go for it. But I haven't really surfed Jaws that much, a little bit. And in my opinion, I really love that the girls are charging, but I really have noticed in the big wave events, I think they should really be picky with conditions and wait for good conditions that are gonna let the girls shine and thrive. They've
Instead of a
had some
sideshow.
really throaty, like crazy winds, like nobody even really getting like a great ride, even though they all have the skill set. But
Understood.
I think like with big wave surfing, it's so humbling. And sometimes I go surf some big waves at home, and it's like 3 hours I get 2 waves, you know?
Yeah, but
So-
natural Kauai girl.
Oh, someone.
Whoa. So we seen a ride from Cody Young earlier, and Backdoor is starting to throat. That was Joey Johnson taking that one as he's looking to cruise on in.
But yeah, I think it's amazing that women are out there charging and just sending it. But I think there's a time and place, and like kind of to be able to say no when you shouldn't be out there is really
Right.
important too. But that being said, sometimes you have the opportunity and you just gotta try.
You got it. That's great. Also, I was wondering, you know, as you're surfing pipeline and stuff, I was along from the females, I was wondering who you looked at as a pipe surfer that you kind of like took a lot of technique from out here.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's obvious lately Moana has been charging, and I just love how she approaches the wave. She's like looking to take off in that sweet spot to get in there. So that's been really fun to watch her and see her getting some nugs. And I think she's only just getting started too. She's gonna like grow her skill set and confidence out there and like start charging even harder. But yeah, over the years, and Carissa, I think she surfs great. She's been getting some great
Big
ones
time.
at Backdoor, and a lot of the World Tour girls, they all have the skill set. I think it's just putting this wave, you have to put the time out, and I think, you know, I definitely have a mental block with the crowd. It's hard to want to like put the time in
Yeah.
when you go out and catch maybe one in a few hours, and so I get it. I get the like hindrance, but if you want it, you'll go for it, you know?
Gotcha. And you coming from the beautiful island of Kauai, has surfing got as busy as Oahu? I know it's always a different island, but has the COVID pandemic created new surfers all over the map?
Yeah, I definitely have felt the influx of people moving out and just wanting to be in nature, and I don't blame them. I mean, who wants
Yep.
to be stuck inside? And I think the ocean is the ultimate place to spend your time if you're living in fear of different things, but need to still get like, you know, your body moving and
Exactly.
be in nature. It's such a healthy environment. But yeah, I've definitely felt the influx of people, and I definitely love being home because it's kind of the place where I can just be me, and I don't have a lot of people like wanting to talk to me all the
You got it.
time. And I'm pretty like private by nature,
Yes.
and like to, I don't know, I'm not like a social butterfly, but my life has just kind of been that. So on one hand, I love that aspect because I like being able to just encourage people through their journey and know that they can overcome hard stuff. But I also love just being home and cruising with my fam and surfing and
I love
keeping
that.
it simple.
Right on. We have waves approaching. Currently, Koa Rothman, Reef McIntosh, Cody Young, and Joey Johnson. I know Joey Johnson pulled into a big back door as we were talking and didn't quite come out, but he went just to get scoring capability because you never know. And thank you to all our sponsors: Keiki Bungalows, Dahui Wax, Adam Corporation, Sinaloa, Aloha Salads, Body Armor, Kona Brewing, Monster Energy, Defend Hawaii, Oahu Golf Apparel. Thank you so much. Himiku, Organic, Kainui Kitchen, and Waves out the back, Bethany.
Oh, come
Who
on.
was that?
That might have been Koa, I think.
Koa Rothman, always setting some high standards on Team Quiksilver. Kid's a pipe specialist. and he's been working on his game. As you see Cody Young taking a peek at this absolutely scoring of a wave, kind of, Bethany.
Yeah, that one kind of like was one of those ones that rolled in a bit more, so I think he would have had to really hustle.
So who's shaping for you nowadays?
I'm actually surfing for RS, and my shaper is Maury, and I kind of made the switch about a year ago, and I've been super stoked. I love that Maury's kind of like, he's really giving me the attention I kind of needed to figure out boards, so yeah, it's been awesome.
Right on, because as a professional wahine, equipment is a big key piece. If you don't have equipment to play with, especially when you're going to be playing at Pipeline as a professional surfer, it's no joke, isn't it?
We're definitely got to figure out my quiver, though, because I wasn't ready for this event. So I was texting them a bunch and just, okay, let's get this going. But yeah, it's been interesting because I was on CI for 10 years, and I'm so grateful for their support over the years. But I think also it might have been a bit of just like needing something different. You read the same boards for so long that just something to stimulate you mentally, just feels different, rides different, and kind of sparked a fresh energy in me.
I like
and
that.
I kind of saw a lot of guys doing it, and I got a few really great boards that were just magic, and I was like, I gotta do it. I gotta make the switch.
Good stuff. 3 minutes remaining in Team Quiksilver. And I am joined by Bethany Hamilton. She surfed the last 3 rounds for this new age of WSL Wahine surfing in the Backdoor Shootout against the men. Bethany, I'm stoked to have you here, and I'm not sure if you guys are surfing another round today. We might be looking at Thursday, but very exciting as you see big wave 3-time world champion Billy Kemper and Pipeline backdoor specialist. They came up in the 3rd heat this morning, the Hui Wax. The ocean was changing, and they didn't quite get as much pipe waves as they want, but in the Hui Backdoor Shootout, you guys get to surf 4 to 6 times with 4 people, or in Bethany's case, 3 wahine, and you.
Yeah, I feel like actually this format would be really cool for big wave surfing, like kind of, send the heats out and let them surf 2 to 4 times. And then that's like the format, and maybe they have one final or something, and maybe accumulate scores along the way. That would be really
I like that.
Cool.
That's why you're on, for the people listening.
Dahui is leading the way. I think that would be so insane for big waves, because it just takes time out there when it's big and throaty, and you're just trying to, get a bomb.
Was there a little bit of nerves when you showed up through the fence last minute when you heard, what, 55 minutes on Thursday?
Yeah, that was sick. I liked that. 55-minute heat at Pipe. What a dream.
How nuts is that? Like, say you're out there, right, and you're on a team, but you don't really want to take this massive wave. 55 minutes puts you in the doldrum of you have to go.
Yeah, exactly. I know. I turned around kind of last minute on a big one on Thursday and just kind of got smoked. I was like, okay, well, I got the butterflies out.
You made us cringe. And then you come out the back. I mean, I would probably be tombstoning 50 yards from that point. No, right back on your board. Boom, right out the back.
I feel like I'm a little crazy because I was just laughing on the back of the ski after that.
Your brother Noah told me you crazy.
Yeah, both my brothers charged. My parents charged. My dad surfed pipe in the 70s, and he got a few bombs. So, yeah. Well, that was fun. Thanks, y'all, for having me.
Thanks for being here. And that ends Quiksilver. And thank you for joining us at the Backdoor Shootout. We'll be coming back after Cody Young just came out of one and threw some backside Rios. And we'll be moving on to the next heat. Thanks for joining us. Thank you, Bethany Hamilton. Appreciate all your knowledge. And I can't wait to see you coming up in the next heats. All right, guys.
You. Aloha.
Aloha.
Cool, that was fun. Thanks, guys.
Okay, let's do the recap really quick. Joey Johnson coming out, doing a nice backside wrap, throws his tail out, but the work was done from the outside. As Joey goes again, nice technique, definitely packed on some barrels for Team Quick. Ooh, Reef McIntosh up and riding, dragging his butt, his knee, and his hand in the wave to slow the big guy down. Awesome performance as Team Quick is surfing their third time surf. Cody Young deep in this pipe cone as he comes out with style and kicks out, putting it on the board. Team Quiksilver. Oh, here we go. Koa Rothman driving, threading the needle through this foamy one, doesn't quite make it out. And here we go. Cody Young. Thank you guys, and we'll be right back with more Shootout. Mahalo.
Oh, look at that shot. Beautiful North Shore coastline in view from the drone. Rocky Cannon, Isaiah Walker bringing you this final heat of round 3, the Hui Backdoor Shootout, all in memory and in the legacy of Duke Po'a Kahanamoku. Isaiah, man, we've been dropping some big scores. There's some great waves ridden. Teams are definitely adding to their totals.
Yeah, we've seen great waves this morning, and now it seems, as you predicted, Rocky, but 10, 11 o'clock just gets better and better. That sun came out and just really cleaned up the lineup. We have some sick waves here.
That is
This
Guy
Guy.
Sato.
Pulls into a barrel, comes out.
Oh,
So
excuse me. Sorry. Taichi Wakita.
Taichi.
I'm kind of eavesdropping on Kainoa on the beach mic because
Right.
he's got the the Hui Japan spotter up there with him too. So
Right, son of Takayuki Wakita.
That's correct.
They named that bowl after. Oh,
Yeah.
here we go. Backdoor.
Oh, that is Daiki Matsunaga. And forgive me for saying, but the first part of his name was
another
looking
one.
like his
Flurry of waves.
fate.
Oh, my goodness.
I think that was Ryaru.
Kainoa McGee was
Ryaru
mentioning
Ito.
earlier how he just talked about how the Japanese surfers out here just charge it. And maybe that's how we got the name Banzai.
I was just alluding to that, or going to mention that. It's so interesting. You know, we talked about our lineage or linkage and association with the Peruvian team. This Japanese team has a part in naming this break over the years, and it's been known as the Banzai Pipeline for generations.
Right. I don't know exactly where the origins of how it became known as Banzai Pipeline, but we can make some assumptions or some guesses, right?
Mhm.
So Banzai is a kind of a celebration charge of sorts. I've seen at the weddings, maybe the drunk Japanese uncle, Banzai!
Yeah, yeah.
But
yeah, kind of like almost that go for broke, charge 'em. So
Right. Go for
Banzai
broke.
Pipeline. Yeah, some Japanese language involved here. And these Japanese surfers, bruh, they charge. Look
There
at
we go.
Taichi Wakita. Just super deep, pumping down the line and nearly threaded through that one. That would have been double-digit score had he come out.
Right.
Daiki Matsunaga, that's his pipe wave. Look at this angle, just staring into the beast. Disappears even from that in-looking angle, so you know he was pretty deep. And let's see, Team Japan scores through the 2 rounds. Daiki so far is counting a 3.0, so I think he'll replace that and possibly even work on replacing that 5.5. But he's got a 9.
Our team, the Hui Japan, has got 95 points, which is pretty good in relation to a lot of the other teams.
Yep.
So
And
let's
this-
say that's in 3rd place.
Yep, just to reiterate and confirm that this is only
From
through the 2 rounds.
The 2 rounds. So we'll
but
update you as we get them.
We've got a lot of important numbers
Yeah.
from earlier in this round, and we're going to keep going, bro. The
Yep.
waves are producing. Competitors are psyched and frothing. We'll have
Conditions are
2 rounds.
fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah.
2 rounds today. Awesome. So those of you who are unaware of the format or just joining us, the way that this event runs is we have these team divisions. So there's a total of 8 teams. And they each get, today they're getting 30 minutes, right?
Correct.
Okay. On day 1, each team had 55 minutes. Those were bigger, more challenging conditions, gave our competitors more time, more opportunity. But because conditions are a little more favorable, 30 minutes will suffice for today. But they will eventually get an hour each because they'll surf twice.
Right. And a lot of it has to do with wave consistency. And, you know, that day 1, we saw huge waves, a little bit bigger than today, but some lulls in between. And giving the competitors their full hour was the right call for those kinds of conditions. But today, I feel like, man, there's just wave after wave, even the ones that are a little too far in, or some of our competitors that are kind of sneaking to the inside. As you see, Micah Moniz, part of that
Moniz Ohana.
Super cool surfing ohana, the Moniz family.
You know, the more that I think about it, the more that we talk about it, the more we're here at the event, I realize, like, surfing ohana are pretty common.
Yeah.
I mean, just whether it's siblings or even, I mean, we have the team Florence, we have the whole family, we have the Rothmans, we have so many, like, families that you just see, like, surfing is
it's a family sport.
Genetic, too, maybe, But, I mean, for sure, it's a family sport. Families that surf together stay together, I guess.
Absolutely, as long as you know, drop in on me.
Wholesome activity.
No drop in on your sister.
But I don't know, I would say the Moniz family, as far as like a nuclear family, meaning mom, dad, immediate children, gotta be one of the top as far as like successes. Because you have a sister who was world champ.
Right. You
have a dad who was, you know, on the tour and, I mean, accolades within surfing, big wave surfing, small wave surfing for many years. And you have all these brothers on the tour, doing well, winning events, Pipeline and elsewhere. So
and even, you know, helping to teach and educate visitors to Hawaii with what they do in Waikiki. So you're right. Super well-rounded surfing family, and always a pleasure to see them out and about on the North Shore. Don't forget Auntie Tammy. She can shred with the best of them.
I mean, we also, looking at Taichi Wakita in this heat. You're talking about his dad, but he also has a sister, Sarah, who does really well, surfs at the WSL.
Yeah, she did really well at the Haleiwa Challenger event earlier this winter season in November. So look for her to be bussing onto that women's surf scene too. And they actually live right next door to my mom's house on Evia, in a house they rent from Joel Tudor. So some surfing.
Well, you're steeped in the real estate here around here, so know some of those owners and so forth. But you know, earlier when Kainoa McGee was in here, he had all these questions about, you know, January 17th, which is the end of this week. And I don't know, maybe I don't know if he wants me to wait for him, because he has notes he was taking. Look how hard the brother write. You can see the imprint from his paper.
I kid you not. He was up there. He came for relieve me from the beach mic, but I was letting him eat his lunch first. He broke 2 forks as he was eating. So I believe the imprint on this
can read his notes. And this is the page that was behind the page he was writing.
That was 4 pages deep.
So maybe we'll get back to the bayonet constitution and that story of the Queen.
That would be epic. We do have
well, I was going to say
time to talk.
We were talking about, since there's Japan in the water.
Okay.
A few days ago, I was talking about the relationship between Japan and Hawaii historically, right? So we saw Kalakaua, who was hoping to arrange some marriages between his niece and his nephew. It didn't come to fruition, but Prince Kuhio, who was an avid surfer, went to Japan because his uncle sent him there, and spent some time, a year in fact, in Japan. And so Hawaii and Japan do have this overlapping history together. But we was talking about bonsai, and then you said something, a term, go for broke. I want to focus a little bit on that one. I don't know if you know a little bit about the history of that one, but go for broke is a pidgin term that becomes popular during World War II.
Correct.
But it wasn't the Japanese that bombed Pearl Harbor that made go for broke popular. It was the local Japanese who lived in Hawaii who, I don't know if you're aware, but during World War II, a lot of Japanese Americans were interned. And in Hawaii, it was a little different. We did have one camp in Hawaii, but there were so many local Japanese that have been here for so long, and fortunately, you know, most of our Japanese in
their
Hawaii,
allegiance wasn't in question.
Right. So what happened was you had these Hawaii Japanese folks who signed up for what's called the 442nd.
Right.
And these Japanese, Hawaii, and some of them from the U.S. Here we go. Rider up.
Daiki Matsunaga.
To prove their allegiance to Hawaii and the United States also, they signed up for the U.S. military and went to fight in World War II in Europe. Now that term "go for broke" is the slogan of this 442nd. Sorry, here we go. A little replay here where he tries to pull in but ends up jumping off or slipping off.
Just, quite a bit deep on that one. I think he saw the writing on the wall, so to speak, that it was going to be tough to make it through. And rather than force it and try to make it, jumping off right there gets you in, that better position to paddle back out to get another wave. As
you can see us over
us
here
on the deck, the Volcom house, the original Volcom house. And then we bring you in even closer. Gotta say mahalo to Oahu Golf Apparel and Defend Hawaii for clothing us throughout the Hui Backdoor Shootout in memory of Tukanamoku. And, I dabble a little bit in the golf, and since we got a nice golf sponsor with shirts, you gotta wonder how terrible of a golfer the guy, I don't know his first name, but his last name's Mulligan. He must be so bad at golf to have that named after him. It would be like, like my last name being like Eat It. Rocky Eat It. Or Isaiah Wipeout. Like, wow, bruh.
Bummer.
That is, oh well. But
so
on to surfing and history.
So the "Go for Broke" slogan is a Pidgin term. Now, Pidgin is an authentic language. It's I have a friend, actually, she works at BYU Hawaii with me. She's a linguist named Eve Kohler, and I was so happy she gave this presentation, and she mentioned that Pidgin, even though many of us were raised to think that it was like a dumb version of English and that you shouldn't speak it, she says it's actually Creole English, and linguists see it as its own authentic language, and they value it because it has its own vernacular, it has its own words, and it's a combination of different things. So anyway, "Go for broke" maybe isn't proper English, but it's Pidgin, which is still an authentic language. So these guys went into Europe, these 442nd, and they were some of the most decorated soldiers in these battles. Most notable among them is Daniel K. Inouye.
That's correct.
Became a senior senator. Today, our international airport is named after Daniel K. Inouye. He lost his arm in World War II as part of that 442nd. When these guys came back home to Hawaii, they had to basically adjust to a couple of things. First of all, some prejudices that still existed in America, and they had a major impact on Hawaii's politics, especially guys like Daniel K. Inouye as they got elected. Here we go.
Daiki Matsunaga. And beautiful rainbow coming off the ehukai of that wave. Rainbow, Anui Nui. But what a great view that was from the drone, looking down, seeing the rainbow, watching Daiki Matsunaga disappear into that barrel, reappear on the other side. It's almost like he went like through another dimension, through the rainbow.
Through the rainbow. Look at that. Stalls, dragging two hands, coming out high.
Needed that high line exit. Good work.
So anyway, we're talking about this because we have Team Dahui Japan that's
very
out on the water,
appropriate.
and some historical connections between Hawaii and Japan. And so during World War II, the 442nd was highly decorated. Now, most of those guys were descended from generations of Japanese who came to Hawaii in years earlier for the plantation. So Hawaii has this lengthy history of sugar as its main export. In fact, some people don't realize this maybe, but one of the more popular brands of sugar is called C&H.
California and Hawaii, right? Yeah.
Correct. So sugar has been a big part of our, history. I grew up in Hilo on the Big Island, and when I was a kid, the sugar industry was still around, on its way out. But that smell of burning sugar cane is just imprinted in my mind.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's like infused in your nostrils, in your nasal cavity. Because growing up in Haleiwa, of course, Wailua being right there was the black snow. On the day they was the days they was burning them. And going Haleiwa Elementary School, my class was right by the sugarcane road, and the big tire sugar trucks come by, and she'd have to stop reading till the truck can drive by because too loud. But some good memories of just the good old days. But
those were some big trucks.
That Wailua sugar mill now has been converted into a kind of cool, like, mini country industrial zone where you got a lot of cool boards being made.
A lot of shapers there.
Some nice,
trinkets,
local products. The soap factory is pretty cool.
Soap factory.
A
lot of shapers,
for
a lot of
getting
the big
useful
shapers
products.
down
But yeah, there's tons of shapers that use that area, and glad to see that it's not totally wasted and still being productive for surfing. We always like that.
Yeah, on our side of the island, there you're looking towards
right
in the
there,
direction,
the drone shot.
Rocky Stomping Grounds.
Oh, what a beautiful shot, looking into that kind of misty Waianae mountain range.
Now talk a little Ahupua'a, and also the as we're looking at this area here, to the left of the screen, bottom lower left, is Waimea Bay. And Waimea Bay is a marker of 2 moku, or districts. So in Old Hawaii, you have these districts. We talked about Ahupua'a, but within that, if you go to a larger land division, you have moku, which is a larger district. So Waialua is one of those districts that stretches
very
from
large
that side of Waimea Bay, and everything on the north side. Here we go. This looks like Wakita.
He was up ever so briefly, but
there we go. There's that shot
Waimea
again.
Bay. Beautiful. And thank you, Salt and Air Studios.
Thank you, Salt and Air. And so you can see everything in the background there is stretching toward Waialua.
At the top of your screen
right.
here.
And so Waialua isn't an Ahupua'a, it's a moku. And everything on this side towards us to the north is Ko'olauloa.
Your bottom
and
of the screen.
Ko'olauloa stretches from Waimea to Kualoa.
That's why no more that much little brown signs over here, maybe. I don't know. The markers of the Ahupua'a. I guess you only get to, like...
Nah, that's because they ran out of money.
Okay. Send more supplies. We need more signs. No, get Kaunala, get Waile'e.
Yeah.
But, yeah, Wailua, as we watch.
Look at this. This is
Taichi Wakita.
Taichi, just getting out of the way from that wave.
Yeah. But
so there we go. We're looking now toward the other way. This
Ko'olauloa.
is Ko'olauloa. Ko'olauloa stretches. It's beautiful. I mean, I live on the Ko'olauloa area, and from Waimea all the way over to Kualoa Ranch. Now, from Kualoa Ranch down to like Makapu'u area is Ko'olau. So,
but within those mokus are the Ahupua'a also, too.
Yeah. So you have Moku and Mokupuni. So Mokupuni is the entire island of Oahu.
Yeah.
And then with that, you have different districts.
The larger ones that are the Moku.
Yep. And then within that Moku, you have Ahupua'a, or smaller villages in there. Waimea Bay, though, is always been a place of a lot of mana, even, in ancient Hawaii, culturally speaking. And it's the marker, between the 2 districts. And you also, oftentimes these districts would be marked with a heiau. So if you go up there or on the top of Pupukea behind Foodland, go up there, they have that heiau up there. And pretty cool how that one is pretty preserved, and the state has done a good job of taking care of it, and you can go check it out. So a lot of history in our landscape.
There you see the coastline that we're enjoying right now, with that pretty fierce current pulling up the coast, and our heat sheets up on the board, the little scenes from around the contest area. Everybody involved has either We'll watch this real quick, though.
Looks like Tai Chi again,
That's
stalling
Tai Chi.
in the barrel. Oh, back inside, on a hole.
Almost the 2-for-1 special.
Yeah. Tai Chi Wakita getting a twofer, almost getting out of the second one, but we count the first one.
Yep. And, you know, the backdoor shootout scoring system, the scoring doesn't stop just because you didn't make it out. You get credit for your travel time and credit for time served, if you will, in the barrel and coming out.
Yeah.
But good wave. Tai Chi right here. Check it out.
Woo. Takes that steep angle, slows down, two-hand drag. We're seeing a lot of the goofy boarders putting two hands in the water today.
You know, Ryaru has that reddish hair.
Right. That is Tai Chi. Yeah, Ryaru, they look similar.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're giving proper props. Okay, there's Ryaru out there with the noticeably
Ehu
looking hair.
That's maybe some
Daiki Matsunaga is easy to spot.
Some
with
hair
the yellow
color from a box, maybe.
Huh?
Maybe some hair coloring from a box or something.
Yeah. Never look natural. But I don't know. I don't know what kind, lineages he get. He might have, something along the way.
I want to correct myself. Earlier I was talking about Ko'olau Loa, and then the Kaneohe area is actually Ko'olau Poko.
Ko'olau Poko, that's right. Yep.
And there's Kona, Eva, Waianae. Those are the others. Kona is like
of
the
Mokus,
southern shore of the, Eva, Waianae.
Yeah, we always forget that there's a Kona on Oahu.
Almost all islands have a Kona. Yeah. Traditionally, and that's just that southwest corner of the island. So sugarcane brought a lot of folks from Japan to Hawaii, working in the sugarcane. A lot of them came also from Okinawa, and then it was more common for folks that were from the countrysides of Japan to come to work in the plantations. We also had some Portuguese who came.
Right.
The plantations. A lot of them, likewise, were from some of the outskirts.
Weren't they mostly the middle managers?
Right.
Historically.
Yeah. So
I believe that's why there are so many Portuguese jokes or Portuguese jokes that kind of put the Portuguese on the butt end of a lot of jokes.
That is correct, Rocky. Yeah, so in the sugarcane plantation times, we had first was a Chinese. So in the early plantations, brought plenty of people from China, and then the plantation owners saw that as a potential threat, because if they got together and had a strike, hang on a second here, got a barrel ride. Guy.
I believe that was Guy Sato.
So they started to bring in other ethnic groups to, in some ways, offset each other, so they, could control the workforce essentially.
Right.
Eventually, that backfires, and this is the beauty of Hawaii. These guys all figured out how to work together, and was able to work together on that.
Yeah, and part of that was having to develop a form of communication that you kind of pull different parts from each language, stir it up with some Hawaiian and English, and you got Pidgin.
Pidgin comes out. Oh, look at this one.
Oh, Daiki having a look. There's some big sets right now. Hard to kind of understand the magnitude of these waves from that drone shot, although it is an epic angle. There is a phrase for the ages, the proving grounds. That's
proving
right
grounds,
up above us right here.
So our team, the Hui Japan, did an excellent job. It's a lot of good waves in that heat. Ridden.
And we're going to start Team Snapped 4's round 4. But we're going to check out some Team Dahui Japan highlights from this round 3. And I think there was some decent scores, some improving of scores anyway.
Yep.
Taichi Wakita was definitely charging. He stayed busy. He caught probably the most waves of his heat. Or that was Ryaru Ito, quite possibly. But we know for sure that's Daiki Matsunaga right there. The white helmet, yellow wetsuit on the back right there, just shredding. Look at his angle.
Yeah, he seemed to get the best waves of this heat, got really deep. One of his best waves, actually, of the event. So that's going to be a keeper score. Wearing that Spartan helmet, getting deep in some barrels today. It's a different wave, slowing down, double hand drag. Daiki definitely had the good waves in that heat.
That was well done. And then
that is Taichi.
Hey, we'll be right back. We're going to get into round 4, snapped 4. Coming right back at the Backdoor Shootout. Aloha. Welcome back to the Hui Backdoor Shootout. We're into round 4. And it is Team Snapped 4.
Team Snapped 4.
Getting it
round
going
4.
For round 4. Thank you for joining us, guys, on Surfline.com, on Dahui.com. And mahalo to Salt and Air Studios putting on this great show for you folks watching from wherever you might be tuning in. We welcome you to the Bonsai Pipeline, to the Volcom House, and to one of the most amazing surf breaks in the world. I'm Rocky Cannon. This is Ezra Rodriguez. We are bringing you the live action for round number 4, heat number 1. And his team snapped for Mason Ho, Baron Mamiya, Benji Brandt. And who am I missing here? It is Parker Coffin.
So this morning, once we started off the Hui Backdoor Shootout at 8:30 sharp, Team Snap took the water, and amazing, commanding pipe waves they've had, and a lot of their athletes came spitting out like Baron Mamiya, the cannonball from the top of the A-frame at pipe. Amazing.
Yeah, Mason had some pretty entertaining acrobatic barrels as well. Parker Coffin was able to slide into a few. He bumped up his scoring, so he's getting back in the mix. And Baron Mamiya had some great ones too. Benji Brandt. He also got busy in round 3 and continues into round 4. The momentum is being
Benji
transferred.
Brandt. Yes, Team Snap, no joke. This is their first surf in the Hui Backdoor Shootout. And they started things off this morning, and Benji Brandt packed some barrels along with Thursday and Friday Rock. We got to see him perform as well. In this heat so far, you've already got a few rides from Mason, a ride from Mason, and two rides from Benji Brandt. We'll see the replay here of Mason's wave, Rock.
Oh, yeah, just got his kind of
Deep
outer,
switcheroo.
his knee got stuck in the wave, or his he
Wow.
was trying to stall and didn't really have the edge set. As that steep one right there from Benji Brandt, just
Benji
a
Brandt.
beauty.
Watch his segment in Snapped 4. Film is absolutely amazing. These guys made a team this year, and they are on the scoreboard. Kind of high up there, Rock. They're one of the top 3 teams for sure right now after surfing their last 3 rounds. And this is their 4th surf. Here in the Hui Backdoor Shootout, you don't just surf 4 times, maybe 6 times.
It's potential because we have still another day to hold surfing competition. I believe we have 4 days total, so this is day number 3, and we've got potential for 2 more rounds. And another day, there's Baron Mamiya in a frothy one, and he survives on that little butter knife that he's riding.
Big time butter knife, right? These guys, his generation, are definitely riding smaller boards, dropping from the top of the waves just like acid drop into that pipe foaming, into that back door where it got a little foamy, but he did exit. Looks like he's paddling for this inside already. Hanaho, Baron, Hanaho.
He's going to take this one back around.
Yeah. Good call. Baron is very frothy. It's going to be a busy heat. Pipe is offering.
Yeah, Water Patrol going to pick him up. Mahalo to the Hawaiian Water Patrol as we watch Baron Mamiya's replay. Beautiful job setting that rail and then kind of holding that line even through that rough, difficult, frothy, foamy section. So somehow able to keep his line and make it through. And now he is getting the Hawaiian Water Patrol Backdoor Shootout Taxi Service.
That is a blessing.
Extraordinaire.
Save your arms so we get just more Baron Mamiya. No burned out arms, because I don't care what caliber of surfing, these guys, they may not show it, but this is very hard work. I mean, you know.
They make it look so easy.
I know.
Like
when you're
too easy.
injured or fatigued, it doesn't look like they are. But, you know, time in the water. They've been playing over here at Pipeline for some time. And here we go. Benji Brandt on his backside, Rock. Not coming out of this back door, unfortunately.
Oh, that was unbelievable effort, though. Man.
And great right back on his board. He's going to paddle out there, but he's going to tend to go into this inside to get the jet ski assist. Like earlier, we had to beach marshaling, we had to make sure that the surfers didn't try to paddle out to pipe from where you guys usually paddle out rock. Wow.
Yeah, wow.
He almost came out of that thing.
Oh. Yeah, there's a lot of exposed rocks on the shoreline
Yes.
right now. It's pretty hard to navigate that far inside section without potentially damaging your board or scraping a knee or a hand. Mason Ho going to give a couple of hands to paddle for that one, but not opting for it.
Definitely taking a look. Mason Ho, he's going to put on a show here. Earlier this morning, I seen his switch grab. Absolutely amazing to lay back. And then he got spit out right at the end and took the high line. I mean, that's all split-second decision. There's the Volcom House boardroom.
Mm-hmm.
Abundance of surfboards and
Quite
equipment.
the quiver.
Yeah. That's not even close what you can see under the house.
That's just one area.
These guys
There's
don't fool
boards
around.
everywhere.
We're sitting at the proving grounds. Volcom, man, thanks for having us. Also the Chandler family over there, Bretta Moku and Coral. Unreal.
Yeah, so great.
I think their boys just flew up to Kauai to charge a swell, and super cool. We had Bethany Hamilton on, and a lot of good things happening today.
Yeah, that was an amazing women's heat to watch. And just so you guys know, I know we've told you, but we've got 3 very credible, amazing judges up in the tower.
Oh.
Barton Lynch,
Yep.
world champion. Flynn Novak, Pipe Posse, ultimate professional here at Pipeline.
Seriously.
Dingo, world tour competitor, and had amazing runs here at Pipe during the Pipe Masters and in these backdoor shootouts.
Yeah.
So those are our judges. And Barton Lynch looked over to me and he said, "Hey, Rock, absolutely the best women's heat I've ever seen."
That was
The one
history.
today. That
I
was
mean, we
so
talked
crazy.
about it from Thursday,
Mhm.
but today, Bethany standing up so Jerry Lopez-esque in a pipe bomb.
Oh, man, that thing was so beastly. And Moana Wong
Yes.
just doing her thing. Keala was charging. Bianca Valenti had some amazing, huge drops and a nice little barrel on the tail end of that heat. So all 4 girls coming on strong. And
Amazing.
here's Mason Ho grabbing the rail nice and strong, stalling, posing a little
Ho
kinda
legacy.
elevator drop in there, and then
Oh.
smacks it off the top, holds the pose.
Always holds the
Signature
pose.
style.
He is so steezed out. This guy is straight entertaining. He's been frothing since this morning.
Right
Mason
on it,
Ho.
Hawaiian Water Patrol.
How big of a board do you think he's riding, Rob?
Oh, I don't
Little
know, but
slight
he just-
slip. Mason is extra frothy.
Oh, look at this shot from the drone,
Wow.
looking down on top of brother Benji Brand. And on the
Benji
outside, no ride.
Benji Brand emulating his segment inside Snapped 4. Absolutely beautiful blue pipeline in his segment. And this guy in his career has put something top on his list, and that's to surf pipeline. Benji Brand.
Yeah, and he's a pretty fierce competitor too. He's pretty mellow as a general personality, but you put him in a heat or any type of competitive atmosphere, and he just kicks into another gear.
That's everybody when the horn blows has something different to them. But these guys definitely left their nerves at the door. They are surfing perfect 10 to 12 foot. What, plus maybe, Rock?
Yeah, there's some bigger ones on occasion, and when you're seeing them feather and almost start to break, and earlier we saw some competitors just getting mowed by
I've
those
seen
second
that.
reef bombs. So there are some pluses above the 12 feet Hawaiian size every now and again.
Wow, Kainoa McGee's getting extra excited out the back. Boom. Baron Mamiya threading the needle like he does. Absolutely amazing. That's going to factor into a great score. Wow, that's a roll-in, Rock. Benji Brand fades it. just to get
Oh.
under that lip as he just
Yikes.
gets guillotined in the face last minute there, Rock. Wow, we got a bunch of these are second reefers just rolling and mowing over. And it was funny because Team Florence, those guys love to cliff hang. Eli Olson, Ivan, Nathan, John, and they've gotten run over by some second reefers this morning. Most definitely, maybe 3 times in a row, but no problem. Right back out to the lineup and back into the tube. DefendHawaii.com. Go check out our shirts. I know a lot of you guys are asking.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, brah. And, hey, these shirts are amazing. Logo placement's fierce. I absolutely love mine. And, hey, let's not mistake aloha for weakness, gang. That's one of the slogans on the back.
That is.
Backdoor Shootout. Hui o he'e nalu.
Check
Mason
out
Ho.
Mason Ho grabbing that
Textbook.
rail. And, for him to be able to hold on through that little rough patch, almost like he hit a speed bump.
So strong, his 3-prong right in there. Boom.
Yeah, watch it. That little hitch right there. Like, man, just to be able to endure that and
Benji Brand
make
right
that
up
all the
into
way to
this
the end.
replay. This is absolutely gorgeous. Can you imagine those photographers, what they're getting?
Just barrel after barrel. Baron, Mr. Barrel Mamiya. Oh, I think he should change his name to Barrel.
Huh?
I think he should
Yeah.
change his name to Barrel.
Huh? Well, the guy just acid drops like a bomb. It's just all these surfers in the Dahui Backdoor Shootout, they're in here because they're iconic. Each one of them are different. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You could tell, though, you saw Baron kick out with their little hand jive that Mason's little entertainment style is seeping out to his
I
teammates.
love it, too. I see so much Ho in that. I see his Uncle Derek. I see his dad. It's absolutely amazing. I mean, he's a student of the surf, and he's absolutely raising the bar all the time. If he's not surfing over shallow reefs with Sheldon Pashon, he's out here at Pipeline. Absolutely showing off and innovating this sport for the whole legacy. This guy is a showman.
Well, I think they got to maybe get their fellow teammate Parker Coffin in the mix, because when you talk about the team concept of this, the Hui Backdoor Shootout, and the way you end up at the top with your team in first place is having all of your participants or your teammates, contribute with good scores. And Parker had, a couple of difficult first couple of rounds, with his scores, but he built on that for round
Big
3,
time.
and I'd like to see him in round 4 kick it up even another notch and try
Yes.
to keep up
Benji
with Benji,
Brand,
Barron,
textbook in and out.
Mason.
Hey, Rock, I believe on Thursday he did pack a significant barrel. Parker Coffin, Thursday. He did get a nice one, but he is definitely hunting, and there's waves out the back.
Yeah, so consistent, this swell. Wave after wave, as you see.
There he is.
Cohort, colleague, partner in crime,
Oh, he
Kaino
looked real
McGee.
sharp in his Dahui shades there, huh?
Hey, bro, I was going to say, he's schmucking giving your dad, Uncle Sam, hot rubs with the Hawaiian Santa Claus action going on.
I noticed, Rock. You ain't got no white hairs coming in. But me and Kaino, we got some going on.
No, I no worry, I get. Yeah. My daughters always remind me.
Oh, yes.
Dad, you have white hair. I know.
Wow, we got some more
Not
action
for
out
it.
the back, as you can see from our drone footage, Rock. There is Stackers, and Pipeline is going to come in heavy on this set.
Yeah, Team Snap 4 in the water for round 4, 30-minute heats once again. Kind of deja vuing it, doing it all over again. Hana Ho for this round 4, same team order. Beautiful rainbows coming off of that Ehukai and just making it picturesque.
Wow, you can feel this swell on the Volcom balcony. It's starting to rumble as this thing just collapses on the inside. Water photographers, please be alert. I know I had to call them into the channel a couple times on the beach mic because it's heavy on the inside there, Rock.
Yeah, there's some real turbulence right in that zone between that, that gum sandbar and that end of pipe. And sometimes it just comes together and unloads. Here we go, unloading, unleashing. Parker Coffin getting in, the barrel coming out.
Nice pipe wave for Parker Coffin.
Parking it.
Definitely parking it, and the ocean is not letting up. There is more peaks out the back, as you can see on your screen. Surfers are taking their position.
I don't know when I've seen it this consistent for like any surf contest. It's just, like you said, wave after wave, no time to kind of sit and cruise, really, not the long lulls that we saw on day number 1 and even into day number 2. It is just firing consistency today.
Wow,
with
that's
Benji.
like really relaxed and smooth. Yeah,
I mean, can you make it look any easier?
Arm dropped, no touchy on the pipeline wall. Love it. Didn't even touch it.
Yeah,
slowed it down, disappeared. Benji Brand, amazing job by you, brother.
And here's Parker. We talked about him needing to get into the mix and put up some scores for his team, and he, on cue, performs that beautiful pipe barrel. Good job.
Beautiful
water
pipe
angle.
wave.
Just this kind of stuff just never gets old. You can watch it over and over. Same guy, different guy, just epic view looking in the pipe.
What would have made that just a little bit more epic is if that thing spit out. It's like almost like an unusual one. Perfect barrel, but the thing didn't do its thing enough to give him the
Only had the little light, very thin mist.
Mist.
Not the heaving normal, but it was just as hollow. You wonder how the waves, decide sometimes, I'm not going to spit right now.
Yeah.
I'm just going to keep it hollow so you can get the good picture. I won't hide your face. And,
I know. And then you see little ones that just throw it out to where they could just blow you over there on the other side of Eukai Left.
Full-on fire hose action.
Blow your
Here's
pants
Mason. Scratching. All right, we got the chameleon view pipeline backdoor. Come on. Mason made
out.
it. Barron did not.
That was very exciting, Rob.
But that was an epic split view. When I watch Pipeline live, I've trained my eyes like chameleons. So I can watch Pipeline with my right eye, and I can watch Backdoor with my left eye. No, I'm just kidding. I can't do that. But you almost have to try to train your chameleon eyes to watch both directions. But Salt and Air Studios just literally gave us the chameleon eye view.
I love
Thank
that.
you.
Thank you, boys. You guys are always doing a great job.
That was sick.
Man. I was looking off the balcony, but then I went to the left, and I was just locked on home screen, baby. Salt and Air Studios, bring it to us live. Surfline.com, Mason Ho, Baron Mamiya dropping in. The guy, like always, drops in late. He gets under it. Almost looks like he might come out, but he was way deep on screen.
Well, and that one had that closeout section where he was going to have to force the doggy door, but look at Mace. Just
knee, butt,
so comfortable.
Holder.
And there was one that just regurgitated and blew up.
And he knows from watching all his uncles and stuff like that,
Oh, steal a little praying mantis action. It's always going to squeeze in that style.
Mace.
Still more waves coming. It's like
rock.
Wow.
I mean, you look off this balcony. Look at that. That is
look
like
at the top of your screen right there.
Oh,
that's
like stuff out of the magazines.
Sets marching in. Yeah, straight out of a mag. The kind
Just
of stuff,
lines.
there's so much video content these days, but, when we were growing up, it was like you get your new surf mag, and it was like glued to every page, like just staring at it for minutes upon minutes to
look at these Pacific blue lines. All patinaed. And, we had brackish water Thursday, Friday, and Pipeline starting to gather its color.
Yeah.
Little green.
Up.
The real green, beautiful.
There's Baron Mamiya. Barrel Mamiya at Pipeline. How does he ride those tiny boards?
Shoop.
Oh, be careful. We'll get scoldings from Uncle Kainoa.
The way he turned up his shoulder right on that thing. These guys are just dropping in, waiting last split couple of seconds just to make that initiative pump up, just so they get the most barrel capability they can.
Yeah, it's all about tune time. It's all about, getting covered, disappearing, and obviously to get the big, huge potential scores, got to come out standing.
Baron
you can still
again.
get good big scores for charging. Baron Mamiya from that reverse behind the peak angle.
And he watched his
Lovely.
brother John Florence do that heavy full rotation, and he was going for an ender like that as well.
All right, Benji Brandt. These guys are scoring.
Oh, pipe cone.
You think they're getting bored?
Huh? Oh, my grief.
You think
He's
they're
been
getting
on
bored?
the edge of my
Oh,
seat.
man. This
Drinking
might
True
be
Armor, Monster. I'm like, whew, I'm frothing, Rob.
This might be the highest total of barrels made in the entire event so far for one team.
Yes, exactly. And then, I'll give it up to Team Florence after that on that big day. Those guys just came in.
Right.
Guys were picking and choosing, and then they decided not to pick and choose. They're just going to go down, throw down.
Right.
Amazing.
But, most of our teams we've seen, one guy kind of, pounding it, doing good in the zone, if you will, or maybe two guys kind of exchanging. Parker's got one, but he needs to keep pace with those boys. But the other three guys, I mean, they've got like 3-4 barrels each just in this heat.
I know. I'm like waiting because, our Volcom's Balaram is sitting up there with an 11. And I don't know in any of your heats calling if you guys seen an 11 or 12. I know I would already know that. But out the back, what reef is that, Rock?
That's 17th reef. Here we go. Benji Brandt at first reef.
First
getting
reef.
barreled out of his brain.
But reef 17 is coming in, and it'll be about 1 minute until this thing hits the reef and absolutely turns pipeline on again. Benji Brandt is absolutely on fire in this heat, Rock, and
he's in the zone.
Since Thursday.
These all three guys, Baron, Benji, and Mason, are in this zone that – they're in the perfect spot. They're choosing the right waves, and their performance on the waves is spot on for each individual wave. They're not outrunning anything. They're not getting caught too far behind. They're, doing the appropriate things with what the waves are giving.
I have not even seen this. Now it's coming in, and I haven't seen whitewater break out that wide. Now.
Yeah, it's going to catch everybody. All the photographers should watch out. Water Patrol is already moving out. Backdoor
deep.
Big drop. Came
Hits
around
the
section. And that one's just going to shoulder off. But nice big drop.
Wow, had to throw the slasheroo right there. I love it all in Surfing Rock. I mean, he rode right through. My grief, Mason Ho out the back, aerial chop up on the takeoff as he goes into this big, obese, obtuse inside.
He was thinking about that big closeout right there.
Man, that thing was just growing through the reef, Rock.
I think he likes the board. He's riding too much, and he didn't want to
I love it.
bust it on that big closeout. But right now, Water Patrol is running.
Busy.
It's controlled chaos. They are all over the place, exactly where they need to be. As we watch a replay of Baron's wave. Sorry, we're getting caught looking over the railing, but we got to focus on the screen here and see Baron barrel hunting, but unsuccessful on that one.
Guy was flying on this rock, and I love this slash on the inside. I didn't get barreled, but I'm going to throw this thing.
Dude, that was like a flashback to Brad Gerlach.
Oh, Brad Gerlach. Yeah, you got me there. That's beautiful.
So we're winding down the end of this heat, but what a performance and what great opportunities for these guys. We'll check out the recap in just a few as Kainoa McGee counts down the end of Heat 1 of Round 4 for Team Snapped 4. And
Amazing
coming up
job.
next, I believe it'll be the Peruvian Tubos team, if we just check our lineup here once again. It is the Peruvian Tubos team. We've got their lineup there, but check this out. Mason Ho, just all casual, and then says, oops, I was going to switch stance, and then I was going to dive off the board, and I got pounded. That's the way it started for Mason. This is how it started for Benji Brand.
Benji
immediately off the bat, in the barrel, out with the spit. He did that like 4 or 5 times over. Mr. Barrel Mamiya at
Yes.
backdoor, just threading through a difficult one, but making it look too easy.
Very busy 4th round and 4th serve for Team Snapped as you got Mason Ho, textbook. Look at Mason styling through this tube. Goes over the foam monster, comes out, drags some more, and he's like, I'm just going to do a downward blast floater into the
down
flats.
blast. And Benji Brandt was staying very busy, as you said, Ezra, getting a handful of pipe barrels, even tried a backdoor one.
Yeah, I seen that. Parker Coffin.
Yep.
Parking it in there. He's been real patient, waiting for the right one. Parker Coffin.
And Mace wasn't done yet. He had to get at least another wave.
That was big and wide.
Held strong. That was an unloading of spit.
And Mace again.
He's still not pow. This was when he and Barron split the peak. Barron went backdoor. Mason stuck to the pipeline, and
what a heat for Mason
another
Ho on
rebound
his team
off
serve.
the white water.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really ticking off the box, ticking the boxes there.
Well, this heat's got tons of replays. That's how busy and how much quality there was in this heat. We'll be right back with Heat 2 of Round 4. Stay with us.
Good afternoon, gang. Aloha and welcome back to the Hui Backdoor Shootout. We are currently in round number 4. My name is Ezra Rodriguez, and joined with me is Professor Isaiah Walker. How you, brother? Aloha.
Good, bro. Aloha. Good to see you. Glad we're here again today at the Backdoor Shootout, day 3. But we're doing round 4 because this morning we got through a whole round because the surf is pumping. Firing. Perfect conditions. Light offshore winds. I mean, you couldn't ask for better waves.
Oh, man. The waves are firing. 10 to 12 foot with some pluses, and it is coming in. It hasn't even slowed down. I think the slowest heat was Dahui Wax this morning. Peruvian Tubos was the second round this morning, and they scored and packed some serious barrels, as we're probably going to see some replays. This heat got off to a banger.
Yep, for sure. Try and get to those to you in a minute. Here we go.
Gabriel Villerin up and riding, pumps up into the belly of the beast, gets absolutely nailed into the foam monster.
This one's Alonzo.
Alonzo getting spit out.
Oh my God.
As we have live action.
Holy smokes.
Absolutely huge.
I think that was
Joaquin del Castillo. Absolutely putting on a show. He packed a huge backdoor one this morning and came out. These guys are ready to play. They set the bar on Thursday where we started Isaiah Walker the whole backdoor shootout, and he was one of the guys to paddle out to 15-foot massive pipeline and start off the whole Dahui backdoor shootout. Team Peruvian Tubos.
Roll in here. He's going
up
for it.
and riding. Gabriel Villerin right into a frothy big pipe tube as it runs off into the photographers and the Hawaiian Water Patrol. We are live action. Go watch us live on surfline.com and go check out Defend Hawaii. This thing is going off so hard, you're going to need to get yourself a Backdoor Shootout shirt. And never forget, don't mistake aloha for weakness. Dahui Shootout with Defend Hawaii. Keiki Bungalows, thank you so much. We're here. Kainoa McGee is going off up there, Isaiah.
He's so stoked because the waves are doing this. Now look at this one. This is Joaquin behind the peak in a cavern, clean, open barrel, spit slaps the back of his head.
Isaiah, that is a thing of beauty. How was that water shot by Salt and Air Studios?
Fades.
Mega. Wow.
Was a throaty one.
Scores are changing there, Isaiah. Things are happening. This is the Backdoor Shootout, gang.
I mean, you look how the wave just bowls out right there.
Extra bully, throwing down hard into the flats of the reef as we got Gabriel Villerin pulled up into this belly of the beast and just gets cataracted by the stretched out that wave was.
I thought he got clipped by that section, but then he reappeared.
Yeah.
So he
traveled
a lot further
definitely.
than I thought.
Yeah, Team Dahui Wax got lunch.
I think it's Japan. Team Dahui Japan.
Yeah, and they K-Nui Kitchen came in with all the lunches. Thank you, K-Nui Kitchen.
Mahalo Nui. It was delicious.
Himiko Organics, Konos, Pupakea Grill, just to name a few of our food sponsors. Thank you so much. And earlier, there was 17 wreath. Me and Rocky were joking, but there is definitely feathering out there.
Yeah.
There's Kala Grace, Team Dahui Wax. They had a little bit of a slower heat in the third round, in their third surf, but Kala Grace, look at him. One of the Derek Ho legacies.
Yeah.
His dad's super proud. I haven't seen him yet. Uncle Willie Grace, Waikiki Beach Boy. How's it, Waikiki? Thanks for joining in. All you guys checking us out.
Look at these sets. Just
wow.
Very consistent right now. Hopefully this one is doable. It almost looks like a closeout.
Wow, it almost looks like this one's going to come in straight, Isaiah, and just clip the reef. Possible no rides, but you never know with all these pipe specialists. Peru doesn't mess around, do they?
Nope, and we've seen some amazing barrels already in just the first few minutes of this heat. right, you see the next heat getting ready to paddle out.
Oh, that looks like
I think that was Parker Coffin.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
He was just in that last heat with Team Snap, Parker Coffin.
So beautiful day here, Hawaii. You can see in the background that misty ehu kai. So that ehu is the reddish coloring, and the ehu kai is this misty spray, and so the North Shore is known for that. And of course, it's created by these awesome big waves detonating right here near the shore.
Oh yeah, and we definitely got some good old beach vibes. If you're joining us, welcome, welcome. You are watching Peruvian Tubos, where you have Alonso, Crystal Ball, Joe Quinn, and you had Alvaro, and he was injured this morning. He was supporting Team Peruvian Tubos, and he was calling out the shots with me this morning. I got to interview him on the live mic. Good job, Alvaro. And replacing him is Gabriel Villarin, and he just packed 2 good ones. Didn't come out, but he's on his way too. We have 30-minute heats today.
Yes, we do, which is cool because day one, because the conditions were tricky, we extended it to 55 minutes. But because the conditions are so good today and so many waves available for our competitors, 30 minutes suffice.
Yes. As you could see, Mason Ho's performance in the previous heat, the guy caught like 5 amazing waves, and we got a surfer on the inside here, Isaiah.
Yep, paddling, steep drop, drags the hand, see if he comes out, and he exits.
Wow, what a beautiful wave.
That was Cristobal.
Yes.
Oh, deep in the barrel. See if he comes out. Oh, yeah, that was Alonso.
Alonso, great job. These guys are going back to back to back, setting the bar.
It's like a
getting
Peruvian
their
party
personal
out
scores
there.
and their team scores
Right.
in. Talk a little bit about that, how this contest is designed.
Yep, so we got the team category where each of these teams accrues a total number for their whole team. And we are into the 4th round. So we ran round 1 on day 1, round 2 on day 2. But today, because the surf is so good, we got 2 rounds. So we finished round 3. We're into round 4. This is heat 3 of round 4.
We also had a fun free surf on Monday. We were off on Monday, but we watched some great free surfing, as you can see Pipeline is providing. Guys were, like Team Dahui Wax Japan, I think out of the free surf. Daiki Matsunaga got one of the better waves. As you can see, you'll watch him coming up in Team Dahui Wax Japan.
See a replay of this one. Takes the drop, stands tall in the barrel, comes
Beautiful
out.
wave surfed.
I believe that was Cristobal.
Yeah, Cristobal.
Yep.
Right into beautiful pipe, textbook. Didn't even need to touch the wall because he got underneath that curtain for perfect traveling time.
This was Alonso's wave. Deep, steep, behind the curtain, comes out after the spit.
Alonso, no joke, always
There's
packing
the
up
angle.
these huge
Oh my
barrels.
goodness.
Beautiful angle.
That was a good wave.
These guys are
live action.
Gabriel
Villarin.
got Kainoa McGee super excited. We're going to see the replay on that, but he got a pipe bomb from deep.
Now, Alonso was a standout in his heat this morning.
Yes.
So he's going to be a contender on the individuals. Now, as you were talking about how there's a team score, but also an individual. Now, this after round 2 this morning, the leader was Mason Ho. Now, Mason's had an incredible day today, too.
Incredible day.
So
things will change after that heat that we've seen from Mason, yes.
Ezekiel Lau was in second place, but he was injured.
Yes,
so
I
he's
heard
not
about
surfing
that.
today. And then we had John Florence in third. And I don't think John had many opportunities this morning in his heat. He
Not
had a
in
slower
this
heat.
morning heat.
Right?
Brother Nathan kind of took the helm on that one and packed some really nice ones. But
so I think we may see some change in front of that leaderboard. We also have a rider here, Gabriel Villarin, on a steep drop.
Gabriel Villarin, again, extra busy today. This guy, no stranger, surfs up Rocky Point a ton and knows how to surf big pipe. Gabriel Villerin filling in for Alvaro.
So what I was trying to say earlier, because Alonso had so many good waves this morning, and that last wave he just got was solid.
Packed.
I think he's going to have
and
4
it's
good
not
scores.
even stopping Isaiah beyond
Look
what
at
you
this.
can see on the screen. Here we go, rolling in a second reefer.
Oh, Joaquin again on a bomb.
Oh, and he
Oh.
almost came out. His head was right there. He broke through that foamy clam of a beast.
Back behind Alonso again.
Alonso in a pipe cone decides not to get guillotined by that curtain. Sometimes you're safest in the tube, but in that case, he got a pin drop jump.
Oh, waves are firing right now.
Wow. Thank you for calling this event on. This is good, consistent pipeline. The leaderboards are going to change. Bethany Hamilton packed a monster barrel today, and it hasn't stopped. All these guys are going to go back out. Our leader, and Kainoa McGee is yelling, outside, outside. Who is out the back on Peruvian Tubos team, Isaiah?
We'll see.
Possibly a taker here, huh? Or not.
Boy,
Let the ocean breathe. It looks like it's doing its thing again.
Somebody put a quarter in the wave machine because it is cranking.
Hawaiian Water Patrol is definitely busy today, my friend.
Here we go, some replays on all that action, starting with Gabriel Villerin. Steep drop, but that little section on the end he pulls in, is able to get covered. This was actually not this last set, but earlier. Here we go. There he is again. Water angle in the barrel, traveling.
Yes, Villerin again from another angle. That was beautiful.
This was the one where he had a steep drop. Tried to slow down, but he was going too fast.
Nice technique how he is edging into that. It was a little bit different.
This was the bomb. Joaquin stalls in the pit. He had that bomb earlier. Just barely got
Del
clipped.
Castillo setting some bars, most definitely. As this is Alonso, I believe.
Alonso.
Smart decision. Because these guys, I don't know how they just, they get packed. They don't make it out of one. They're back out there. I mean, it isn't easy to paddle into these second reef pipe bombs. That's for sure.
These guys are probably just over the moon being out there with four
They
friends.
are so frothed.
All friends from Peru at perfect pipeline. Light offshore. Northwest swell coming straight into us. Beautiful waves.
Wow. And you guys go check out our DahuiWax.com. DahuiWax.com at DahuiWax. Go check them out. They are giving away one of Koa Rothman's amazing Paizel guns. And just go check them out and see how you can enter. Also, DefendHawaii.com to get these amazing shirts me and Isaiah and the rest of the Hui members are wearing. Awesome logo placement, and it's one of the shootouts. I mean, this shootout is going off, 8 to 12 foot plus. It's definitely something to have. This is a cultural event and something to remember for a long time. This swell is monster.
Yeah, and these shirts, proceeds of it go to support the nonprofit, Huiohe Enalu, and all the events they put on.
Yes.
Particularly, they focused on paddle event.
Yep.
And so there's a couple paddle event races that they do.
July 4th
July
and
4th.
July 30th, I believe we're going to Hilo, right?
Right, Big Island, my hometown there.
Yes,
Hilo.
you.
Moko Kiave. Shout
Hello
out
to everybody out there.
Yeah.
Big Island. Aloha, brothers.
Shout out
sisters.
to my crew. Been getting texts and messages from friends in Ohana over there. Kekai, Kamai, aloha, mahalo for your message. And all the other brothers over there. My home,
Such awesome,
home turf.
rich culture. I love surfing up there.
Yeah.
you know. Here we go. Guys on the inside just cliff-hanging. Who is this? Gabriel Villerin late into the tube. He's going to get spit out. Pipe textbook.
Phew.
I reckon he was almost going to claim it, but he was just so in the heat of the moment. That was a really nice wave ridden as we got Alonso.
Holy spit.
That was regurgitated spit. It's always different, huh? How exciting.
Bomb. Here we go. And look, the action just doesn't stop. Look how beautiful, groomed this offshore
bent
winds.
out.
More waves. See, one of our guys, they're going to have to dip under this one. Oh, mind surf that one, guys.
That's a scary duck dive, those guys hanging right underneath. Some of these lips are 5 feet thick, maybe 6 feet. If you get caught wrong,
oof,
you go bye-bye.
Don't want to go over the falls dipping a wave like that.
I got to say, these water photographers, they're really threading water today, my friend.
Brave, too. I mean, in order to get the right shot, they got to be right in the critical impact zone.
Yeah, and big ups to them, capturing all these beautiful water shots. It ain't easy. It's definitely an art and a technique for them as well. Replay, Gabriel Villerin in a pipe beast, well ridden, utilizing all the barrel time he could off of that one. As you got Alonso here, packing it. Isaiah, that
Stalling.
was
So you see his smile on his face. That energy, that compression spit that blows out of the tube.
I heard you guys talking about the bottom turn. What is it in Hawaiian? And that was awesome. Is there a terminology? And sorry, Mr. Professor Isaiah Walker, when you get blown out of a big Ehukai barrel, is there some similarities to what we were talking about? Ehukai? I mean, that is a blast. He got blasted.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. I don't know the Hawaiian word for spit. I have to look that up. But you're right, that experience of that spray, right? It's that spray in the air, and the spit definitely contributes to the mistiness of the air out here. All of this, you know, the offshore breeze that blows the water off the back of the lips as we're watching, it just creates this misty air here on the North Shore.
Wow, look at that little one on the inside, just ran off. As you can see, Backdoor is all closing out.
Here goes a rider. This is like Alonso again in a bowl. Spit out.
Wow, we are making history, gang. These guys are getting spit out of some serious tubes. The judges have their work cut out for them.
Oh.
Crystal ball up and under the hook, blasted out as he kicks out safely. These guys are just packing bombs. It is live action. Everybody's frothing, clapping. Thank you to our sponsors for making this happen. We're going to see some replays of that awesome action. Salt and Air Studios, as you can see on the screen. Beautiful drone work. Peruvian tubos, man. Coming here to play. They know they just came out after Snap 4, and here you go.
Alonso on another bomb. He's probably may take away his top 4 waves in this heat alone.
Exactly. You just called it, Isaiah. His first performance and his second performance absolutely erased off the board. He's going to want to keep this one for sure into their grand total. I love it. Kainoa McGee. Are you kidding me? There's more waves. I'm sure you can hear our brother from the scaffolding on the live feed because we are all extra frothy groms today.
Boy, these guys are just having a heyday.
Yeah, I would let that one go. You guys have got way more bombs on the way. It's the kind of days. Are you going? Are you going? No, are you going? I mean,
my turn, your turn.
And don't forget, you know, these guys are also going for the personal covenant title of the Backdoor Shootout. Up there talking to some of the contest directors, talking over the history of this. It's really neat how this was designed. One of a kind.
Well, hopefully Peru is tuned in here to us and supporting their fellow countrymen, because These guys are performing well here at Pipeline.
Yeah, and Kainoa is thanking Team Volcom, and we'd also like to thank them on the live feed. We're at the Volcom B house. Thank you for letting us use your property. Kai Mana Henry, awesome. One of the biggest power surfers here. Original from Maui, but been running the Volcom house with his buddy Ty Van Dyke for quite some time now.
Here we
and
go.
You'll be seeing them coming
Alonso.
up as Alonso ain't done yet. How was that bottom turn double stall into the second tube? Alonso. Now these guys, after their forced surf, now these guys are comfortable and everybody's kind of, I wouldn't say they're just playing with Pipeline. It's still sketch, but
Yeah,
these guys are got it going on. Everybody is getting in there, comfortable, and they're starting to get really relaxed and performing at a very high level.
Yeah, these guys are getting spoiled out here, as Rocky said over there. Beautiful conditions. That was the right call for today. And you know, when we're looking at the forecast, and thanks, by the way, to Surfline for broadcasting us live and giving us the surf report. Look at this. Steep drop, stands tall, pulls out, slows
Fade.
down, bottom turns, back
Beauty.
inside.
That was neat, Isaiah.
Yeah, loved
I
it.
mean, you know, you go back to days like Tom Carroll and stuff doing those full-on fades up in the bowl, but look at him just getting more barrel scoring capability with his technique.
Yeah. Love the drone angle. We're looking towards Kahuku, and you can see Sunset Point in the distance. This is Ehukai Beach Park you're looking at, and so many waves and such a beautiful place that we live in. You can see the homes that we're at right now.
A minute left, and this ocean has calmed down just a bit. It's given these boys some breathing time.
Calm down for a couple seconds.
Yeah. And it's back.
It's back.
We are back. Here we go. In less than a minute, Team Peruvian Tubos has absolutely put on a backdoor shootout performance.
Joaquin.
Wow.
High line.
Joe Quinn. Unreal. Del Castillo.
I mean, he's got like 50 seconds left, but he's like, I got to get another one.
He packed the first backdoor barrel this morning.
Just
No
under
joke.
a minute, sorry. Yep.
And you also got Team DeHuey Wax coming up next. They're in the lineup. I see the boys.
Wow. You see that replay. So pristine. Not a drop of water out of place. Live action.
Kilo.
Back in. Almost bangs his friend.
Wow, and he didn't even need it. These guys like are on they're jet setting. They're flying through some pipe barrels. 20 seconds remaining. Can somebody gather up a pipe or backdoor wave? 15 seconds.
Love that. He gives a little aloha and mahalo to the water patrol. Man.
And
Count
we're
it
into
down.
the countdown.
3, 2, 1. There's our horn.
All right, here we go in 5, 4, 3, 2,
Well,
1.
Team Peruvian Tubos team. These guys definitely delivered in that heat, and so, of course, did Pipeline. Delivered nonstop, beautiful
We're making
waves.
history. This is a contest to remember for sure. There is so much. Yeah. I love that by Rocky Cannon. Give a hand for Pipeline, gang. Let's all at home, all you spectators, let's give a hand for Pipeline. Gabriel Villarin over the foam ball monster, one of the performers out here. There we
Alonso.
go. That's Alonso, huh?
Got barrel after barrel in this heat. I can't remember that one. This was a nugget.
Joe
Backdoors it. Joaquin, big wide open cavern, travels through that one. Here comes the spit. Oh, and then he scored another bomb.
This
pulls
guy is
into it.
on fire. Look how big they're. It's really getting girthy out there right now, and it hasn't stopped. So
Unfortunately, that one clamped on the end. He wasn't able to make it out. And again, another one from Alonso, but this one didn't really cooperate. Lots of waves in this heat. Gabriel Villarin scored quite a few good ones. This was one of those.
this was a beautiful one.
Took a high line, sat down for a second, kicked out. This was Cristobal.
Cristobal in the house.
Team Peru is definitely proud again.
Oh.
Alonso scoring, double hand drag, soul
Pipeline
arch.
definitely provided for Team Peru right now.
Another good wave by Cristobal, stalling that tube. Awesome action at Pipeline today with the backdoor shootout. Into our next heat with the Hui Wax. Stay with us. Aloha.
Aloha.
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the White Islands this weekend. 20 to 60-foot faces and exposed spots.
Okay, we are back at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Beautiful live look at the North Shore coastline right now. That is happening. It is about 1:20 Hawaiian Standard Time. Thank you for joining us on Surfline and on thehui.com. Right now, we've got our heat in the. Oh man, Peru just had a just amazing heat, and
I know.
I believe right now we've got our next team in the water. Next heat's underway. Rocky Cannon with Isaiah Walker.
Wow, Loa.
And gosh,
Beautiful. Yeah,
that Peru heat was
fireworks.
amazing to watch.
I think the Hui brings me here every year to tell stories and stuff. I couldn't tell any stories in that heat. It was just nonstop action, so it was exciting to watch.
The surfing itself was definitely telling a really cool story.
Yep.
Man, congrats and good job to Team Peruvian Tubos. They earned it. They are invited here to compete, and the waves presented themselves, and credit to those guys, man. They charged.
They did, and I mean, it was so beautiful to watch, and the conditions are still, of course, perfect.
It is near perfect pipeline. You're exactly right. It is right up there with
JOB.
as good as it gets.
It's like Jamie O'Brien fading in the bottom turn, stalling.
This is Team the Hui Wax.
I like that. Near perfect. I like that. You tell Rocky's been here many years surfing and commentating, so near perfect.
It's right there, man. And that last heat in particular, that little window of time was just like Pipeline decided to turn it on, and the surfers responded. Now I know everybody, all the competitors watching that heat have big expectations now. It's JOB. Just the bottom turn, real casual, looking for the barrel. He'll find a little sneaky tube ride right there. Of course, 4-time Pipe Pro champion, Pipe Master, has won this event a couple of times.
Look how he just times it perfectly, reads it right. Even though the wave didn't have much to offer, he knew exactly where to park himself to get the most out of it.
He's opting for the body armor, it looks like. Not a bad idea. You see the guys with the helmets. Now we're starting to, you guys look like football players out there. Helmets, shoulder pads, all kind.
Body armor.
Well, looking at the shoreline and all that exposed reef and the tide today is it was level all morning.
Yep.
And then it just is starting to really drop off. I think that's contributing to the ledginess of that last heat, and it'll continue for the rest of the afternoon for this fourth round. So it's going to be an exciting, high-risk, high-reward type of fourth round. And stick with us. It's going to be exciting to watch.
Yeah, the tides, there really wasn't a high tide today. I mean,
right.
It started off as a low high, and then it just is dropping down throughout the day. Thanks to Surfline for giving us our forecast. We can able to plan accordingly. Rocky and I, every morning we got to get up early, and we're waiting for that call, and it sure helps to have a forecast in advance to let us know if we got to go work or not.
Yeah, and if you haven't joined the Surfline Premium membership yet, do that. It's so worth it. You get to see the cams all uninterrupted, constant flow, and really get a good idea of what the waves are doing in a very convenient way. So check out that premium membership on Surfline and join it like we do and know like we know.
Right. So,
well, Team the Hui Wax, I feel like their previous heat earlier this morning, for lack of a better term, they kind of got skunked a little bit. And, right now they're like, bruh, where's all those waves that I just seen for the last half hour?
Well, good news is I'm looking out to the horizon and I see some more lines coming.
Well, with Billy Kemper and with Kai Lenny, Kala Grace, and J.O.B., they've got all these teams are very stacked, but they've got that really diverse team. You got Jaws, 3-time champion, Billy Kemper, big wave specialist, but performs very well at pipe. Kai Lenny, the all-around wave rider, waterman on different crafts. Kala Grace, the premium local standout here. And then J.O.B., literally a pipe master. Pretty good team that's got a little bit of everything, I feel like.
Yep, a lot of talent in that crew. I think that's
Billy's
the
Ohana, yeah.
Kemper Ohana.
Sister Tahiti watching on, cheering on her man, and I know in her mind she's like, "Don't get hurt, be safe, honey."
Well,
but go get him. Yeah, great to see the Ohana vibes, Ohana support.
I believe she's the sister of Bruno Mars.
Correct. Yeah, they've got some talent in that family.
Kind of cool. My younger brother Micah grew up with him, Peter. That's what he was called at school, and they were good friends together. So cool that Hawaii does have a lot of talent, not just in the surf world, but in other places as well.
Yeah, one of our teenage pipe chargers back in the day. You might know him better as singer-songwriter Jack Johnson, but he actually was an animal at this brink when he was younger. And
yep. Actually, I knew Jack. We were about the same age growing up. I was from the Big Island, and he was from the North Shore over here. But I'd travel up as a kid in surfing events, so I got to know him and Tamayo Perry, and really good guy.
Tamayo, another very esteemed, established pipe surfer, and as well wherever they may be, and just dropping some pipe names over the course of the Hui Backdoor Shootout. In memory of Duka Hanamoku.
So many legends who've made names for themselves here at Pipeline.
Well, we saw that set stack up on the outside, and it really didn't materialize to much.
I don't know where it went.
And right now, I know the Hui Wax team is really scratching their heads. Like, am I in the same surf spot I just saw a little while ago? But you see that little bit of a funky rip that's coming through it.
It's a quote from your favorite movie, North Shore. I wonder what's in their heads right now.
Yeah, during the surf contest. That was classic.
The ocean went flat. Turn around, Rick. Sorry. So, beautiful day.
I just, it was during this heat earlier this morning, you were talking with Uncle Brian Omona.
Oh, that was a treat.
And some of the stories kind of straight from the source.
Yeah.
And, he was there during those times. He could tell you everything from first person, which is really cool.
Yeah, Uncle Brian, very cool guy. And, he had some honest responses too, said there was different time. He talked about how he was in his warrior phase, and today he's, still looking pretty healthy, Dude's a big Hawaiian who's probably in his 60s and still surfs a lot.
Yeah.
Surfs at bowls. I kind of cued him to ask about his choice of shorts. He wears these Speedos, which is smart. You're talking about how sometimes you get those longer shirts and they get up on your leg. I don't know if anybody has the guts to say anything to Uncle Brian about his little shots.
I almost think for him, it's like, I dare you. I'll go wear this thing and
try
say something. Try even look funny.
Yes,
but our good cousin, brother, friend, Makua Rothman, can't be here today, but I'm telling you, the father of the sea, which his name means, is definitely being missed in this heat. He would be sending out the good vibes for some good waves, but his team going to do good too.
Yeah.
But he'll be back tomorrow, I believe, if we're on, or maybe Friday. It looks like the swell might be tapering off tomorrow and then jumping up again later in the afternoon tomorrow into Friday. So once again, we will be on call.
All right.
It'll be a morning call. But yeah, Makua, wish you were here, brother. But I know that you'll be back soon and you'll have another day to surf epic pipe. And, your fill-in, J.O.B. He's done some things here at Pipe before, so not a bad guy to have surfing in your place. But see, that funky rip is somehow has mixed itself into this lineup, which was not present during the previous Peruvian heat that we just. I'm not sure if it's deflecting some of the wave energy. It's definitely putting some wrinkles in the lineup, which making it a little difficult to read the wave and be in the right spot, getting moved around. It's typically, you know, in a perfect pipeline situation, you have no current. You're able to sit and just park your surfboard in one spot to wait for that one special wave to come. And when you have that current moving around, it does throw off your positioning here and there. And as we said earlier today, positioning is, you know, where it all matters of your success on the wave you choose.
Yeah, it's weird how in this, you know, surfing world, especially in competition, they'll say that like you have one heat that's just on, and then the next one it could take a break. So, and you're right, maybe that current, that rip that's swirling around right where the competitor's sitting, you can see the texture on the water, that maybe it is deflecting some of these waves from coming in.
Well, I just thought of something. You know, what if you drop in on one big local guy at one local break? What do you get? You get one Dahui wax. You do get wax.
Well, our 4 competitors out there in the lineup, as you said, Rocky, they are all capable of getting the big scores if Pipeline allows it and cooperates. Now, I do see some sets coming. I don't want to jinx it because I'm not sure if they will materialize where our competitors are sitting, but pray that it does. There's Uncle Brian, step brother we was talking to this morning.
Yep, saying congrats to the Peruvian team. And, you know, we talked about the
Alonso,
the specialness of being an international team invited to compete. And if any international team proved their worth in the Hui Backdoor Shootout over the decades we've had this contest, those guys proved it right there. And Billy
did the pencil dive.
Hopefully he got that penetration and got out the back. It looks like he's okay. Board's okay.
That was a heavy one. Looks like Kai Lenny eyeballing this wide one. Can't get into it.
Sometimes Pipeline can get into this funky rhythm where, you know, we've sat and watched it as we see Billy just eject smartly. Looking down that wave, he didn't have the, you know, the under the lip position, and he had to ride down with it. But the smart thing to do in that situation is to just bail out, jump, get your feet and your body in the trough of the wave as soon as possible before the lip crashes down on you, and then kind of do a squid.
Oh,
you know, like. You do it like a, you know, your legs and your hands. You do that like jellyfish squid, like back swim to get out the back of the wave.
Techniques, theories.
Yes, you know, over the years surfing Pipe, I did think anyway that I had developed kind of a wipeout theory or ways to limit the damage if you had any control whatsoever, whether it was positioning of your body, areas you're falling, as Kai Lenny stares back into the eye of the beast at Pipeline. Oh, my Lord. J.O.B. has to eject. That's when you know the tide is getting low and the waves are getting ledgy.
Woo.
When you see J.O.B. have to bail out, you know that was steep. Beyond vert.
Wow. Good thing he's got the body armor on.
Yeah. But one thing at Pipe, though, was just try not to wipe out. That's like, you know,
Ooh, ledgy. You're right. Look at that. Steep. Here we go. Now it's turning on. This looks like.
That one had some meat to it, and then a little bit of backwash and the closeout section. So that was a good no-go. That was a good pitch to lay off of in baseball speak.
This is Billy. Billy Kemper makes the drop, pulls in, and he comes out.
He had a good couple seconds stare at the beach, too. Like,
Yeah.
Are you not entertained?
Kainoa was entertained for sure.
Oh, yes.
All right. So we'll see a replay of that soon, but man, that was a great ridden wave. Steep and deep, even though it had that steep ledge, he still managed to make that drop and come out of the barrel. Watching our photographers get mowed by a set. And there's the lines we're waiting for. JOB.
Oh, the eject button.
Woo.
That was heavy. And then Billy, you know, wipe out the wave before. It shows that sometimes in a lot of sports, especially here in surfing at this break, you've got to have a short memory and forget about what just happened. You got another chance. Focus on that.
That water angle was insane. Really just showed you how steep that wave was.
No, those are the kinds of waves I was watching as a kid from the channel going like, how are they doing this?
Yeah.
That's impossible.
Yeah. It defies gravity, really.
Yeah, like physics, gravity, everything you know to be true about this world and science is just defied when you look into the curling lip of Pipeline and humans are riding surfboards dropping in on that.
So steep. And it is, I mean, you're weightless like we saw Billy for a brief moment, and then you have to re-engage the fins after you're falling.
I mean, the closest thing I could compare it to for folks that aren't able to come out here and experience Pipeline for all it's worth for obvious reasons. But I went to Wet and Wild in Orlando on that huge vertical slide that's like super high, but you can't see the middle of the slide from the top, you know? It's just like that's how beyond vert it goes. And I feel like there's like no middle of the wave. There's the top and the bottom. And then somewhere in between, you're trying to set your fin and your rail to make something impossible seem possible. There we are, getting them.
In there, right there.
Drone zone, right into the Volcom yard.
Probably doing a battery switch or something.
Yep, these guys have been operating these aircraft all day long, doing excellent work, getting such amazing shots and angles for, you know, stuff that we didn't really have not that long ago. These drones and the drone footage and the way they can track and you know, be on over the wave or looking into the wave from behind. You know, this just really enhanced the viewership of surfing and all sports, but especially here, surfing at Pipeline, when you're able to look into that barrel.
That's
the big Volcom house.
Big Volcom house. Jerry Lopez's former home. You could also see the Surfline cams on the roof.
Yep.
That's some prime real estate for a camera. Yeah, you can see.
I just want mist. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I, you know, in talking about ancient times and the Hawaii of old, as we see a wave coming in, we'll watch this exchange. That one's got that funky current going through it, and you see it affecting the shape of the wave. But just what, you know, the Hawaiians that would be standing on the beach hundreds of years ago looking at a day like today. Obviously, you know, I don't know what kind of equipment they would have been able to have or swimming strength, you know, to play on a day exactly like today. But it's just marveling at the power of the ocean and then, you know, seeing the wave spit out its guts. Like, that's just crazy to think that this wave has been doing that for so long.
Certainly. Oh, we can see there's that rip you're talking about. Oh, it is shallow. Oh, here comes some sets out the back.
That thing regurgitated.
Whew.
Well, here's some sets for Team Dahui Wax.
Oh, my goodness.
Grace free falling. Like, every drop is an under the hook free fall. Oh, the funky current is just messing with that lip line right there.
Look at this one. Is JOB going to pull the trigger? Looks like not. Great angle from the judges' tent up there on the scaffolding. It's a wide one. We see a replay of Kaileni off the bottom, trying to slow down. Wave doesn't barrel over him, but he still enjoys a spit on the back of the head. Beautiful water angle. See that beautiful barrel behind him. This was a steep late one. You can see how it's sucking off the reef. Kala Grace stands tall. It's got that airbrush that's you know, reminiscent of his uncle Derek.
Well, looks like our next team trying to work themselves into position with a few minutes remaining for Team Dahui Wax. I think it was probably Billy Kemper with the best wave of the heat so far for his team.
It's definitely a different heat than that Team Peruvian heat.
That was just like, now you look at this heat, and that was straight up Twilight Zone. Like, what else? Another dimension that pipe went into for literally just 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And there were
well,
some
the
of
heat
those
before was
in the
pretty
prior
good too.
heat. Yeah, they're in the snapped 4 heat. There were some good ones too, but it for sure per capita the Peruvian heat was just on fire.
Which I'm stoked for them because they kind of pulled some. You know, the first day they pulled, I think they were the first one out there, and it was rough in the morning of that first day. So kind of cool they got an opportunity to have a good heat with good waves.
So just a couple of candid shots of one of our crew, cameraman Brother Chad and Mahina strolling by, and nice to see Mahina smiling. As we told you this morning, you know, just I think every single one of us had a little bit of a scramble to get here. But, man, once we got here, settled in, the waves provided, and, you know, it was it's like that sometimes.
Yeah.
You know, you have a hectic, busy morning, and some things are glitching here and there, and you roll with it, and then the surf just seems to cure everything.
For real.
It heals.
I know, I even took a little detour, ran to my office real quick, printed some heat sheets.
Right, I know.
Print up the heat sheets and bring it over, so that was good fun.
All right, so that was the end of Team Dahui Wax, round number 4, and the beginning, I believe, of Team Florence.
Recap here, you see JOB trying to stall, get into this barrel. Unfortunately, he didn't have too much of a moment to shine in this heat, but stoked on that one, still got a barrel. This was, a few riders had that outcome as the reef started to suck out, the tide dropping, but this was a successful bomb from Billy Kemper, pulled in, We'll be back with our next heat. Aloha.
Hey, we are back with more Dahui Backdoor Shootout on Dahui.com and Surfline.com. You're watching Team Florence hit the water right now. Heat number 4 of round 4, our second round of today. We did the same order, and all teams competed from 8:30 to 12:30. We sent them right back out, and we're going to take you right back into the water for a replay of Ivan Florence just getting throated, spat out, I should say, with his oldest brother, John, at backdoor, threading through a beautiful right-hander at the backdoor shootout.
Yeah, right off the bat, when the horn blew, the Florence family got to work, got busy. John on a deep backdoor one. We haven't seen as many backdoor waves today, but John definitely knows how to go right out here.
Yeah, and if there's any of those to be had, that gentleman will find those waves and put himself in the perfect spot, as he just did, even when those right-handers are limited.
Right. So John Florence has a 10, a 9, an 8-5, and at least after round 2, he still had a 4 in his lineup of waves here. So, I mean, that's got to replace the 4 already.
Yeah, and his round 3 was, okay by John standards, but he's come out the gates swinging here in round 4.
Yep. kind of cool. You can see here the judges area and Uncle D referring to Derek Hull.
One of many tributes around this area. Deservedly so. I remember watching him 1993. I was a young lad aspiring to be a competitor in the Pipe Masters. And my mom, being a public school teacher, was very adamant about performance in education. But she was also a surfer, so she understood. But it was a balance of accomplishments for school and surfing, and she would let me skip one day on the final day of the Pipe Masters. If it was on, I was allowed to stay home, and David Riddle, whom you see cruising around here, the Volcom team coach for many years, would be the abettor, if you will.
Okay.
Abetting in the truancy crime. Would take my friend Dayton Segundo and I and bring us here to watch Pipeline, and
that was a form of school,
Yeah,
learning from the best, taking notes,
and surfing 101, or it was maybe a higher class than that, because at that level it was advanced. But that was the crew behind the scenes, Salt and Air Studios, Captain Mike with director David and all the crew. Thank you guys so much for really nice broadcast, and so thankful and appreciative that we get to bring this to all kinds of folks in different parts of the country and the world that are watching on their computer screen or their TV screen. It is really cool to have surfing, especially this high-level caliber of pipeline surfing, available on that platform. So thank you.
After watching them in that, little van or whatever, they're out in the parking area in the front of the house, and I just think, wow, we have it pretty good up here on the porch looking right at the waves, while all the guys behind the scenes are literally behind us in a little cubicle working
It's
their
where
magic.
the magic happens.
Yeah.
Well, part of the magic. The magic right there, Pipeline on your screen, has been producing some amazing moments. But that crew back there, those are the guys that they transfer the magic.
Right, so Team Florence in the water, Ivan, John, Nate, and Eli Hanai.
Eli Hanai.
So if you don't know what the word Hanai means, it's to help to raise. It's almost like you're adopted. There's a wave. This looks like Ivan. Nate drops in backside, gets a little coverage, comes out, not super deep, but still a fun ride for sure.
He was the guy in the third round that stepped up his game for Team Florence. At least, in racking up a few barrels, couple lefts, a right, and really mixing it up, but also building on his score. And probably, I would say, for Team Florence, had the most improvement from round 2 to round 3.
The replay of that, see him stalling, dragging the front leg, and kicks out. Looks like John's coaching out there, pointing him around. You go here, I'll go this way. Wow, from the distance, you can see outer reef waves breaking.
Yeah, that's looking over towards past Ehukai, over towards Pupukea, surf break Pupukea. Not to be confused with the hilltop Pupukea.
Correct.
And are those related, do you know, or what's the...
I'm not sure how they came up with calling Pupukea the beach Pupukea. So I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
we got homework. I like homework.
Well, we're dedicating this event to many memories of people, but Duke Kahanamoku in particular. Brother Duke Kahanamoku was often referred to as the father of modern day surfing. I'm looking forward here to seeing somebody body surfing. Duke Kahanamoku was also a body surfer. Kahanalu is what they call it. And seen some really cool pictures of Duke body surfing.
There's Pupukea, the neighborhood on top of the hill. That's as you make that turn next to Foodland, you venture up into that neighborhood. Beautiful properties up there, and had so many good friends with cool big lots, you know, growing up that we would just go explore. Good fun memories of that neighborhood right there, and still got some good friends that live up there.
And if you go to the end of the road, there's a Boy Scout camp. I don't know if you've ever been up there.
Yep.
Big, beautiful campgrounds.
Pretty cool trails back there, too, that are open to the public for walking, hiking, biking. It's a place to escape and get some quiet time.
Right. And everything else in that background, we saw that image where some of the windmills were, and then that open land space. It's Hawaiian land managed by the Kamehameha schools. That's a big tract of land, actually, that stretches all the way up to the hill there and wraps around to Punalu'u, where I live.
Yeah, and there's our, you know, or at least a lot of the North Shore community, of course, stretching all the way down into Haleiwa on the top right corner of your screen, out to Mokuleia and Kaena Point, and then coming to the bottom of your screen on that shot down to Sunset Beach, V-Land, around to Kahuku, and out to the east side. But yeah, you know, from Kahuku Point to Kaena Point, I'm not sure how far that is, but what a special stretch of coastline that we have here. And look at those waves on the outside cracking out by the horizon, and see this kind of, you know, it's not a picture perfect day in a sense that the blue skies, you know, and the sunshine, it has got the little bit of flat light, you know, cloudiness, which is keeping it a little bit cool, but it's not allowing the wind to really speed up, which is a good thing, because I think we were forecasting variable winds today, and if the land gets too hot, you have that convection where the sea breeze gets pulled in and the waves deteriorate in quality. So it is kind of a blessing to have these clouds keeping the land cool and keeping the surf good.
Look at this. These guys, there's moments before you have to get pounded by a big whitewash. Luckily, it didn't look too treacherous to dip that one.
Oh, this one is,
not as fun.
Somebody got pulled back. That's a tough one to duck dive. You know, it's pretty amazing how far these waves travel to get here, and to still have this much energy after moving across thousands of miles of ocean. You know, the way the ocean and the waves sustain their energy over that super long stretch of distance is just remarkable.
Yep, and one of the reasons why the waves are so powerful here at Pipeline is as it comes from deep water in the ocean straight out from us, and then it quickly hits a shallow shelf.
It does.
And that shift from deep to shallow really quickly is what creates that uplift and that steep drop that we saw Billy Kemper on a few minutes ago. It's what makes Pipeline so special and so powerful, is the bathymetry, I think the word is.
Yeah.
The contours of the ocean floor, and deep trench out here to the left of us, and that creates this magnet effect, if you will, that the swells just kind of gravitate right into the
Kaipo Guerrero loves using that word with a big grin that says, I am the smartest man alive, when you're with him. So we love you, Kaipo. Hope you're doing good, and we miss you, brah. We'll see you next time, guaranteed.
Well, Team Florence had some good waves at the start, but they're still being selective here and waiting for the right ones to come in.
Yeah, that last set, just pretty much get out of the way or just survive the impact of those huge white waters. Try not to break a leash, break a board, and for the most part, try to maintain your positioning too, because you can get really distorted out of position when you get hit by white waters of that size and that power. That I think that's why a lot of them chose not to bail their boards. And first of all, these guys ride boards that are, like we said, they're little keychains, so they can duck dive them. But typically on a normal day, over every, a normal day at Pipe, you'd see a lot of the surfers bailing their boards, opting for relying on the leash, but it can drag you quite a ways out of position.
Okay, here's a wave. Eli looking at this, a little too far out. Does this change in waves have anything to do with the tide dropping, you think, Rock?
I definitely think that it's the steepness that we're seeing and guys that are looking down the face saying, oh, I don't know about this one. I mean, and these are super talented, top-notch pipe guys that are even looking at these going, no way. And that lower tide is definitely bottoming out, making it, more drainy. I'm not sure if it's having to do anything with the consistency, but, we've seen that happen before where, the energy is kind of pulling away from shore. And, you got to think that sometimes that could contribute to making waves a little bit more difficult to make it to shore. As you see Ivan Florence, no problem there. He get him. Wow. Start the IV flow of Pipeline.
That was a good one. It was, like you said, Rocky, it was a steep one, but he managed to make the drop smoothly and pull into that thing and get a good score.
Yeah, Ivan had a perfect 10 during that HIC Pipe Pro, and he and John surfed 3 heats together. Yep. John getting first place, Ivan getting second in every one of those heats, just to remind Ivan who Big Brother is. And John ended up winning the contest, but Ivan made a big showing and a breakthrough performance, and then he's just continuing that momentum from that Pipe Pro right into this Hui Backdoor Shootout.
Yeah, you can see how he stood up behind the peak, got that pump, able to travel through that barrel.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Brother Nate.
Yep.
Slowing down. Another good ride.
Yeah, so Nate building on his momentum and improving performance from round 3 and trying to carry that here into round 4.
So replay here of Nate's wave.
Wow.
Dragging, slowing down, getting behind the curtain. You can see a little bit of that rip that you were talking about, Rock, but he was able to navigate that one pretty well.
Yeah, it didn't phase Nate nor the wave. The wave still spit, held hollow for Nate, and all he had to do was keep himself in that right position, the correct position, and he knew he was going to make it out.
No. Well, we've been stoked to have a lot of good waves.
Yeah, it's been
this whole event
consistent.
And I mean, to have 3 good days within the short window that we have, and looks like a couple more days potential. If not tomorrow, then Friday. So very blessed. Have these beautiful waves for this
Well, I
event.
know all of our competitors are really stoked because they get to be at Pipe not only, with your teammates, in this case, your family. You got the 3 brothers plus the Eli Hanai action going on. But the unique format of this event, you're surfing pressure-free, which is a whole nother way to experience a surf contest, or at least, a heat out at Pipeline. You might have 30 minutes at Pipe during a conventional surfing event, but there's so much stress to get the wave to advance, and just the pressure that's involved there. It's not as fun as this.
And for guys like John, this is great practice for the beginning of the next WSL season.
I want to watch Eli Olsen before I let you know John's role that he's been on. But Eli continuing the mojo. He's got some big scores under his belt. He's, at least after 2 rounds, he was right there in the mix. So we'll see how all of these new scores. We've got tons of waves to calculate for today's action, having 2 full rounds. So, we may not know all that much towards the end because there's so many numbers to crunch, but we can watch Eli and know that he's going to be confident pulling into a backhand barrel at Pipeline. But John, going back to last year's Pipe Masters, he won that event and then had to take some time off, but then came around. He won the Haleiwa event, the Haleiwa Challenger.
Right.
And then he won the HIC Pipe Pro just last month right here at Pipe. He's right there in the top runnings of this event. And the next 2 events are the Pipe Master or Pipe Pro to start the championship tour, and then Sunset Beach, which he's won twice in previous years. So
yeah, I noticed the lineup for the WSL season seems to, in many ways, I think, favor some of our Hawaii surfers.
I think starting with those 2 events gives our boys a strong chance to jump out ahead.
Yeah, and even some of the venues that they've picked, Margaret River, several others that they've selected, seem kind of Hawaii-esque.
The rail power surfing, that traditional hard carving, little mixing in of the modern. Of course, you're going to get to the surf ranch and be able to do all those aerial acrobatics and lower trestles. But yeah, there are a good amount of breaks that are favoring those guys that really like to put it on rail and, do the power surf game.
Yep.
Well, is he
kind of cool?
On the tail end, but yeah.
Sorry, we had a few people from Hawaii. I'm excited about Imai Kalani DeVault getting on the tour. I used to help coach the surf team at Kamehameha Schools, and he's a graduate of Kamehameha Schools. So is Ezekiel Lau. Although Imai went to the Maui campus at Kamehameha Schools, and cool to watch him grow up and see him on the tour. Pretty exciting. Such a smooth surfer too. A lot of good style.
Yeah, excited for what these guys are going to do on tour, mixing it up with the world's best. But unfortunately, we did have Zeke Lau in this event, but he did have to pull out due to injury, and probably a good decision on his part to give himself time to rest. And, I think, in talking to him afterwards, he was just so thankful that it was below his eye. He couldn't believe how close to his eye that his fin came, and, potentially losing eyesight, in one eye just from a surfing accident. So he's really thankful, and I think he's just going to take his foot off the gas for a little bit, chill out, and get ready for the upcoming events. and cheer on his team Quiksilver as they continue to compete, and all his friends that are surfing in this Dahui Backdoor Shootout, presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows and Dahui Wax, all in memory of Duke Paoka Hanamoku.
Yep.
And so Duke exercised all kinds of wave riding, and he even invented a sport combining a couple sports together.
Yep.
You know, he was part of the United States water polo team. He enjoyed playing water polo.
Yep.
And obviously surfing, he invented surf polo.
Yeah.
Surfboard water polo, which I've played it before. It's really fun.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know if it became a super popular thing, but I had a chance to play with it too. You want to be on like a soft board.
Right. It
because
has
you get close to bumping.
To the I can't imagine what, you know, him and his brothers were doing, playing with those huge.
Here we go.
Solid wood boards. Here we go.
Oh.
Backdoor. Nate Florence in the barrel, still going. Oh. That was his only chance to exit. Kainoa McGee. The emotions run deep up here with brother Kainoa. I mean, he's so emotionally invested, which is quite infectious to us all to get involved. And he's so stoked, like genuinely stoked for the surfers that are getting the waves. But then he also feels the pain of the wipeout watching it. And I thought Nate had a chance. Here's John looking over the ledge saying, no, thank you. Ooh. That was so steep. And if John's pulling back, I'm calling it impossible.
Here we go. His brother, Ivan, in the barrel. Will he make it out?
I had that really pinchy section. We call it, it was kind of doing the clamshell.
Clamshell, yeah. Yeah, Nate Florence had a great backdoor wave, and from that drone angle, you could see him in there trying to sneak out, but that doggy door slammed down on him. Here it is again. Pulls in, he's gone, and then boom, you see him trying to come out. Oh. Ivan too, replay here. Pumps, tries to get up high, but just too far back in that one to come out. Here comes some sets.
Oh, check it out. Eli and Nathan trying to track one more wave down. Just a few minutes remaining for Team Florence in round 4. Saw Eli in round 3 get that epic, sick pipe wave right after the horn. So it did not count. 1 minute remaining for Team Florence to build on their current scores in this round 4, the final heat of day number 3 for these surfers. We still got
a replay of the judges here.
Yeah, we've still got the Wahine that'll be out next. We still got Team Volcom, Team Quiksilver, and Dahui Japan. So lots more action headed your way from Pipeline, but we could also be doing a free surf session of live coverage after the event, so there's more pipe surfing for you folks to check in on and watch and cheer on your favorite pros and locals at Pipeline when it's just gonna, I'm sure it's gonna be madness this afternoon with the amount of heads that'll be in the water, but should be some great action. Stay tuned for that later on as they count down and end the heat for Team Florence, but not before. John gets some pretty good scores. Ivan puts together a good campaign, and there is John taking one back to the beach. It's a pretty good team effort so far from Team Florence. You know, everybody now contributing over the 4 rounds. Ivan Florence was a little bit slow at the beginning of the contest, but now he's picked it up. He's found his rhythm, found his positioning, and doing really great work for Team Florence. And John just free falling right into the backdoor pit, able to pump and bust through a couple of chandelier sections and get a decent score. And it was Ivan again, just the drone footage on this, looking right into that pipe pit. Ivan, like I said, start the IV flow. He is feeling good. So is this guy, Nate Florence, the middle brother of the Florence guys, and grabbing a nice backside barrel at pipeline. And then Eli Olsen still contributing. We're going to count down, and we're going to see you back right after these commercials. Stay tuned. Welcome back. We are here in round number 4. The Hui Backdoor Shootout, presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows and the Hui Wax and Odom Corporation, all in memory of Duke Po'oa Kahanamoku. You're checking out the judges' scaffolding right there, and our legendary judges, Flynn Novak, Barton Lynch, Dingo Morrison, they've been treated to some epic pipe and backdoor waves today. It has just continued to fire. Rocky Cannon here with Kainoa McGee, just fresh off the beach mic. We've all been kind of rotating, taking turns up there. Ezra's up there now, but man, I can't. I'm marveling at that Peruvian heat. It was like the Twilight Zone. It was crazy.
That's the talk of the town right now. Like,
totally.
In all the years that I've done the shootout, there's never been a heat that's had not just that good of waves, but that many for that consistent. So you know what that means, right? Being the next team up sucks. and that was Team the Hui Wax. Like, that was as good as Pipeline ever gets within a 30-minute segment.
That might have been the best 30 minutes I've seen out here
ever.
Almost ever.
I'm
I
right
mean,
there with
it's
you.
hard to think of another event or time where you've seen, there may be some free surf sessions we've seen, but man, to have it as a spectacle like that, that just turned on.
Wave after wave, set after set. And
the next one more
better,
perfect
right?
than the one before.
Exactly. And what makes it even better, Ay, Chihuahua. So this is the other thing, too, right? This is why I renamed the team. It was WSL Wahine. Here we go, Bethany Hamilton. Oh!
Wow.
Okay, she's definitely earning the Charger Award.
Yes.
Because already right there, you and I look at that, we pull back.
Yep.
She's like, I ain't going to get this chance
I'm going.
too many times moving forward,
Right.
so I'm going. And I've literally talked to her through all these days. That's what she said. She's like, we never get piped with 3 other people, much less 3 girls, women, Wahine.
Right.
And she's like, I'm just going. If I'm in position to catch or go for the wave, not even necessarily make it. Her words. She's like, I'm going.
To go.
And so this is the inaugural year for the women in this event.
Safe
And
to say they'll be back again.
they'll be back. They are earning it. And this
Earning
is
it.
this crew here that they have in the water, Bianca, KK, Bethany, and Moana, are absolutely charging. And there's, people are clapping a little extra for them than if it were just guys. But they're earning that.
Yeah.
They're not. It's not like applause just because the girls they're
Right.
charging.
Yeah,
KK,
it's
look
not.
at
It's
that.
not out of. It's not. It's genuine. It's
Absolutely.
so genuine, and they are appreciating the position and the risk that these girls are taking. As we
Moana
watch
Wong.
Moana Wong, I'm going to say that forever.
Nice.
But gosh, Tehotu's sitting right here, like looking back at me, like,
Hey,
there's
Tehotu,
Wong
tell
now.
your wife, slow down. Got to get more deep. Gun fun it.
Tehotu and Taichi watching on
Nice.
the Volcom deck right here. That's kind of what I like about that we're ground level this year and bringing it, to the yard and not tucked away up on the deck. It's interactive, nice.
Yes, we got everybody hanging out, and so that's why I like doing the live beach broadcast so much, because I'm surrounded. I got the judges, I got the timekeepers,
Right.
tabulators, all that, and there's this energy.
Yeah, you
right?
get that cool feedback, immediately, but you also bring in the energy, to the surfers from the crowd.
Here we go, Moana off the bottom, just sneaking in under there, and so those are one of those waves where the bottom turn has to be a little bit earlier and then a smaller kick stall instead of a longer bottom turn, which what happens is it stalled, but then she had to go around the section which you'd want to be backdooring in
Right.
order for to get deeper in the barrel and to get a better score.
Yeah, and I think right now it's just ledging up so much that they're focused so much on
Oh, here we
making the
go.
drop.
Oh,
that-
Bianca!
Bianca!
Bianca, come on,
Wow,
Bianca!
that is
Come on!
impressive.
Oh!
Just drifted a little too far down into the trough.
Yep. Wow. Big hand there.
But
Look, here we go
charging.
outside. Moana taking off. Big elbow. Big pumps. Big pumps. Here we go. Come on.
Oh, man. Oh, I thought I saw her silhouette for just a second,
No,
almost at
she
the end.
watched. Oh, I don't know if we'll be able to see her pop up. She was right at the end there. Look at Bethany.
Oh.
Brah.
Another thing is that she's such a devoted mother.
Absolutely.
She
That's
has
her
been
third
here
kid.
with her young one
Mm-hmm.
in the corner, feeding that bugger straight, all natural.
Exactly.
And I have a friend who was talking about that, a woman who was, when I was going through that, there was be no way I was even surfing like Queens.
Exactly.
And she's
No.
doing that and then paddling out in pipe, just
No, it's next level.
Crazy.
And on top of that, that's her third baby.
yeah.
Right? It's not like it's her first or second. So obviously she's had practice, but that just shows you how special this event is and what people are willing to do to be in it. Here we go, Bianca
Right.
Valenti. Look at how late that drop is. Just holding her line. They're right there. So what happens is we've been talking about this consistently for the past few days. here we go again from a backdoor shot, off the wall shot. More like, oh, it's so sick. So right here on the end, there's that little warble that pops out. And the mistake most people make is they try to doggy door.
Right. That's your natural instinct.
Exactly. And I didn't see that in the original, but when they slowed it down, when we watched it live, I didn't see it. When they slowed it down, I did. And so she tried to doggy door it. But at Pipeline, that's when it bends out to sea. And then this is what happens. These broken boards, right? That happens. Beep happens when you surf Pipeline. That's unavoidable, right? And so what happens, people think, I'm going to doggy door it right here so I can make the wave and get the score. But when Pipeline bends out to sea, that's when they want to pump and get higher and come out through the front.
All right, so we could be doing commentary for a free surf session afterwards.
Sounds good to me. I'm in.
With those
Surfline.
kind of numbers, we're on Surfline. We're on it.
I'm in.
Okay.
I'm already here. I drove all the way from Makaha. I'm going to make this bad boy count.
Cool. All right.
That'll
be happening.
Production truck. Yes, sir.
It's going to be, I think it's going to get even better as that, backlight gets on it.
Did we even say that? How crazy. Think of that.
Yeah.
Better than what we've seen already. What?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. And I agree with you 100% because now this looks like the new swell finally coming in with a bigger interval.
Yeah.
Right? And so people
as the tide bottoms out, too.
On top of that. So from the people who are listening to this morning when we were talking about like the 13-second interval, we're more like probably 15 or 16 now. And you can see the separation in the waves and how much cleaner each wave is.
And it's pretty amazing how that seemingly minimal amount of time makes a big difference when you're talking in waves of this size and magnitude. And all that energy that's dispersed from a single wave does need time to settle down and disperse before the next wave comes to have the best quality.
Right, and especially with a swell of this magnitude, what happens is when it comes in, it just is so much energy that the reef can't handle it. The reef can't handle it. The winds can't handle it.
I'm telling you, the Maninis down there is getting bossed up
right now. Everybody's abandoning. All the homes empty down there, the caves.
All the humus are out to sea.
Said bye-bye. Here we go.
Moana
Wong again.
Oh,
I know her husband. He never show up for the sup. He can get cracks. He just told me, I never go out because it wasn't good. So now I told him I'm going to rip him online.
Okay.
Next year, you're not invited.
Ooh. We just rescinded the invitation.
Yeah, I'm not inviting him, especially if it's good. Damn kids.
Yeah, spoiled buggers.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and so, that's the thing, too. Here we go.
Keala.
Oh, my God.
Man,
okay,
and the drone shot is hard to tell how big that wave is. It looks kind of, sort of, almost minor, but when you're looking straight on,
so not.
That was a beast.
Put it this way. She couldn't even get 2 feet on the board.
Oh, so
she got
steep.
up, the board fell out from under her. She's literally in the air, falling down from the top of the lip, trying to land back on her board and still make the wave. As you can see, the front foot landed, but the back foot got nowhere close.
Bruh,
and that's
gnarly with a capital G.
Gnarly.
Gnarly.
Gnarly, right? And like these Wahine are just sharp. Here we go, Bethany Hamilton again.
Oh man, just.
Oh, thank you.
Couldn't quite get into that one.
Because if that was remotely close to catching or rideable or catchable, she would have went. And I just want to see her pack another bomb. But that's it. Look at hey, I'm gonna be honest. These girls are charging harder than some of the guys out there.
Yeah.
Because like I said, they don't want to blow the opportunity, and they want to enjoy the time they have out there. Where everybody else is so focused on. Here we go.
That's Moana Wong.
Moana coming off the bottom. So this is what we talked about earlier too. If you bottom turn that pipeline, you're missing the barrel, and that's what happens because you got to fall in so that you're behind. See right where KK was. If she could have kept her edge, would have been.
There's like
amazing.
There's no middle to these waves.
No.
It's like
lip,
and
bottom.
trough, and that's it. And then the middle's like, where is the middle? Like, how do I do that?
What is that saying? There's a total disconnect. And
ultimately,
that happens a lot in life. But today at Pipeline, now it's turning into that swell like we've seen the first day.
I think that's used to describe a lot lot of our leadership sometimes.
Sometimes. Are you kidding me? It's only getting worse.
More than ever. We digress. Back to
is
the
there,
surfing.
Another word that we can use that's bigger than totally? I don't think so. That's how bad it is.
That's pretty up there. That's a superlative.
Okay, so back to the beach.
And the action in the water.
Oh, yeah, just nonstop. And that's the thing, like, the men are so concentrated on winning and getting the high scores that they miss out on a lot of these other waves. That's why I said, like, Team Peru, Team Japan are, like, a couple of my favorite teams because they understand that this is the experience and chance of a lifetime. They're not going to catch these waves when you're free surfing. There's way too much people. You got all the boys out being regulated and stuff like that. And so those teams, Team Japan, Team Peru, and now the Mana Wahine team are taking full advantage of that. And they are going out there, and there's no wave wasted.
Right.
If they're even close to going in, even if they're going to go over the falls, they're going.
Yeah.
The Japanese did it. The Peruvians did it. The Wahine have done it throughout the whole event. And, you know, another one of my favorites I always say is Balaram Stack, because that guy will go on a 2 or 4 foot wave and just get barreled. It's not going to be a big wave, but you're at a pipeline with 3 other guys. Who cares?
Keep surfing.
Yes. And we already talked about that as well, the groove, right? You
Yeah.
keep surfing, it keeps you in the groove. Your body's lubricated mentally. Your mind is like, yeah, I'm good to go. But you sit, you get in your own head. Oh, back starts to lock up.
Right.
Legs get a little cold with the wind out there.
Start losing the feeling in your fingertips. You're like, I'm getting numb already.
And you go to stand up, you're like, oh, what happened? See, what happened was I sat for 29 of the 30 minutes and then caught one at the end.
Got locked up.
I've done that before. Not out here, but like in a contest at Huntington Beach. Figure I'd go out early, be out there so as soon as the heat started, because it's back-to-back heats start and end. So I was like sitting under the pier, ready to paddle over right, just as far out as the peak. So as soon as the heat starts, boom, shoot over. Right, so it's a 20-minute heat. And then there were no waves. Nobody in my heat caught a wave for another 10 minutes.
Holy
So I
crap.
was practically in the water for 15 minutes in trunks.
Extra.
Yeah, in trunks.
In cold water.
Yeah, and then I stood up and couldn't feel my board. My feet were frozen. I was like, whoa, what's going on here? And like, the feet were numb. The toes weren't feeling anything. It was crazy. I was like, okay, note to self, never do that again.
Yeah, do not sit for too long in cold water.
Well, and 2, from Hawaii, right? If no need to wear a wetsuit in the heat, I'm not going to wear one. I'm not used to it. Too hot to wear it right now. And so that was my thought process. Thankfully, I made it through the heat still yet. But, yeah, I did not make that mistake. About 2 minutes, I paddled out.
Well, checking out the horizon, we've got
That's another thing I like about this contest.
Swell.
You know as well as I do, like other contests, you can only look at the monitor. I could never work in those conditions. I can't do it.
It's
Especially
hard,
if I'm here live. If they put my back to the ocean, I'm going to turn around and look. Sorry, that's just what's happening, And I'm trying to get the people who are here on Oahu and are available to come watch it live because don't get me wrong, it's beautiful on TV and on this monitor, but it's nothing compared to that.
It's so different being here on the beach.
KK, yes,
KK
makes the drop.
Gets in,
Yeah.
standing tall.
Okay, so I had this deep conversation with her. So it looks like she's wearing a vest, right? So 1, she's wearing a vest, but 2, she's got like this tactical gear type of harness over it. And I think you could see when they show the replay, when she kicks out, the leash is actually attached to mid-back on that harness. And we were watching this the other day
So
and
you
wondering why.
it's a setup for a potential worst case scenario of having a hand line.
Right. Fishing off the bottom, right?
Yeah.
Hand line fishing off the bottom. So we were talking about that, and I was like, "Bruh, one doesn't even get remotely close to your feet, so you don't have to worry about standing up, getting a hog-tied." I know you've done it. I've done it out
man.
here.
Yeah.
And the last thing you want to be is hog-tied going over the falls at Pipeline on a 10 to 12 foot double up.
That's some of the worst moments of my life.
Oh, been there, done that. You're just like, oh, really? And then you're
So
underwater,
scary.
hog-tied, right? You can't
yeah.
paddle, whatever. You do everything you
gotta
can.
do your
KK,
best
late
merman.
drop, trying to stick it. So this is the thing, too, right? Looks like the Wahine are using a little bit longer boards so you can get in on the ones that come in from the outside. There, you see the leash hanging?
Yeah, I was wondering what that long tether was.
So I asked her about it, and she goes, she had strained her groin and literally ripped the tendon or the muscle off of the bone.
Oh.
And so she's like, well, bro, I can't surf with a leash because that's on your left foot, and she's goofy foot. So if she had it, she would have to put it on her right foot, which is in the way,
in the front,
which is even worse. You're going to trip up on it. So she just found it searching online, and she's like, bro, why don't I just attach it to the 2 straps for the harness and put it on my back? So I was like, that's pure genius. And she's like, oh, thanks. You know, I was just kind of doing it out of necessity. And then she goes on to explain that when she surfs peahi or really big waves, you know, when you're surfing, the board is pulling one way, which is usually to the surface, which means you're pointed downward toward the reef, going in opposite directions. Now that the leash is attached to her core or to the middle of her body, as the board's floating up, it's pulling her up. I was like, that's pure genius. Why aren't we all doing that?
I remember seeing some uncle back in the day, either at Bowls or somewhere with the waist harness leash. Like, oh, wow. Brought us onto something maybe.
Yeah, and that's why I say, like,
at least don't get tangled in your feet, huh?
In nothing. Like, think about it. Like, how much harder, because it's right here in the middle of your body, is it to get your arms tangled, get your legs tangled, get your feet
it's
tangled.
The absolute most trailing part of your body.
Yeah. And it's directly in the middle.
And in the middle.
So it's away from any one particular part of your body.
Any limb, you know.
It's going to have to go twice as far.
Yeah.
And I was like, Keala, you're a genius, baby. I love it.
A scholar and a charger.
Well, yeah. I mean, look at that. And that's a – so this is the thing. If she can get in a little bit earlier, like she did on that wave, but just a little bit earlier than that even, to kind of just chip in.
I think a combination of her wipeout wave and the wave she made, if they're finding that middle ground, that happy medium would be the ideal ride.
That would be sick.
Oh, check out that shoreline, bro. That's like the stuff that is out there waiting for you at the bottom.
That's how you lose your fins coming in.
Oh, and your face. Oh, if you go over
top
the falls.
of your foot.
Yeah.
Oh,
just
nice
filleted
cheese
right off.
grater. Good 40 grit.
Yeah.
Here we go. KK paddling. Look at her. Charging. Like.
Oh, man. There's some bombs out the back.
See, and that's the thing on the
Hard
monitor.
to see them on your screen, but trust us.
Wait.
There are waves that are
just
marching in.
Oh, my goodness. Like, look, I got chicken skin. Like.
Oh, you do, man.
I love Pipeline.
Yeah, it's.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to stand up.
It's
and
an
look
amazing
at this.
place.
Look at this back wave, Rocky.
Okay, bro.
Oh, if we can get somebody in on this, this will be
I think
amazing.
I'm gonna stand up too, just because stretch out.
Because we can. Look at go Bethany. Go Bethany. Oh yeah,
that's KK.
KK. Big bottom turn coming up inside. Little barrel pumping, losing her speed. Yeah! Yeehaw! Oh, chicken skin again.
Yeah, that was well done.
Absolutely.
We'll see the replay. I like her stall, bottom turn, waited for it. Timing was there. And a lot of good technique on that one.
Right. That's the thing with the bigger boards on the inside double up. You kind of get hung up on the takeoff, so you have to free fall and then bottom turn and then get that check turn stall. Oh, look at this back one. Let's see if Bethany or Moana in position. Oh, my goodness. Oh, Bethany is not in position to catch it. She's definitely right in the heart of it. Got cleaned up. Did what we call a board dive. Jump up on the board and dive under.
Yep.
Get it. Oh, here she goes. Look, swinging right after that.
Go.
No way.
Go.
She's going.
Go.
Go, Bethany!
Oh, she's going to pack this thing, I think.
What the heck?
I wonder.
Oh, good.
Probably
Thank
a
you.
smart move
No,
there.
Thank you. Because from what we've seen every day that she's been in the water, that's something she would have totally pulled into. No sense breaking your board, breaking the body.
Yep.
Just that takeoff. Like, she literally had to dive the wave before to get under it, dive off of her board, get under the wave, and go.
Recover.
Oh, look. This one's a little late. I guess
And
I'll just turn around and go.
spin around.
What? Gavin Sutherland over there saying, "What's up, brother?"
He
Here
might,
we go.
he's got
KK,
a board
look,
with him,
late
huh?
takeoff. Oh, fins disengage just a bit. Little stall bottom turn. Then as it goes down the line, she's got this double up section. Nice. Wow, the drone footage is actually perfect.
Yeah.
For that angle is perfect. It made it look even better than what we
Well,
could
I
see
like
earlier.
her patience.
Absolutely.
You know, it paid off, and you know she knew there was something
go.
on the way as
Look
we
at
watched
Bethany.
Bethany. Wow, just look at
She
the
made that look
size of that
so
wave.
easy.
And especially, like you said, after having to bail, recover the board, get pounded, grab the board, and then have the wherewithal to spin and charge that next wave, the very next wave.
And make it look that easy.
Make it look that easy. I think I set it up on the live beach, Mike, and I think I spoke for all of us. Like, she is definitely our
kidding
hero.
Me? How, like, just to get back in the water after everything she went through, right?
Yeah,
The
I
shark
think
attack.
I would be moving to Nebraska.
Right. Honey, we're going to start farming.
Yeah.
Right? And, you know, just all of that, you know, and all of the claim that she got, you know, from that situation, you know, obviously was positive for her career. But what I got from it and what I saw from it was people got to see what an amazing human being she was, regardless of what happened to
Anything
her or
else?
not.
Yeah. When
You know,
when you take away all of the, you know,
the
events,
limelight,
the
the
limelight,
Hollywood.
everything. There's a really humble, good person there, and that's really cool to see. Bianca Valenti charging backdoor, trying to stall, and that's sometimes you know they get in so early and then they end up outrunning it a little bit. So there's just you know, hey, it's all in practice and technique, and you know they're getting probably about 4 years worth of regular free surfing at Pipeline, all at this backdoor shootout.
More than that, because they would
Maybe
never
10
catch
years.
this much waves.
Yeah.
Never catch
It's
this
just
much
so
waves during free
packed.
surf. Oh, that's the one!
Oh, excellent. Well done. That was the happy medium. Yeah.
Yes! Atta girl. That's the one, baby. That was the one. Yes. Oh,
That was so well done.
Because she's been every heat trying to get that one right there.
Been
too late, too
having
early,
that,
too late, too early.
Having that eye looking for that one.
Just fell right into that happy medium, just like we.
Oh, that was
spoke.
a beautiful drone shot, looking right
That
in
was
too.
Gorgeous.
We'll check out some other angles of that last wave of Keala Kennelly, just in the right spot, the right time, everything lined up, and then very skillfully was able to exit under that doggy door, through that doggy door, as we watch Moana Wong. She's been kind of leading the charge for this Wahine team in the way of scoring.
Absolutely
And,
agreed.
You know, she's got a big opportunity coming up at the Pipe Masters with a wild card spot. To she is going to slay some dragons, I tell you.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the judging isn't supposed to favor male or female. Here we go. Bianca's backdoor wave. Again, the board's bigger. So when you're on the inside on a little wave like that and you get in early, unless you're going to fade left and then come back right.
Right, really draw out that bottom turn.
It's too hard to slow down enough.
Right.
You know, but still, like you said, they wouldn't even catch that wave during a free surf session.
Yeah, it
somebody,
gets
look
so
at Keala,
packed and
right there, taking
competitive.
off on the warble,
That
falls in
is-
halfway down, fully barreled through the curtain, through the chandelier. And that is the key part there. All the other waves were catching them on the chandelier. Here we go. See if Bethany's going to go anyway. Bethany's going. Go, Bethany. Go, Bethany. Oh, no. Oh my gosh, that girl's gonna give me a heart attack.
I know. Man, she was just hanging on that lip and teetering on
Got it,
just
guys.
a
My bad.
very, very precarious position, and I think she's okay. Thankfully, that's a crazy
I mean,
place to be.
This girl. Oh, here we go.
Checking out some recap highlight action from this round 4, heat number 5, Wahine, Amana Wahine. And this the Hui Backdoor Shootout historical moments. Right there, Bianca Valenti.
Oh, so sick. And then right here is a warble. Pushes her up, and then she tries to come through it.
And Moana Wong continuing the charge, but not finding the deep barrels that she had in previous rounds.
Yep.
And maybe her positioning and
Here we go,
cheering on
KK.
her fellow teammates, but that was one that
So
just
see how
slipped
she's
right
trying
off
to
the
get
bat.
in there,
Yeah.
like she did on the last one. But too much board. Same thing here.
Yeah, then
So
she got a
little
little
late.
bit ahead of it.
Yes. Kind of help with the extra length on the board. You know, that drop is hard to
You're
make.
just
like that.
looking for like this pinpoint
Yes.
positioning in the right place to be, and this was well
Yeah,
done. She carved
beautiful
around
it
that
is.
section and then did a nice little stall, little hop and pump to make sure she was going to make it through. So Keala definitely doing the big scores for her team here. And Beth.
blew out the system,
Oh, we're
literally.
back.
Oh, and we're back. All right, joined here by Professor Doctor Isaiah Walker. Oh, man, Isaiah, are you serious right now?
The waves are pumping. You know, during my break, it was the first time I actually went down onto the sand. And, man, it's more intimidating from down the beach because, like, no more sand and the current is ripping and you can see the energy. It's definitely big out there.
Yeah, all the variables and nature is on full display when you're right there. Like the reef right there on the inside are literally right at your feet.
I know, hardly hit sand. It's all
then
sharp.
you also are looking eye level with the waves, or with the trough,
so
you can actually see how big it actually is. And like you said, here we're sitting not only up on the hill, but we're on top of a deck on the hill, so we're more elevated. And when I'm, doing the live beach broadcast, I'm all the way up in the judges' tower. So not having that, I guess you would say, perception or being able to see what everybody else is seeing, we're spoiled.
Yeah.
Right? But, yeah, it's cool to go down there every once in a while. I did that the other day when my daughter and our whole crew, here we go, Kaimana Henry taking off backside. So you can see he's not sticking his butt in the water. He's just racing through this section, making sure he makes it through. And here we go. Who are we looking at?
Makana Pang.
Yeah, Makana Pang.
Stalling in that one, out with the spit.
He comes from good genes, too. His dad is Shaper Dennis Pang. Here, Kaimana, watch this thing. This is a whole nother level. Super late, fins, board sideways, behind the peak, spit in the face, everything coming out. And that's, what won in the 2016 Backdoor Shootout. And look at this right.
Jack Robinson.
Robbo. Stalling. So easy. Well, he makes it look easy.
Yeah.
There we go. Got another replay. Nope, that was it. Let's see if we get.
Yep, so this team Volcom, Kaimana Henry, Balaram Stack, Jack Robinson, and Makana Pang.
You look at every heat. Just realize the names we're reading in every heat. That's literally a final. In any other event, every heat is a final. And, we keep saying this, and I don't know, for the people who are non-competitors that surf or, are just fans of surfing, if they understand what that means. And what that means is every heat is so good that it could be a final. In any other contest, any one of these heats would be a final. And usually a final is the best, the people who are surfing the best that day, right?
Yep.
And we've got that in every heat. Who does that?
And I think, what it is also, Kainoa, is there's a lot of really good surfers nowadays. And so, but you're right, we have some of the best in the Hui Backdoor Shootout. And I love how we mix it up, too, with, you got a combination of people like John Florence, who's, top dog on the elite competition.
Right, yeah.
And then you get, guys like Kai Lenny, who are experts in their area. And then we got guys like Balaram Stack in this heat, who are pipe specialists. So there's experts in this heat, but they're coming from all kind of disciplines. In many ways, that makes the talent pool even deeper, I think.
Oh, and that's what's amazing about surfing, that there's so many different ways for, surfers to make a living now. People are actually just making a living off free surfing and making movies and stuff like that, and they're keeping sponsors. Then, you have like your Kai Lennys and your Billy Kempers, Makua Rothmans, that are making money on the big wave tour, and even Nathan Florence, they're making money from surfing big waves. And then there's other guys who are shortboard surfers or pipe specialists, and it's endless. I mean, you have a waterman like Kai Lenny, who basically does everything, right? Yeah. Everything wind, everything board riding sports, and then you have other guys who literally specialize just in surfing pipe. And that was the whole premise of this event, is to put the best pipe surfers and as many best local surfers as we could get in the water at one time in one event with a free surf
feel
format.
Yeah, format.
As if it was like me out there, I'd be talking smack the whole time with my friend. Like, wow, you suck. You didn't even make that wave. I'll call you next time and whatever. But that's part of the camaraderie, right? That's part of like any team sports life. And for surfing, we don't have teams.
Right. Well, we did have some high school surf teams.
Right.
But, you know, in Hawaii, oddly, there's not as much support, but a school system.
It's not like surfing was born here or anything. I don't know.
I don't know.
Might just be me.
Woo, look at this bomb. Holy smokes.
Oh, so late.
Oh, Balaram.
Like I said, one of my favorites. If he's in position, he's going to go.
That was a teepee. He somehow turned around and caught that right as it was breaking.
First of all, what makes you turn around? And that's the thing I've been saying is there's that something special, that's something different, that's separate. Look at it's barreling over his head, and he was still trying to pull in right there, but it got too crazy. But there's definitely a few quarts low, few marbles missing, you know, pieces not all there. But in order to want this, in order to do this, you have to be. There's no other way. If you think too rationally, Pipeline's not the place for you.
Oh. Yeah. The women's heat, man. I was on the beach watching, and
good heat.
Really
good heat to be on the beach watching from that angle.
Awesome. Some bombs. I was impressed with, you know, KK and Moana and all of them just charging it. And you tell too how low the tide is right now. It's like no water on the beach.
Nothing. The reef has never as exposed as it is now. One, from the tide, and then two, because the swell is turning so west now that it's literally swept all the sand off the reef in front of the Volcom house and the Chandler Ohana house, which is what we as surfers like to see. Because what happens is all this sand now gets sucked over to gums and fills in the spot between gums and pipe. So now when we have some of this more northwest sets that push over to where the photographers are, now there's like a sandbar, the pipeline sandbar on the end bowl, which most of the competitors won't be sitting at. But when you're coming back out, the chances with the swell the way it is of swinging into one of those are highly likely. And because it's set up that way on the bottom now, it's like what we call groom, or like if you're snowboarding, right? They groom the runs in the morning and stuff like that. So this is what we're looking at, not just the wave face itself, but the bottom of the ocean is now groomed. The holes are all filled in, so you don't have these weird deep spots. Now, if you're in the right place, that wave could just keep running through all these different peaks, and we could see some even more amazing and unbelievable rides when, you know, they take off. Like this little one, you know, it doesn't look like much, but when you're watching it live, that thing's just running. Right here on the end, it normally wouldn't do that. It would pinch. Now that sand's taking off that part of the reef, it's allowing it to open up a little more. And we can see what I believe is a big difference from this morning compared to now. Let me see. We got some sets coming in.
Now, this morning we was talking Hawaiian history.
Right.
But we haven't been together for a while. We got you were up on the judges tower, and I don't know if you have any more questions or we want to finish that conversation.
Yeah, let's finish that. Absolutely. I wasn't sure if you did or not. I was just going to ask that.
You was taking notes over here, but I was waiting for you because you was doing homework. You was taking your notes.
Yeah, no, just go for it. I'm going to write down whatever pops into my head. So, go ahead. Yeah, let's finish that story of the illegal occupation and the illegal overthrow of Hawaii by private businessmen backed by the U.S. military.
Yeah, so I'm glad you pointed out there's two different dates that are really important in this story. 1893, and that's what we're this week commemorates that time period. January 14th to January 17th. January 17th was when the Queen was overthrown.
Look at how sick that spray job is on that board.
Classic.
It's a Paizel board, that thing. It's got like all the classic, old school 80s, 90s
Yeah,
colors, as
all
well
of
as all the designs, the checkerboard, the stripes, all in one board.
On board.
And they did a great job of putting it all together. I think that thing is sick.
Very cool.
I like it.
But then you said overthrow and then occupation. So occupation is a word that a lot of historians are using today to refer to the annexation. So that's 1898, 5 years later. So this time period, 1893 to 1898, is important time in this story because, as we mentioned earlier, the overthrow was not really legal and it wasn't sanctioned by the U.S. government. So President McKinley, before President McKinley was President Grover Cleveland. When he investigated, he actually sent a guy named James Blount, who was a senator, to solely go and investigate, like, hey, what's going on? What's this report of, the Queen being overthrown and the U.S. being involved? First thing James Blount did when he arrived on Honolulu shores and he saw the American flag flying over the Iolani Palace, he said, oh, whoa, take that down.
Nice.
We didn't authorize that. So I said how this ties in with surfing as well. When James Blount and his family was going around, they were touring the different islands and investigating. So that investigation, interviewing what happened, how did this happen. Later he writes a 1,500-page report where he's pretty much, it's a scathing condemnation of what happened, saying, bro, this wasn't right. My recommendation, restore the Queen to power. This wasn't legit.
Basically, he said they couldn't be more wrong if they tried.
Right, and then even President Grover Cleveland agreed to this. However, when it was...
Here comes the however, or the but part of the story.
But when it was, these guys refused to back down. These Haole guys that had overthrown the kingdom, and even the agreement was made between the President of the United States and the Queen of Hawaii at that time, saying, I'll agree to restore you if you don't execute these guys. And at first she said no. She said, I got to comply with my own laws. These guys committed treason by our own laws. We got to kill them.
Right. I like those laws.
But she eventually, had a compromise and was like, all right, that's fine. But unfortunately, these guys literally refused to back down. And so, the President of the United States decided not to use force against these American citizens and decided, well, let's push it to Congress and see what they say. And it just was kind of like this stalemate for, those couple of years. Meanwhile, guys like Prince Kuhio and others are like, what's going on? I thought we, resolved this. So they eventually got frustrated and they attempted to take it back by force. The President of the United States recommended that the Queen allow things to be settled in Congress, but these Hawaiians was getting impatient. And Prince Kuhio was an avid surfer. He was the first surfer to go to California and take surfing to Santa Cruz. Wow. He was also an expert martial artist in the Hawaiian martial art known as the Lua. In fact, there's still some Lua paws around today. They trace back mostly to Kuhio.
Wow.
So he was an expert fighter. And so he had that warrior spirit about him. In fact, he eventually later is elected into office in Hawaii's territorial government as the delegate to Congress. There's stories of him going to Washington, D.C. There's one story of him going to get his hair cut, and this barber, who's a racist guy, said, I don't cut your kind. He dragged the barber out into the sidewalk, knocked him out on the street, and told him, I'm from Hawaii, bro.
Hawaiian. That's what I'm talking about.
And because he was a congressman, I guess, he got away with it. But
yeah, right.
But he was
be a politician.
So he was, that warriorness in him was like, what's going on? What's going on? So he's like, bro, let's just take this back by force. Never mind these guys. And they did have a plan of trying to get some guns in from San Francisco. They brought them in on these ships, and their plan and their plot was spoiled. Somebody kind of blew the whistle, and so the guns never really made it. They tried to scramble and still, do something about it, and eventually they got chased up into the hills and all eventually were arrested. And there were a lot of Hawaiians that we're learning more now. There's a guy named Ron Williams Jr. who's done a lot of research on this, and he shows how there were a lot of Hawaiians that were in prison. A lot of them died in prison. A lot of them during that time.
In prison wrongfully and illegally.
Right. And so that kind of what they did that was interesting is they then blamed the Queen of Hawaii and said, this was your fault. Now, sometimes people say, oh, in 1893, the Queen was arrested and thrown in the palace. That's incorrect. 1893, there was this overthrow, but it was in 1895 when that attempt to bring the Queen back in by force by Kuhio and others. They blamed her for that. They called it an insurrection, which is interesting because they were the ones who were insurrectionists.
How can you insurrect something you already occupied and owned?
And then they put her in house arrest in the palace. And famously, if you go to Iolani Palace, you go tour in the upper room, you see where she was composing music. She was an expert in music.
Wow.
She composed all different types of genres on the piano. She was really gifted in both the Hawaiian music and in Western styles, genre of music. Classical music. And anyway, so that's where we have a lot of that story of her being in prison there, but it still wasn't solved.
So let's get that clear. When it originally happened, she was not under a house of arrest,
right?
Correct
So
how much longer again after that initial overthrow happened? Was it 5 years later?
Oh, that she was in prison was 2 years later.
2 years later, okay.
So in 1895, but then 5 years later is when things really take an interesting turn in this story. There's a war that breaks out, and that war is with Spain. And that Spanish-American War makes its way all the way to the Philippines, in fact, later, these battles in the Philippines, and the United States was involved in that. So the U.S. was fighting Spain in the Philippines because Spain owned the Philippines at the time. And that war became kind of an impetus for the U.S. military to be like, we need Hawaii now.
Right.
And so that's where people like Dr. Keanu Sai and others are talking about how this is an occupation because it was a wartime occupation where they're like, we need this. So I mentioned earlier.
They did it illegally.
Right. So I mentioned earlier, which hopefully you tuned in to the whole day of event, but that there was treaties that the United States had signed with the Hawaiian Kingdom government. And so there were, in order for this to be sanctioned, this annexation, you needed a treaty to sign. So when these guys overthrew the Queen, they were the supposed government. They called themselves the Republic of Hawaii. They wrote this treaty, and they sent it to Washington, D.C. and said, we want to be a part of the United States. Please sign this treaty of annexation. That treaty of annexation, there were two of them actually, but the second one in 1898 made its way onto the House floor. Hawaiians went there, and essentially they brought petitions of thousands of signatures where majority of the Hawaii population signed this petition saying we do not agree with this bill, we do not want to be annexed to the United States, and it actually worked. So the petitions and the visits from Hawaii's dignitaries went to Washington, D.C., and they didn't get the two-thirds votes that they needed for that treaty to pass, and so it seemed like, oh, this is power, we did it.
Right. But
look at this wave.
Oh, look at this.
It's like
taking off super high behind the peak. Rabo making it too easy.
Jack Robinson. So it's kind of an unfortunate twist because the Hawaiians are like, wow, we did it.
We got it.
Got it. And then this war breaks out, I was mentioning, between Spain. And then probably one of the biggest blows was there was a change in the administration in Washington, D.C. There's a new president in office. His name's William McKinley. And he's just very ambitious and decides, no, we're gonna take. So in that 1 year, 1898, under President McKinley, you had Hawaii, American Samoa, Guam, Puerto Rico, and shucks, it'll come to me in a minute. But there's these 5 places that are taken during that time under that administration. We're seeing this replay of Jack Robinson.
That looked way heavier than it did live. Like, look at this.
Look
Water
at that.
angle, so much better. So late, right underneath the chandelier, pulls high. And this is where I'm talking about. Rabo's really good at pulling high at the end and coming out of the front of the wave instead of doggy-dooring it, which a lot of our competitors are doing.
Oh,
and
look at this one.
Look
this
at
is a
this.
steep one.
Oh,
Balaram.
Balaram.
Makana
Makana back. Oh! Ay, Chihuahua. Oh, my goodness. Again, this is what this event is. This is the pipeline version of the Eddy. Like, just take off and go. And like the Eddy, right, even though our event is different, like the Eddy, we're only going to run it if the waves are like this. Right? You know, the other day was an anomaly. That's pretty much the least amount we'd run it, right? They have the shortboard first heats in the morning because there's still a lot of potential, still a lot of 8s and 9s being scored that day. And at this point, we're still scoring 4 waves.
Yeah.
So it makes a big difference for these riders to have those backup waves. If you only needed 2, this would be a totally different event. I mean, John would be winning. He had a 10 and a 9. Bal has the biggest score, highest score of the event this year, which was an 11. I think the only 12 in history we've had was by our Japanese surfer,
Keito Matsuoka.
Keito Matsuoka. Like, I watched that wave live, and every time I see it reposted, you know, whether it's on social media or not, I watch it. Like, and I remember how I felt and the things that were going through my mind when I watched it live every time I see it. So it's one of those things where with all the good waves we see in this event, with all the good waves I've seen here at Pipeline throughout my lifetime, that one, that was every bit of wrong and right you could have in one wave. He took off too late. He took off behind the wrong warble on the bottom, lost the fins, started sliding up because his bottom turning on that warble. Then he got too high, fell back in, then got eaten by the snowball, and then came out. Like, does it even make sense? Everything I just said, Makana Pang, big pump there, knows it was going to close out. So that's another thing, too. When it closes out like that, you want that big pump, because what happens is it propels you through the closeout. And when you're in these closeout at Pipeline, you can't see it from here. But what happens is the whole sea, the whole bottom of the wave drops out. So what you want is that speed going into that closeout. So when you're in the closeout, you can jump off of your board, away from your board, right? And hopefully when you fall through that trough, it just pops you up and you don't hit the bottom. And when you have a lot of speed like that, the snowball still pushes through as well. So the snowball will help push you through the back of the wave a lot of the time. And so that's why you see a lot of surfers, when they pull in, they'll get that pump too, so they get that speed to jump and clear their board. Like I said, that snowball and spit is still coming behind. So if they're too close to the board when they jump off, that could hit them as well. So there's variables forever out here that you have to negotiate, that you don't even see going on unless you're out there and in the situation. You know, I try to convey that as much as possible, but like Billabong says, only a surfer knows the feeling.
Beautiful condition.
Amazing. Look at this. Look at this wave right here. Like,
so eventually, after this change in president and William McKinley, and they really want Pearl Harbor at this point, and they want possession of Hawaii, and so they do this kind of sneaky move where they're like, well,
kind of
sneaky.
But hey,
it's just illegal,
we're speaking
really.
truth. That's what the shootout is here for.
Right.
There's a platform for us to tell real stories.
And it is what makes it illegal. And interestingly, for years, you know, those folks who did, you know, take over Hawaii, wanted people to believe that there was an annexation treaty that passed. You go to McKinley High School, there's a big statue of William McKinley, and he's holding in that statue a treaty of annexation, which actually never passed. Yeah, so fake.
So it was the actual written treaty, but it never passed, so it's not legal. It's not real. There's no legal binding to it.
So what they did instead was they decided, well, let's have a joint resolution, which is essentially a domestic law, which does not apply to international law. So it's kind of like saying, oh, should we vote if United States wants to take over Canada, and Canada has no point in this discussion. But look at this barrel.
Nice.
Let's start us off our heat with Kaimana Henry.
First wave of the heat for him. Here we go, ball around. Oh, this Makana Pang. Nice stall there. And some of these waves, no matter how much you stall. Depending on where you get in, there's nothing you can do about it. Right? So
This was the deep one.
This was the one. So deep, so late, so wrong. It's right. Oh.
That one got wide. So we saw some great waves in this heat.
Here we go. Robbo at backdoor.
Yep. Jack Robinson had a couple good ones. That's one of his backdoor wave.
So we're going to be going live till 6 o'clock, even after the contest is over, live on Surfline. So we're going to have the free surf TV going on. So we just want to let our viewers out there know, if you guys want to keep watching, we'll be going live. Myself and Rocky will be commentating that free surf session as well. So
Stick
for
with
Kaino
us.
McGee, Isaiah Walker, we'll see you guys in a few minutes. Get in.
Aloha.
Welcome back to day number 3, round 4, heat number 7 of the Hui Backdoor Shootout, all in memory of Duke Kahanamoku, and we are in our 7th heat of the day. As I said, that is Reef McIntosh in progress. Rocky Cannon with Isaiah Walker, and taking you through this team Quiksilver heat.
Yep, we've got Cole Rothman, Reef McIntosh, Cody Young, and Joey Johnson. And Zeke Lau was on this team until he got injured. We talked about that injury. We're grateful that he's okay, that it just got him underneath the eye and not on his eye. But we wish him the best, and you know he has some events coming up as the start of the WSL season. And of course he requalified for the tour by doing really well this year on the Challenger Series. But the rest of his teammates are going to fill in for him, and we already saw a couple rides during the break.
Yeah, Joey Johnston started off the heat with a good one and making it count for Team Quiksilver. See Cody Young right there in the white helmet. This was Joey's wave. Really good positioning, stalling, getting barreled, coming out. Cody Young also kind of that same technique, fitting into that tighter pipe barrel. Here's live action. Joey Johnston getting comfy. Of course, his dad and uncle, great shapers. Don, his dad, Howie Johnston, and Jeff Johnston. Great surfers, too.
No, I didn't know that. You know, surfboard shaping. We talked a little bit about how we were talking about your sugarcane area there in Waialua and how there's a lot of shapers over there, but Hawaii also has been a part of that progression of surfboard design and shaping. So mahalo to all those shapers out there. We've seen several. We're talking about, you know, Pang, both Dennis and his son Makana in the event, but also Glenn Pang and also many other shapers. Let's check out this replay though. This looks like Reef McIntosh.
Yeah, big, long, drawn-out bottom turn, you know, kind of having to wait for it. Not going to be one of his top scores, but still a cool, fun ride.
And another one from Joey Johnston. Beautiful technique of dragging there. Comes out smooth, safely onto the shoulder. But I did want to you know, mention, and the other day we were talking about some of the surfboard design and development and how even in Hawaii and some of our Hawaiian surfboard makers were part of that evolution of surfing and surfboards and the shortboard revolution. And then I saw on Instagram last night somebody, I think it was the IPA family, had posted that the Sting, which I talked briefly about yesterday or last time from Ben IPA, was a real great innovation in the shortboard design. I thought it was cool. They were paying homage to that. Oh my goodness. Cole Rothman.
Wow, that was really an amazing effort by Cole Rothman just to get in that barrel and then traveling so fast through it, and it just sped up with so much wall down the line that he was not able to keep up. But I thought that was going to be a potential repeat of his 12-point ride a couple years ago. Man, that had that same look to it. And he's so casual in these really gnarly positions that, you know, it almost looks like those kinds of guys, sometimes the only hindrance they could have is making it look too easy. But, you know, he's working hard out there.
Oh, boy. You know, we've been here all day, and there's still a lot of energy out there in the ocean. I didn't know when the swell was supposed to peak, and I thought maybe it was on the decline, but certainly a lot of energy still out there. We're seeing this Cole Rothman water angle super deep. Makes it over that first foam wall section. It spits. He's still in there.
And he kind of had a chance, and that was eerily similar to his 12-point ride where he had that next section to work with. And, of course, that 12 a couple years ago, he made it through that next section, which was ultimately amazing. We talked earlier a little bit about Zeke Lau for Team Quiksilver, and, the reason he's probably not here, even with an injury that didn't affect any part of his body that he really uses for surfing, the knee, the hips, ankle. It was an injury, right under his eye to his face. Theoretically, it would be possible to surf, but he's got some big events coming up for the World Surf League, and we're getting some good info from our good friend Mike Latronic that's changing the schedule, having the 2 Hawaii events to lead off. There is also that 5-event drop-off if you're not sustaining a certain rating or ranking. They do a little bit of a switch out. So having 2 events here could bode well for our Hawaii boys to be able to get off to that really good start and hopefully, survive that 5-event cutoff. Yeah. And one more note is Joey's uncle, Jeff Johnston, made the Pipe Masters finals years ago. Oh, that's how good of a surfer he is.
Awesome.
See some mutant waves over towards the Gums area, now back at Pipe, and a little bit of that menacing current that has working its way through the lineup from time to time.
Yep.
A little bit of that. See the little texture on the water with the current moving through. Cole Rothman paddling back out.
Yep, so this is the Hui Backdoor Shootout, day 3. This is our 4th round. So today we ran 2 rounds of the teams. We had 30-minute heats, so we're able to maximize our time. We're going to utilize the full 8 hours, and some great waves.
Sorry, a little correction. I don't have numbers saved, and Mike Latronic also has a 927 number. That's Kaipo Guerrero texting with the information. So
okay,
apologies.
That makes more sense.
Yeah, I was. He does have a 927 number also, and I was just kind of looking quickly.
You don't have Kaipo's name in your phone?
No, because I had a new phone, and I'm still working on adding in all my numbers. I didn't back up anything in my phone that got stolen, so it is a fresh start with this iPhone 11 Pro Max. But yeah,
I miss Kaipo. I was texting him like, bro,
and I saw Mike Latronic earlier today too. That's why it was like in my brain, and I saw the 927. I'm like, but how does Mike have Isaiah's number? It doesn't matter. I'm just gonna.
Oh wait,
drop
my name's in your phone
randomly. No, it's not. I haven't got around to.
I thought maybe I made the cut. Didn't get around to it.
No, I right now all I have is my mom and my wife. I'll get to it though. You guys will get in there. Don't worry.
Gotcha.
You'll make the cut.
Oh
man, that one was just exploding.
Welcome to Pipeline. You got me started on that movie.
By the way, if you want to reach Kaipo Guerrero, his phone number is 99. Never mind. Yeah, we are going to bring you some free surf action after the completion of this day number 3 of the Hui Backdoor Shootout. So we should see more barrels, more carnage, all the things that we love to watch at Pipeline.
Man.
So I guess Kaipo is
kind
of joining us vicariously as we watch Cole Rothman.
Oh,
you
make
can
it,
hear
make it.
Kaido McGee exploding, and Koa.
So close. Oh, another
Not gonna make it. Oh,
Cody Young.
Wow. I mean, that exit point was so small and narrow. It went from gaping to microscopic in a matter of 7 yards.
Holy cow. Can't wait to see the replay. I hope Larry Haynes got that camera inside angle from the jet ski. Especially that Cole Rothman's wave. That thing just was a grower. Here we go. Replay. Yep, see Cole behind the peak. Gets that pump in. Tried to stay deep, but then, just chandelier clamped on him. Well, hopefully he's okay. Got Cole on the back of the ski.
Yep, got Brandon driving with
there's the water angle.
Hill, and here's Cole looking in to that barrel, and man, I don't know where he went. He just got, it was like he vanished, like Batman when he throws his smoke screen on the ground and he's gone. It was like, now you see him, now you don't.
Oh. That's Hale Foster. I thought that was Pomai on the back of the ski.
Yeah, Hale started for Gorota Main a little bit.
Kainoa, no need one mic, bro.
Kehala Kennelly.
She was
had a
charging it
great
today.
Session. You see her logo right there, KK on her board. Wonder if she's gonna head out for the free surf session after. We'll see. But I see a lot of other guys that aren't in the contest frothing over these conditions. Can't wait for that final horn to blow as Reef McIntosh gets a quick backdoor wave with not much happening, so he will not be using that wave to add to his total.
Ooh, gotta sneak under a backdoor wave.
Yeah, and he's
scratching,
kicking hard, to make it under that one too. Ooh. And from the drone, I mean, we talk about the epic angles and the bird's eye view, obviously a one-of-a-kind angle, but the waves don't look as intimidating from that drone footage. So if you could see the waves from the front view of how big those waves were Reef was scratching under, you would have seen like why a big man like Reef is in panic mode to get out.
I was telling Kainoa earlier, I walked down to the beach for the first time today, and when you're down on the sand, the waves look even bigger, because we're kind of up.
We are. We're almost like we might be higher than the sea level or right at it as you get out to the lineup. But getting down to beach level, you feel the beach vibrating.
Yeah.
You can't see the horizon because the waves are extending that tall.
And even the paddle out's kind of sketchy because you see it's like there's no water. It's all shallow. There's reef exposed, no more sand.
Yeah, definitely exposed hard edges and surfaces down there.
Well, Kainoa got me talking Hawaiian history earlier and got kind of winded.
Yeah.
But hopefully our listeners are able to follow along. I never completely finished the story. So
you're doing like a solid, with a couple breaks here and there, like a 6-hour class today, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, there's a couple De Sotos.
And Manny De Soto.
Yep. Of course, we talked about the Waterman movie about Duke Kahanamoku, and I believe Dwayne De Soto was.
Yep. He was in there
playing, acting as the Duke
Yep.
in some of those scenes.
Yeah, Waterman really does a good job in kind of preserving the stories of Duke and kind of showing the many sides of him that I think maybe a lot of people don't realize. And one of my favorite parts where it tells a story where he rescues all these all these folks who were stranded that their boat capsized in massive Newport Beach, and Duke went out and saved as many as he possibly could. And it's a real emotional thing because even though most people celebrated the fact that, oh, he saved all these people, he didn't get everyone.
Right.
And he was the
carried
only
that
one. Yeah.
guilt a little bit.
You'd see that kind of weight on him, you know.
Well, nonetheless, a heroic deed. And here is Koa Rothman. I was almost going to use heroic there, but I was waiting for the wave to develop, and it did not. So just a little check-in and check-out for Koa Rothman. Pops in, checks out the scene. Not really happening. I'm going to go check out the next place.
So when I was talking to Kainoa, and we were talking about the difference between the overthrow and occupation, or, you know, annexation. It does relate to surfing. And speaking of surfing, here we go. A replay of Koa Rothman. Look how big and beautiful that wave is behind him.
It's just such a, even though it wasn't a high score, you got to appreciate, you know, that particular shot,
Right.
the view, all the colors and the, you know, magnificence of the wave.
So there's a few ways that surfing ties into that story. One of them, as I mentioned previously, about one of the key players in this whole time period is Prince Jonah Kuhio, and who was an avid surfer and was the first surfer to bring surfing to California, 1885. We
I was
talked
just saying,
about that.
didn't he? Wasn't he and his brother? That
Yeah,
were
two
surfing
brothers,
in
Edward
California?
and David, and they went to school in San Mateo County, and they went surfing often. And there was one day where they had like an exhibition, kind of like an event, maybe like this even, and a crowd showed up, and there was a newspaper reporter, and they wrote about it, about them showing people how the Hawaiians walk on water. So, but there's a couple other things that happened. One of them is that in 1893, and I mentioned earlier that they sent Senator James Blount to come investigate this overthrow. When his family was touring around the islands taking all these interviews, one of the areas they stopped was in Hilo, and in Hilo Bay they had a surfing event for them as a kind of exhibition and to show a bit of our culture. So surfing competitions are not new to Hawaii. And they even, not only in the 1890s, but they go back into ancient times. So they had a lot of surfing events, and they would love to gamble and place their bets on different surfers. And so it was a whole part of that makahiki, and surfing was core to that competition. So, sometimes people will be like, oh man, hang loose. Don't, Hawaiians were not really competitive. That's incorrect.
Yeah, over the recent modern history, wow, Koa had the bail right there. Hawaiians, get the reputation, being super laid back or, in some situations not aggressive or competitive, but quite the contrary when you look at our history and with the stories you've shared and, and of what we know of the surfing and the so many other different kinds of games and activities and sports that were sometimes, I'm sure, like you said earlier with the competition of dismounting onto the rocks and the cliffs that are on the shore with things, with weapons and war games and spear throwing and other things that were, pretty dangerous that sometimes the losing more than just a bet.
Yeah. Uncle Brian, and he was saying this, don't mistake aloha for weakness.
Kindness
for weakness. These are
aloha for weakness. Yeah, you're right.
That's true. Lots of aloha. And it was interesting, Uncle Brian Amono, it was so great having him in the booth earlier. Right. It's like Cody Young on an inside wave. Yeah, we talked about that. Aloha is not weakness, and I think that's important when we're talking about Duke Hanamoku. Because Duke Hanamoku was had a lot of aloha, but that doesn't mean that he was a pushover.
Right.
Right. And, you know, you asked the other day, like, wow, these guys was kind of, you know, like Duke was big. He was like 6'3". Said he had really big hands, really big feet, and he was a strong guy.
Yeah.
And, you know, to think like, well, he was kind of passive and so forth, and yeah, that's inaccurate. In fact, his brother, I was talking the other day how I found these collections of oral interviews that had been recorded in the Hamilton Library of UH Manoa. And in those, there's this one of his younger brothers tells a story about Duke, and he said, you know, Duke was a kind man and lots of aloha. But he said, but I didn't want to make him mad because his hands were so heavy. He slap you feel him.
You slap this side of your head, you feel him on this side. Slap your right ear, your left ear, gonna feel him too.
But one more way that surfing ties into the story of the overthrow and annexation is surfing undergoes a kind of like a resurgence. I don't want to say that it was revived, because revive assumes that something was dead.
Correct.
But it was a resurgence where it became increasingly more popular.
Reinvigorated.
Reinvigorated, thank you. After this time period of annexation and occupation, I should say. And my feeling is, you know, in the past people said, well, it's because Alexander Hume Ford popularized it and for tourism's sake, but I disagree with that. My theory on it is that Hawaiians, the ocean was still a space where they could still have, you know, their domain. You couldn't put a fence around it. You couldn't, you know, exclude people from it. And it was a traditional Hawaiian domain. There we have Jake Maki in the shot here.
He's one of the
Young
ones
Charger.
frothing for the Pauhana Sash.
Wants to go out. But this is where we saw Duke Hanamoku, his brothers, and many others turning to the ocean in this time as a pu'uhonua. A pu'uhonua is a sanctuary from some of the stresses on land, and Hawaiians were facing a lot of stress on land after going through this encounter. And so surfing remained, one of my contentions in the book that I wrote, Waves of Resistance, is that surfing remains this Hawaiian space that still has a sense of Hawaiian control in it. And which in many ways ties into the story of the Hui Ha'enalu. If you hear what Uncle Brian was talking about, there's this fear of losing a cultural space here. And so the Hui was like, wait a minute, guys can't come and take this space from us. It's more than just localism, you know what I mean? Like, people talk about surf spots where it's like, oh, these guys think they own the wave. It's much deeper than that. It goes back to this roots of cultural space and a sense of loss of that cultural space on land, but the ocean still having that space where you can hold on to that, and it's a connection to your past. And that's why I'm also intrigued by when Hawaiian surfers talk so much about like their connection to their culture and their kupuna and their history through surfing. It's because surfing has been that thread where there never really was a loss of space, of control, and of heritage.
Oh, Reef trying to maintain control at backdoor.
Yeah.
But
good segue.
Got a little bit of the fins shaky
boy.
there. Didn't really wall up like he was hoping.
What's
and
he gonna do now?
I think he's going to be maybe getting some cracks here. We'll see.
Whew.
Paddling out that backdoor section, just so sketchy on a day like today.
Ooh. Especially when you got second reef waves rolling in.
It is dumping right there. Where's Reef?
Oh, whoa.
Reef might be somewhere down near the reef. 15 seconds left in this Quiksilver heat, and you know, a couple of rides that were just right in the pocket, not super deep, and a couple that were way too deep and just unmakeable.
Yeah, it was unfortunate because Cole Rothman had some of the best waves of the day, but just didn't quite make it out. Very close, but unfortunately didn't materialize. Here's a recap. Joey Johnson early in the heat got some good ones though, Ref.
Yeah, and he really did have to work hard to stall to make sure he got barreled, which could have been, you know, wave positioning and selection. And the same with Cody Young. You know, nothing super spectacular by the Hui Backdoor Shootout standards, but definitely looking super fun, very contestable for our shootout conditions with those potentials for the big scores. And Joey Johnston looking really comfortable though. I like his technique, really leaning into the wave, kind of resting his outer shin on the board, you know, getting really flexible. And then Cole Rothman free falling straight into the barrel. Oh, could have had another 12 if he came out of that one.
It's a different angle of it. You can see him get that pump in to try and fly through it.
That one had that little bit of funky bend on it, but beautiful shot there. Just the shimmering surface of that wave. We'll be back with the final heat of round 4. Stick around. Team Japan coming up next.
Welcome back to the Hui Backdoor Shootout 2022. We're in the final heat of round 4 at Pipeline. I'm Isaiah Walker, and this is Ezra Rodriguez, and we're joining you today at the Bonsai Pipeline at the Volcom Bee House. Stoked to be here. Sick waves. In fact, got some big ones coming in right now.
Massive pipeline.
This is live, drag, stall. Team Japan comes out. Taichi Wakita.
Wow, beautiful wave. These guys don't fool around. They've been waiting for these conditions, Isaiah.
Oh my goodness, another bob. Holy
wow.
Shinpei. That was Shinpei.
Beautiful stuff. Got Taichi up there with Rocky Cannon calling the shots.
Yep. Right. So we have Team Japan. This is our final heat of the day. But stick around because it sounds like Rocky and Kainoa are going to have an after session free surf. Will they be sticking around on Surfline and giving you the, the after show? But heat number 8, this is Team Da Hui Japan. Shinpei Horiguchi, Taichi Wakita, Gai Sato, and Ryu Ito. Here we have a replay. And
Knifes
this was
right in.
during the break. It's a goofy footer. And that.
Great stuff. I think that's Ryaru.
Right.
Unreal. Oh, stands tall like the AI. These guys are definitely here to play.
Oh, yes.
As he is stoked.
I think we might have one of the alternates out there, and that might have been Shinpei.
Yes, Taichi's up in the tower with Rocky.
Oh, okay.
And these guys are frothing at the bit as we got live action at the back door.
This is Shinpei again, going right.
Shinpei. Also, Monday we had a free surf, Isaiah, and Daiki Horiguchi came out of a frothy one. I mean, probably standing out in that free surf session. So Team Da Hui Japan definitely came to play. Not just today. This is our 3rd day of competition. We started on Thursday. We got another great day on Friday, and this contest is well designed, Isaiah. They waited until today. I almost thought it was Thursday, but they called the day, and it has been action-packed.
Yeah. Well, we did have day 1 and day 2. It's a big surf, but you're right. We waited over the weekend, and then Monday waited. Tuesday, yesterday was actually really wonky. We had those Kona winds and just wasn't surfable. And then it was also really huge. And then this morning, we were pleasantly surprised to see that the waves were not as big as I think we thought it might be. And perfect
yes, I had
waves.
my work boots on, and then I got onto surfline.com, and I said, holy smokes, what's the word? Because it's like a beautiful morning up here.
Yep. So you raced your way over?
I raced it.
Yeah.
I just made it right up to the beach announcers tower.
Yeah, yeah.
And yeah,
I think
it's
we're
definitely more intense than the live booth. Let me tell you.
Oh, you got all the uncles up there.
Oh yeah,
pulling your ears.
You can make them upset and say something wrong real fast. So I've just been keeping it PG-13. You are watching us live. Thank you to Salt and Air Studios. They've been doing an amazing job. And all the surfers, this is next level Backdoor Shootout. So if you're joining us at home, you can get one of these beautiful T-shirts delivered to your doorstep. DefendHawaii.com, and the logo placement is tight. I absolutely love it. And it says on the back, don't mistake aloha for weakness. And you've been talking a lot about our Hawaiian culture and giving us mana'o about everything.
Yep.
All these stories of our island that people just don't understand.
No, it's cool. I'm glad, I'm glad that I have the platform, and and this is the right place to do it. The Backdoor Shootout, they celebrate our past and our warriors here at Pipeline. And
warriors, man.
And also, Duke Hanamoku, this event is dedicated to him, but so many other surfers from Hawaii. And so it's a great place and a great venue to be able to revisit the past and talk about significance of importance.
Look at Daiki Matsunaga gator paddling into this one as he's up underneath the lid, nice and late. And look how they slow it down.
Yeah.
It isn't hard, Goofy Foot, when you're flying down and you don't knife that angle and you take off and then you bottom turn into it, you're flying. And for him to get that much tube time, very exciting.
Yeah, and our Japanese surfers have had a really good day today.
Yes.
Their early morning heat, they surfed really well, got a lot of really good barrels, and I feel like that's when it started to really come on. And then some highlights that Team Peru seemed to have.
Oh, my grief.
Heat
yes.
of the dream heat. There we have another angle of him.
Matsunaga, what a drone angle. He's in there. And he kicks out. This guy's been working hard, putting in a lot of time with him and his fellow mates. And they sit pretty high up on the leaderboard, Isaiah, because we're on the third day of competition, Thursday, Friday, Wednesday. Every heat, because this is their fourth surf. We did 2 rounds today. Every heat, they've performed and put scores on the board, and that's why they're pretty high up there in the top 5 for sure.
No, it is cool that they're pretty rounded on their team. I don't know if it's that they're sharing waves with each other and they're paying attention to who needs scores, but they definitely have some camaraderie out there where each of them has got great scores up for their team.
Yeah. They take great notes and then they do the work. You know what I mean?
Yeah, those of you who haven't been following us, explain a little bit more. This is a different type of event, the format at least, where we have teams. So there's 8 teams. And in the end, after all the days of competition, they tally up the best number of waves. And my understanding, we don't, right now on these sheets it says the top 4, but depending on the conditions, that number may go up. Right?
Yes.
Maybe the top 5 waves or maybe even the top 6 waves.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty. But we have team captains that help make those decisions based on the conditions. So if there were enough opportunities, then why not, include those into
Touching
the
on that, being up there at the scaffold with our amazing judge panel, they are dissecting the replays. Like when you and Rocker Kainoa are sitting here, they just keep going over it just to know if they're, giving them the exact score, and then they're going back from days looking at. So, every pipe wave can be different or similar, but they just want to make sure, and that's why this is so prestige.
Right. So you were up there. Remind us who is judging up there on the tower.
Man, Pipeline Posse's Flint Novak, along with Dingo Morrison, better known as Dean. Some Volcom days over here you could never forget. He was on the team with Brucey and them at that time where Volcom was just the trunks, everything. And Dingo was one of those backdoor kind of guys. Yep. And then with them is one of my favorites. He's a tour vet from the Association of Surfing Professionals, the ASP days, and he's like more frothy of a Grom. I thought I was a frothy Grom. Let me tell you about Barton Lynch. Wow.
Yeah, he does a good job commentating too, but it's kind of cool
good job.
He's up there in the judging tower.
One of my favorite commentators for sure.
When I was a kid, growing up in Hilo, hold on a second, looks like we might have a roll in here, stalling off the top, makes it down the bottom, pulls into this barrel, traveling, comes out. Phew.
Matsunaga just doing some textbook pipe surfing.
I loved how he kind of rolled into that because the wave, wasn't like detonating right on the first reef. It allowed him an entry, a gentle entry, and then he just stalled right off the top and then made his way into that barrel. We'll see the replay soon.
But yeah, a guy definitely to watch. These guys are putting in their time.
Oh.
Other heats too, thanks to Surfline, you can get on and you can watch this day over and over again. And you can catch up. Snapped 4, coming in 8:30 through the fence. Baron Mamiya, guys like Mason Ho, absolutely putting some scores on the board. So it will be exciting to see what we have tomorrow in store if we go.
Replay of that last one of Daiki stalling, taking his time, pulls up under the curtain, travels in that barrel, comes out.
Matsunaga becoming the pipeline baga.
There's the Larry Haynes back at a jet ski angle. See that wave growing as he's trying to slow down to stay close to it. Stands up in that pit.
Hey, Larry Haynes, no joke. Big ups to him.
Right.
OG, he's been putting in work down here at Pipeline. Let's never forget the photographers.
Yeah.
That make some magic, man. Make some of our brothers and sisters, helped their career and whatnot.
Yeah. Oh, but my Barton Litch story as a kid.
Yeah.
So I grew up in Hilo, and Hilo's a small town. And so if it's a small town now, it was even, smaller then. And it wasn't a big surf town, but, a lot of Hawaiian surfers, and we had our local spots and stuff. But as I was competing in competitions, I ended up, acquiring some sponsorships. So I surf for Instinct. It's funny, my kids make fun of me. They're like, that's not nothing. What is that?
They should bring that back.
It's kind of like Gotcha and some of the others that came and went.
I remember them.
So Beach Town, there are a few, the cemetery of surf brands, but yeah. So he was kind enough because he surfed for Instinct too, and he made his way, came to Hilo to one of our small local surf shops just to visit us Groms. And it meant a lot to me. I remember we're at the surf shop and we're watching this video of the Pipe Masters, in fact, and it was a video of him surfing in that Pipe Masters. And it was so cool that he spent the time to just kind of stand there with me and watch this video. I don't know if he was telling me the truth, but he told me, it's the first time he's ever seen himself surf live. And I was like, for real?
That's interesting.
But surfed our home spot, and it was a big deal because he was a world champ. So he won the world tour that year. And so mahalo to those of you that reach out to the keiki.
Oh, big time. Oh, out the back again as these surfers get in position. As you can see on the screen there, one of the guys are sitting super deep. Is that a Wakita? Taking off of his dad. Like I was touching on, Pipeline Posse days with Braden Diaz when Andy Irons was alive. You can never forget that person. He paved so much for our generation.
He's way back there.
Yeah, that's like where everybody's
Bull.
friend down here, Randall Paulson, used to sit right there with Wakita, Papa Wakita.
Wow.
And that's deep in a scary spot to thread the needle from that deep.
Strong
Here
paddle.
we go.
Pulls
Super
into that.
late.
I think that was Rairu.
Yeah. Brother got the reddish hair. Oh, he was deep. Riado, good job, brother. You guys have been packing some bombs since Thursday, since we got this thing off. More waves approaching.
Oh, here we go.
Daiki Matsunaga actually realizes, this thing isn't as throaty as everything I've done this week. I'm up and out.
Oh.
Team Japan, out of all the teams, you notice how they don't even take the jet ski? They're like, no, I'm going to paddle back out.
I'm good.
I'm going to duck dive. I'm going to throw my board, get hit on the head by this bomb, and nope, no jet ski assist. Let me get naturally back out to the lineup.
Yep.
Team Dahui Japan. Team Dahui Wax.
Bunch of people grabbing their boards, walking down to the beach.
Oh, yeah.
Because this is the last heat of the day. After this heat, there's a free surf. And basically, it's just anyone who wants to surf, paddles out, and Surfline's going to cover it. And so is Rocky and Kainoa, I believe.
I just seen
talking you through it.
Yeah, I just seen Big Island original Volcom rider Mikey. He's gonna get out there.
O'Shaughnessy.
Yes. One of the tallest brothers around here, so he's gonna pack some big waves.
Yeah, I remember him when he was a small kid in
Yeah.
Hilo, Honolulu, redhead kid. Grew up in Kalapana, actually. And
what an amazing place that is.
We're grateful that he's okay. I mean, he had a really heavy wipeout last year where he knocked out unconscious.
That's what
And he was wearing a helmet, thank goodness. But it still was head trauma is no fun thing. And so he had to, go through some, recovery, and just very fortunate that he's here surfing with us today. Talked to him. I said, how's it going? And he said once he changed up his diet and some of his habits and got rid of some habits, and he's like, I don't have the headaches as much. He said sugar was a big component of contributing to some of his headaches and stuff.
Yep.
And so I'm grateful that he's in good health and surfing with us today.
At this level, you got to treat your body like the machine, a machine. You got to oil it, take care of it, because it'll take care of you. You're watching Dahui Backdoor Shootout, and we are watching Dahui Wax Japan.
Right, some waves come in. See the kind out there, Shinpei, waiting for the bombs on the outer reef. Whew. See how that wave just doubles up on that shallow first reef. And
Guillotine.
Blows up.
Non-stop action today.
Right.
I have so many favorite things that I've seen today, and I'm excited for tomorrow. Let's just hope the swell holds up.
Oh, it's cool. A lot of highlights. It was cool to have Kainoa in the booth today, except
big time.
He was yelling so loud. He broke the system. They had to reboot it.
No way.
No joke.
He didn't share that with me up there. Maybe he never broke the live microphone.
You heard broke the mount. You never heard of broke the mic.
Oh, bruh.
They even had to send a message like, please tell Kainoa stop screaming in the mic. But
so
he has so
funny.
much passion and
Quite a pipe career he's had here.
And he sees his, fellow surfers out there charging waves, and he's a kid
he
at
helped
heart
raise
still.
all of us, man. He's a big brother for sure.
Yep.
Big, intense brother. I love being around him. I love him in the lineup. Maybe some of you don't, but I do.
Oh, and it was so nice having. Earlier this morning, we had Uncle Brian Amona.
Yes,
up
one of
here,
my favorites.
He's a talking story. It's cool to see, these uncles that have been around for so long and are still with us, surfing at the contest site every time they hold it. And, Uncle Brian, lots of aloha, and it was cool that he was able to kind of share his own mana'o. And then afterwards, he said, he was talking story. He says, Isaiah, thank you. That was the first time I've been on the live feed, and
that's
just,
so cool.
The appreciation he had for being able to share his own voice. I was mentioning earlier how in my own research in the book that I published, the goal of it was to provide a voice for those who's haven't always been heard from a different perspective, and so I did spend time interviewing Brian Amona and many others to try and get their version of some of these stories. And so it's cool to, to have a local brother and uncle. He's a grandpa, and
big time.
Just have them be able to participate and
Guy's
share
massive to some of our lineups here in Hawaii too.
Right.
One of the main guys at Alamoana.
I mean, he's
still surfing.
even though he's an older guy, a grandpa, brother's still big. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, massive.
Big dude. But like he said, he's a warrior for peace these days, and for showing aloha. Not weakness, but aloha. Kapu aloha.
Yeah, when I was a little boy, if you ever met him in the 80s, different, little bit different in the 80s up here on the North Shore, you know what I mean? I just, it's hard to tell the new what it was before. I absolutely loved it. There's so much respect, and things were new and so vibrant.
Vibrant.
I blame it on the cell phone, Isaiah.
The cell
Just hit a
phone.
button, your kid's loaded right there, got a coach. Before, all these guys would gather up because they were created by the gods to perpetuate this thing and continue legacies of Duke and whatnot. That's just my take, my personal opinion. But out the back, look at, I love this angle.
There we go. There's the next heat paddling out. There's 30
The
people
free
in the next
surf
heat.
heat. Yeah, 30 people. I'm waiting to get the list of the 30 that are going to free surf here. You guys got your work cut out for you this evening. It's going to be beautiful, massive pipeline, backlit by the setting sun.
You know what I love is that the waves have been so good. And it's usually the case with the Backdoor Shootout because they're pretty picky at waiting for the best waves. But, I'm looking at the Surfline feed, and there's so many stories like of some of the top waves and the top photos. The Shootout Swell, they're calling it. So mahalo to Surfline for allowing us that voice on your platform, and for also for all of our sponsors. Sinaloa, Aloha Salads, Body Armor, Kona Brewing Hawaii, Monster Energy, Defend Hawaii. Pick up one of these shirts. Right?
I love it.
Really cool shirt. And plus, the proceeds of it go to support the nonprofit, the Hui Ohe Nalum.
Yeah, so go to defendhawaii.com because I got so many messages, but you can get delivered to your door. Go order it online.
Right. Oahu Golf Apparel, Himiko Organic, Kenui Kitchen, Kono's Hawaii, Pupukea Grill, Two Thumbs Tattoo Hawaii. So,
love me some golf apparel. Got my shirt picked up out for tomorrow, Oahu Golf Apparel.
Check out this one. Is this the guy who was waiting all that time?
Yep. Maybe this is first blood right here. No, this is Ryu.
Ryaru.
Yes, awesome. This guy's been packing it
Beautiful.
up. He's not scared of backdoor either. These guys are just putting it on the board.
Right. You ever been to Japan?
No.
Yeah.
But
I've been once.
I love it. I love
Beautiful country.
everything about it. Yeah. It's my dad's favorite.
Yeah, got to go. Really good food, good people, clean cities.
Waves can be good.
Waves can be good.
My favorite food for sure. Could eat it every day, but it's a very expensive food you could eat every day.
And I think something in, some similarities culturally between Hawaii and Japan is there's a real strong notion of respect.
Yep.
Being respectful.
And connection, yes.
And so here we go. This was Ryaru backdooring this section, pulling into a frothy one.
Wow. I love that angle. Oh, so beautiful.
Yeah, I get that bird's eye view. Also, I mean, it's interesting that this is not just Team Japan. This is Team the Hui Japan.
Yep.
So there's a connection. I think a lot of that connection comes from Uncle David Stant.
Yes.
And David Stant, speaking of big brothers.
Oh, massive. Is he here, Isaiah? I've seen him in the beginning.
I saw him last week, but I don't know if he had to go back. So he coaches professional football in Japan.
Oof.
And so he has that connection, speaks Japanese fluently.
I love that.
Actually, believe it or not, he's part Japanese. Brother looks like a Samoan, but he's Hawaiian. And, and he's very...
Because hard when you look at Brother Daryl. These guys are hammers. If you don't know, now you know.
Yeah, and a very talented family in sports, in football mostly. One of his nephews, Mika Tafua, is a superstar in football and college football, University of Utah, and probably moving to the NFL from Laie. So that family from Laie, the Stance, definitely a
big
OG family.
And I know tons of people are, football season's coming to an end. But how's this surfing pipeline season? Guy hit the eject button on the shallowest part, a backdoor. Guy Sato.
Guy Sato.
As you see his teammate out the back taking a look, see if he's okay. Always watch out for your brothers and sisters, no matter you're working on your game, you're trying to win a contest, you got to be alert and aware of what's going on in the lineup at all times when you surf at this level.
Oh, broke his board.
Broken board
in.
for Guy. And he won't take the ski. Watch, he's going to swim in. Hawaiian Water Patrol is going to go ask him. They're so good. So polite and respectful.
Seconds left in this heat. Such a beautiful day. So grateful to be able to share time here with you, Ez.
Oh, yes, Isaiah.
With Kainoa and, of course, also Rocky Cannon. Here's a wave. Almost makes it up.
I think that was
Daiki. Maybe? White helmet? No. Sorry, the silhouette, it makes it harder, too, the way the sun's hitting the water.
That looks like Ryaru. Let's see here as he scratches into it. I know he's got the little bit of Raida's hair. How soulful was that bottom turn into it?
Close. That's the end of that heat. Look at this pack that's paddling over. Awesome, successful day. Day 3 of the Hui Backdoor Shootout in the books.
Round of applause. You can hear it all around the beach. Great stuff as we got.
So all right, so we're recapping this heat. We had some amazing rides. This was Shinpei from way out. The blue
Shinpei
helmet
in the house.
gets the barrel with appreciation. And we had lots of good waves. Shinpei also went right, tried to get on that backdoor ledge, then spent most of the rest of the heat waiting out there at the Waikita Bowl.
Daiki.
Daiki had some great waves in this heat. Seemed to be busy, especially in the first half of the heat. There he goes
Packing
again.
bombs.
Packs this one, stays low, comes out with the spit. He's going to have a great heat total.
Matsunaga. Good stuff.
This one. And we have a backdoor barrel pit here through this frothy section. Ryadu comes out clean. Oof, great performance from our Team Dahui Japan.
Textbook.
Hello, Mike Ako, Isaiah Walker with Ezra Rodriguez. Beautiful day here today at Pipeline. Saw a lot of amazing heats.
Absolutely amazing.
Incredible waves. Long
Yes.
day of beautiful surf.
Great day.
Yeah.
Hope we're on tomorrow.
Hopefully. We still have that window. So not tomorrow. They're saying Friday looks like a good day too. Thanks to Surfline for helping us out with the forecast.
Thank you, Surfline. I'm going to surf Pipeline on the True Surf app of Surfline. It's 15 plus on Dell. I'm getting good.
So amazing day of surf. Any memorable moments for you? Ez?
For me, Team Volcom and Team Snap this morning when I came through the fence. I seen Mason Ho pulling into the barrel, switch grab, 4 in a row. And then his second surf today, another 4 bombs packed. And, you know, all these teams, Dahui Wax got a little skunk today with the ocean, you know.
Right.
Waves are firing, but where you get placed. And Team Florence, one of my favorites.
There were a lot of great moments throughout the day. We're going to bring you some of those key moments. We'll be showing some of those in a moment. But one of my memorable moments was during the Peruvian team. But here we have start off. You're talking about Mason Ho.
There he goes.
Deep
in
in
the
the
hole.
barrel. Stalling. He was our start off the day with our current heat leader.
Yeah.
So, but he had so many other good waves today. We'll be getting those scores to you, but looks like he's still on top of our leaderboard, perhaps.
Benji Brand, always performing. He packed some pipe bombs, too. Real stylish, nice. Drop the wallet on the inside at pipe.
So that was our early morning. See this one. This is our Peruvian surfer, and that is Alonso.
That's what I wanted to say. The Peruvian heat was massive. These guys just got it done.
And then we have Aloha Salads up and riding. Anyway, so
I
mahalo to
believe
our
that's
sponsor.
Nathan Florence threading the needle in the Florence team.
Right, Team Florence had a great showing. Nate, especially in the first heat that they were in. Each team had 2 heats, of course, and Nate seemed to shine. Also, we saw Ivan packing some deep barrels.
Stand out in this fourth surf from Team Florence. Ivan packed 3 in a row. Legit pipe barrels.
Here we have in our wahine, our mana wahine, we have Bethany Hamilton.
Bethany Hamilton. We also got her up here. She is an amazing wahine. Pay attention. Oh, Bianca Valente.
Charging it in our earlier rounds. Those little tricky conditions. We had some wash through it. For some reason, that
tricky.
heat, the women were facing some big bombs.
Balaram.
This one, Balaram stack.
Our only surfer that has an 11. Highest score of the whole event.
And, you know, fortunately, that was on day 1, but today he was able to get a lot of good scores too. So I think he's going to be up in the running for that leading spot. Balaram again slowing down on this bomb, getting deep, stands tall, out with the spit.
Good stuff.
Kainoa's favorite surfer today, Balaram stack.
Huge pipe bombs when they came in the Team Volcom.
This is Jack Robinson, looks like. Also had a great day. Robbo He had a big backdoor barrel on day one, but today he packed a lot of lefts.
Yeah. He also had a backdoor earlier. I'm not too sure. I can't remember if he came out. I am just watched so much good pipe
action.
and
This is
backdoor.
Joey Johnston. Joey Johnston actually had quite a few good waves today. I mean,
yes,
everyone did. There was a lot of action. You can see how pristine the condition. This looks like Reef McIntosh dragging, slowing down, coming out with a spit.
Yeah, him and Joey Johnson got really busy in that Quiksilver heat along with Cole Rothman. Cody Young right here threading the needle on a smaller inside one. Koa, unfortunately, one of the biggest sets of the day. Beautiful green barrel. He just didn't exit.
This is our Japanese surfer, Daiki. Got a lot of good ones, especially in his early morning or heat.
Since Thursday, I've been watching Mr. Matsunaga's Ryaru. Nice and tight. Beautiful spit on the exit as he gets a 2-for-1.
Pretty sure that might have been Taichi Wakita.
Oh, Taichi? Gotcha.
And that looks like Benji Brand.
Yep.
Coming out of the barrel. Here's Mace showing what he does best. Performing at pipeline, dragging, staying low, slowing
look at that
down.
technique.
After the spit comes flying out. Timeless.
Timeless. So nice to the eye the way he contorts his body in that tube. Very swift.
Baron Mamiya dropping down deep in the barrel.
Bombs.
Baron had a good day today.
Real good day. First massive air of the heat, him and John went for those full rotations. Of course, it doesn't factor into their score as Benji Brand packs a massive barrel inside these amazing photographers of Pipeline.
Yeah,
Benji
Team
Brand.
Snap had a great heat earlier. And so, this was our Peruvians. This heat was magical. You can see that wide open bomb. That's Joaquin.
Yeah.
He had 2 of those in that heat.
Yeah.
The second one, he unfortunately didn't make it out of. We'll probably see that one.
He was on fire. Here he goes again. Beautiful pipe bomb. Their heat non-stop. There wasn't even a pause in the action.
Goes for the grab. And
Alfonso.
Yep. Alonso had so many good waves in that heat. Comes out clean.
Like, they straight up took advantage of empty pipeline, just them. Look at this.
Cristobal, I believe.
Yep, Cristobal. And then you had Gabriel Villarin out there with them, and he packed some big ones. Didn't make them out of all of them. Oh,
this was
Joaquin
again. Deep in the barrel, but this one clamps on the end. Unfortunately, didn't make it out.
That one rumbled the
this
beach.
Looks like
Gabriel
Villarin. The one regular footer in this heat.
That was a beautiful wave.
This is J.O.B. Jamie O'Brien takes off, slow stall, tries to get in that barrel. This team though who he got waxed. This was right after that Peruvian heat, and for some reason,
it
took
just
a break.
got slow. Yeah, but Jamie managed to get one along with Billy on that second surf.
Billy got a sick wave, and here it is. Look at that monster, way behind.
Wow,
super deep. That's going to be one of our highest
I love the water
scores
angle,
for today.
Isaiah. That was massive. That was a 9, I believe. Yep.
Okay.
One of the higher scores
Ivan
of
Florence.
today.
This is in the Team Florence heat. Wave started to, improve a little from the earlier heat, but Ivan got some good ones.
Ivan got it out in this heat. Ivan was kind of the performer of the heat, along with Eli Olsen. Got a huge bomb.
Moana Jones.
Whew. History being made, Isaiah, with these girls.
Right.
It wasn't small out there.
Nope.
Moana got 2 or 3.
Moana Wong, excuse me. Slows down, tries to hit the brakes. KK, Keala Kennelly, getting the barrel.
She was busy, wasn't she?
Oh, and there we go. Bethany Hamilton behind this one.
All technique.
Boy, hats off to these women, these Wahine, charging. This was that low tide pipeline too, and the water was just sucking up the face.
Yeah,
and they were going for it. Keala getting that barrel on the inside. Comes out.
Kaimana Henry getting
was-
right in there. 2016's Backdoor Shootout winner. Never forget. This guy's one of the captains of the Volcom house where we are. Thanks for having us. We're here at the Proving Grounds. Boom, bingo. Jack Robo, I believe. Robinson.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Right, so this looks like Jack Johnston. Wait, did I say Jack? Joey, excuse
Johnson,
me.
yeah. No, this guy, performer, like in Team Quick and this heat here. This
poor
was
Rothman.
Koa's huge one.
This was a sick one, reminiscent of his 12-point ride years ago, but unfortunately was not able to come out.
Now I know why he fell. There was a rib. I finally seen the water shot.
Shinpei.
Shinpei in the
paying
house.
his respect to Pipeline. Aloha.
So good. Aloha, Shinpei. Good. Nice to meet you. Good performance by you, brother.
Mahalo.
Wow. What a great
This was,
day, Isaiah.
This is Shinpei again in that last heat that we just watched the team Dahui Japan. A lot of action. We're so awesome. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Tune in. Tomorrow, hopefully, we'll see you again at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Isaiah Walker, Ezra Rodriguez.
Aloha.
Oh, welcome back. We're still here.
What?
Pipeline is going off. Rocky Cannon, Kainoa McGee bringing you the free surf action from Pipeline post day 3 of the Hui Backdoor Shootout. And, you know, it's just really cool. We're going to keep the cameras rolling. There's more barrels to be had, more carnage on the way. It's inevitable at Pipeline, so why not?
Absolutely. They couldn't get rid of us if they tried.
No.
So we're here, and it's going to be an emceed free surf session. That is so freaking awesome. And the thing I like about this format is that there's more surfers out there, so there's going to be less unridden waves.
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to see, the younger guys trying to, get the inside waves, cut their teeth on maybe some of the bigger ones. They're going to be frothing. You're going to see the veterans holding out in their parking spot, in their reserve spot, waiting for the bombs. I see Mikey Bruno, Mikey O'Shaughnessy. There's Kala Grace.
Party wave right here. Party wave. It's a Waikiki Beach Boy action right there. Hey, look at all the people in the water.
Yeah.
After watching today, right, with just 4 guys in the water, this is just like weird.
Yeah, it's controlled chaos.
Looks like Pipeline. Well, it's controlled now until the cleanup sets come in.
Right.
Then it's definitely chaos at its finest and as uncontrolled as it gets.
But yeah, welcome to our Surfline broadcast of the free surf session at Pipeline on January 12th, following the Backdoor Shootout. Thank you guys for tuning in and watching the Hui Backdoor Shootout. We had Uncle Brian Amona on. We had Bethany Hamilton up here talking story. And, of course, with our good friend Isaiah Walker with so much to share about history, Hawaiian culture. We really appreciate all of you tuning in and checking out.
Party wave. That's how you get the broadcast started. That's how you know it's not a contest. Because that's the interference, and the guy in front is not going to make the contest. He's done. Thanks for your donation. You're done.
Yeah, and everything looks to be okay. Kala didn't have a frustrated look on his face. He might have known him. I don't know. But there are some days at Pipe, if you do that to the wrong guy, same thing. You're done.
Wrong place,
bye-bye.
wrong time.
Back to the beach.
Exactly. Hope you enjoyed the one wave you dropped in on me, because now you're gone.
That's it.
Goodbye.
One and done. I want to say mahalo to Brother Jonathan Warren and Kevin Wallace over at Surfline. They are the official forecasters for the Eddy if it goes, as that wave just blew its guts out.
That was ridiculous.
Bruh.
You guys are so lucky. Surfline wanted to stay the rest of the day, because Rocky and I was talking about it. By the end of the day, emceeing and even competing the other day. At the end of the day, you're so tired, so exhausting. People don't realize that. Yeah, we're just talking for the day, but our emotions go up and down, right? Because we're passionate about this. We're mind surfing. We're thinking it's us out there.
Right.
And if it's not us,
vicariously through these competitors.
Absolutely. It's our friends and family, literally, out there in the water. And so we are nervous, excited, adrenaline spike, adrenaline drop. Everything's going on. At the end of the day, when you're driving home, all of a sudden you're like, oh my gosh, I am freaking tired right now. And so the fact that Surfline saw that was such an opportunity to stay. I mean, they did this the first day as well. But look at that. Is this not Waikiki Beach? There's no way that's Pipeline, right?
That's just a whole other dynamic of people that wonder about surfing Pipeline. It is so competitive, even on that's Balaram Stack.
Look at.
You said it earlier. Exactly. He's the guy having the most fun.
Look at him. Literally a kid in a candy store.
Yeah.
And so this is the awesome thing about having this free surf show with us commentating, is that, look at this. After looking at empty water all day, people think like, oh, it's not that hard, da-da-da-da. But in order for those guys to be in the contest, they have to go through this crowd of 100+ people out there. On the monitor, you don't even see half of the people that are out there. It's spread out to where the photographers are, all the way now to Second Reef Pipe. You don't even see the guys sitting past them outside. So every peak at Pipeline is occupied.
Yep, exactly.
There's no dead space, no empty waves, except the ones that are way, way inside that you don't want any of anyway.
There are some occasional mutants that'll work their way through that nobody wants a part of.
No,
but
not at all.
Those are the waves that you see on your, commercials or National Geographic empty waves. But virtually every space is occupied at Pipe on a day like today. I see some.
There we
I see
go.
a
Look
long
at this.
border out there. I see a lot of short borders. I saw some body borders.
Here we go. Up and riding.
Oh, wow.
Oh, super deep. Comes off the bottom, nice stall. Get a little chandelier on the end and then a pinch. That's what we've been talking about every day of this event is that's a wave here at Pipeline that bends out to sea. Oh, team. Oh!
What in the world are they thinking on that kind of wave like that? I mean, I guess they both got helmets and like body armor. They're ready for impact, but why?
But still,
Why?
like, I don't.
Oh, Mr. Mark Healy.
Healemeister. That's him, cuz. Look at longboard way in. Already. Oh, that's Jamie.
That's a catch surf. And that's Mikey Bruno.
No, what? Oh, he was probably actually trying to double. Filming. No, got the GoPro on the front of the board.
Okay.
Because it doesn't make sense that those two guys would do that.
Right. They were looking for some kind of shot.
Yeah.
And,
guarantee Jamie, go.
we'll
I'll
have
shoot
to,
you from
I
behind.
might see him at Foodland later on and say, bro, what happened on that wave?
Wow, I'm not waiting to Foodland as soon as they come into shot. What the heck are you
Get over here
two?
right now. I got to talk to you.
What are you two jackasses
That's
trying to do
funny.
out there? What are you trying to prove?
Oh, man.
We didn't even realize it till the replay that it was Jamie and Mikey. So, makes sense, but doesn't make sense. But look at the clarity of this drone shot.
Yeah.
Like you can see, and look at the clarity of the water with all the storms that we've been having. Like you can see everything just glowing right here. They're talking about it.
Yep, there's
Look
Mikey O'Shaughnessy, Wave of the Winter winner a couple of years ago, talking with Kala Grace.
That's so crazy that the drone is that close. That
Yeah, it gets
you
so
know what
clear.
I mean?
Yeah, you can pick out individual surfers with
Where
that
normally
clarity.
that view is not that close, that easy to call them out.
But, yeah, Surfline also wanted us to let you guys know that tomorrow might be a little smaller, but we could have the swell swinging around and potentially have more backdoor opportunities, which
Whatever.
the shootout is the namesake.
Exactly. Backdoor
And,
shootout.
A little bit of education from kind of what determines the pipe lefts and the pipe rights, a little bit of swell direction knowledge.
Yeah, absolutely. So basically, two different types of swells will be ideal for each spot or each peak, I should say. Oddly enough, they're the same spot, but they don't take the same direction. So what we want is a big, strong, long interval west for the left at Pipeline, right, which comes around from Keaweula all the way from what's known as Yokohama Bay over here at Kayana Point and starts coming in at an angle here. And when it hits the reef in that angle, you see this angle right here. That's a west wave. And you can see on the end as it starts running, it bends back toward the surfer. And that's what the little bit north on the end creates. So those massive waves with those high scores, the 9s, 10s, and 11s, and even 12s, you're getting that bend. Just a little touch from the north. You don't want too much because then the whole thing turns into one big wave and closes out.
And
So-
sometimes if it's too much west, it starts bending back out to sea.
Back out
So
to
you
sea.
do need that little north help at the
Just
end.
a touch.
Yeah.
Just a touch. And then backdoor, you want a straight north.
Right.
But you want it to be mixed in with just a little bit enough of west so that they can take off on what would normally be the takeoff peak for the left
Or pipe.
and then go
And
right.
come this way.
And so how our surfers are backdooring Pipeline. Backdooring, right? Backdoor is the name of the right off of Pipeline.
But it's also a maneuver.
It's also a maneuver or a type of way to ride the wave. So we talk about backdooring the wave. If you look at a peak, it's kind of set as a teepee, right? So there's a point in the
Yep,
middle.
that A-frame.
And then an A-frame, yes, and it tapers off left and right. So if you can take off on the left and go right, it's easier because it's not as steep as the original drop, which you see a lot of our competitors going over the falls, taking off in the peak of the teepee.
Right.
If you can fall in from the back, then it makes a drop a little easier, and that round part of the wave that gets all nice and super hollow, you don't have to work as hard to get through compared to being in the peak, falling into it, hoping you get in and not getting lipped and pushing you through.
It's a little easier drop and almost ensuring that you're going to get a barrel. It's up to you whether you're going to make it or not.
Absolutely.
But when you're in competition or when you're out, the point even of free surfing, not even in competition, is to get the deepest barrel possible.
Here we go. This is deep on the reef, but not a deep barrel. So as you can see, that one is really, really west. And you see the mountain range in the back. That's where we're talking about in Mokuleia. And you follow that all the way out to the beach, you get to the point, which is Cayena Point, and that's where this west swell is coming from. So oddly enough, as west as we want it and as north as we want it, you still need a touch of both just on the end, just to bend it to, one, make the wave deeper, the barrel more round.
More round, yeah.
Because if you don't have that little bend, like you said, it's just going to push out to sea. And that's the same for the right and the left. Right there, a bunch of the Hui security guys still standing by, making sure everything is all good. Oh, look at this one. Oh, Boogie got it on the end. Somebody took off.
Yeah,
and,
check out that crowd.
Way behind. Look at that.
It's,
really?
and this is like, this is January, after the holidays. This is probably, a smidgen of the potential of how much more crowded it can get, especially if it was, no contest, 10 a.m. Bruh, you'll have twice the number of guys out there.
Oh, absolutely, especially when the tour is in town.
Right.
So the tour also, along with bringing some of the top riders in the world, they bring the donkeys as well. And everybody wants to make a name at Pipeline. And
they want
everybody
a piece of the
wants
pipeline.
to be, yeah, bro, I surf Pipeline. It's like 10 to 15 feet today. Yeah, bro. But they're sitting at Gums. So, yeah, sorry. That's not really Pipeline. You're sitting in the channel watching everybody surf. If you said you paddled out and you're watching Pipeline, then that's true.
That would be more accurate, yeah.
Absolutely.
But, yeah, so the forecast for today from Surfline was to see that larger swell in the morning favoring Pipe a little bit more, and then as the swell kind of teetered off a little bit, backed off just a little, not too much. There was still choke energy when we came into this afternoon and right now, but we're seeing a little bit more backdoor openings coming into this afternoon stretch. So Surfline, spot on with the forecast, and we're going to be standing by tomorrow morning early to see what the call is, and we'll be sure to let Brother Kaino know as soon as we can so he can start the commute.
I'll be here on time tomorrow, I promise. Today was an anomaly.
No, it's all good, bro.
So,
you guys
look at
come
here.
from
paddling
across the island
Two
to
guys,
be here.
one left,
we
one right.
appreciate it.
Oh, that guy just missed the lip.
And that was
or the lip
huge,
just missed him.
Huge wave. The drone shot, like we said, kind of, is deceiving of the angle really and how big the wave was. But looking straight on, that thing exploded 10 feet high, Hawaiian size. Yeah,
that's the thing.
Double shotgun.
Oh, yeah, the Grom. Look, Dingo. Little Dingo.
Yeah, the pup. A couple of Aussie legends right there. Barton Lynch, Dean Morrison, two of the Hui Backdoor Shootout judges, along with Flynn Novak, all-star cast, calling the waves and scoring the waves for this year's shootout.
Aloha, gentlemen. Great job
all right,
today.
Bart, Dingo.
See you guys tomorrow.
See you guys tomorrow. Great work.
Shinpei-san.
Oh, I gave him the holy Shinpei.
Yeah, I heard that.
Horiguchi.
So good. I was like, I got to bite that. I got to use that. That's so good. It's totally perfect.
Shinpei was charging.
Grandmaster. Call him the Grandmaster.
The Grandmaster. Yeah. What's your thought on the helmets and, maybe their effectiveness or why don't – a lot of people ask – we always talk about the danger of Pipeline, and check out that replay. Oh, just slotted.
Right there, looks like Reef, but we know it's not Reef. He just
There's
left.
a Billabong on his board, but he did look like a Reef Junior.
Yeah, junior boy, for sure.
But you talk to people about the danger, and they're like, why wouldn't everybody wear a helmet?
Right, just like skateboarding, riding motorcycles, right, for – some people, it's not cool. Like, I don't look cool or I'm soft because I'm wearing it. My whole take on it is whatever you feel comfortable with, go ahead and do it. I know I for sure wouldn't feel comfortable wearing a helmet. Like, I need to
I
get.
tried it a couple times early
Yeah.
on, and it's
Just putting it on
difficult.
before I even get in the water, I'm good.
It-
It
it-
throws me off. Yeah.
It does mess with the the perception,
Perception.
equilibrium, all of that. But
Yep.
definitely for a lot of our friends, it saved their head from even
Yes,
more serious injury.
absolutely.
But it's one of those things, like another topic, that we won't shame you.
No, not
do
at
what you
all.
do. It's your
Not at all.
body, your choice.
Yes.
And take
You know,
it as we go.
Like
and
Makua growing up,
Yeah.
Makua Kai Rothman, Pops made him use one all the time.
Yeah.
He used to use it all the time. So for him, oh, here we go. Nice deep one coming off the bottom, stalls, and it kind of, from the drone footage, it doesn't even look like pipe. It looks like a Bali type of wave or
Yeah,
something. Like
yeah. It looks like
you said,
inside
it's
Padang or
deceptive because it
something.
looks like, oh, it's so easy. Look at how nice it is out there. But look at that live.
Oh,
that does
bruh.
not look that easy here. Looking
Yeah.
at it right off the.
There's a stoked free
Yeah, he's
surfer.
stoked. And see, speaking of helmets, he's wearing an impact suit.
Right.
So it's basically a suit that's padded on the shoulders, on the chest, on the back, on the hips, and everything. And I have one of those suits as well, and I've only used it once. And my reason for that is I don't want to get into a habit of
Relying
not
on it.
doing what I've done my whole life, and then relying on it. Then when I'm not surfing with it, and then I forget that I'm not surfing with
Yeah.
it, and then I do some stupid stuff that I would normally do with or without it.
Right.
But I'm thinking I'm safe, and
Yeah.
if I hit the bottom, it's all good, and then boom.
It's one
Oh
of those,
yeah, I'm not wearing my
and,
suit.
and when we've been doing it for this long, it's like
Yes.
I ain't broke. I'm not going to try to fix it now. I've been,
No, exactly.
doing my thing, and it's been working out okay.
You know,
And
and
look at
obviously,
that. That was
so good.
really well done, but
And-
just a little too
Just
caught
ran,
behind.
just ran. And so that's where that west meets the north, but the north doesn't totally bend. It runs away. And, and so that's the thing, too, right? What I'm comfortable with is not using it. And I don't want to get in my head so much that, should I use my suit today? Should I not? Should I, so I'm to the point where it's got to, like 20 feet plus is when I'm going to put the suit on
Right.
and the inflatable vest and stuff like that, the Patagonia or
Yep.
the Quiksilver airlift. And much mahalo to Glenn Mankata and the Mankata Ohana. He got me one of those for the year for 2018 when I was invited to the Eddie. Like, I got invited. I had one gun, a 9.2 Kyoki that was shaped for Kyoki, who's my Chinese Hawaiian shaper who's like half my size. But the board looked so good, I thought, I'm taking this. Here we go. This is the wave we just watched from the drone.
Yeah, nice replay.
Nice. And he stalled because he thought it wasn't going to do that.
And then he
right?
had to pump and run.
And then it was too late because the wave was too small. If that wave was a foot or two bigger, he might have made it through with the pumps. That's what's crazy about that wave. Oh, nice fade on the bottom turn. I love watching guys do that. And use that to slow down to get into the barrel rather than trying to do a wheelie or, this kind of weird turns.
You're just always, at pipe especially, you're always just trying to find a way to get barreled. And that guy
And that was
found a
not the
pretty
way.
nice way to get barreled, but just couldn't quite hold on. But every wave, you create this like miniature relationship or this temporary relationship for the whatever 5-10 seconds you're on a wave. And you're trying to get to know it so quickly in such a short amount of time, and it's unpredictable, and you're trying to, study it and all the nuances and what you've been watching, for years, and then you're finally on it, and you're like, okay, wave, how are we going to do this?
Exactly.
Let's make it work. I want to help me help you.
Yes. Help me.
Help me.
Help you.
Just
help
me.
me. Help me. Thanks.
Help me. Help me.
And so this is what I've always said about surfing or wave riding. I said, it's the hardest sport in the world. Like, these guys play football, they play basketball, they play baseball. But when they show up to the field, the dimensions and the measurements are the same every single time. The rim is always 10 feet from the ground. The base is always 90 feet away.
Always
right?
the
always
court's
the same.
this wide.
The surfaces might be different, and you might have some wind and some rain, but they don't have tides. They don't have currents. They don't have swell directions. They don't have 200 possible more other people in the water, right? And then on top of that, like we've been talking all day, you got the warbles, you got the ridges, you got the water sucking up off the reef, you got the caves creating boils, which is basically a flat spot if you get stuck on it, whether you're paddling or surfing. So there's literally every variable of nature in Hawaii for surfing except for snow.
Right.
And then
yeah.
other places around the world, they got snow.
Yeah, you're dealing
so they
with
win.
cold water and all of that. But surfing definitely requires this either understanding, whether it's understanding or luck or, some kind of relationship to adapt to the ocean, try to work with it. You never want to be challenging the ocean or thinking that you're going up against it. As we check out that chameleon eye view, little pipe and
double,
backdoor.
right and left.
From Salt and Air Studios, working hard overtime.
Right, and so you want to work with the wave,
right,
and in flow with the wave. And there's times on the waves where you're going to work against it because it's to your advantage. But for the most part, you want to be in the groove, in the motion, with the waves, with the surf. Here we go. Is he getting stuck behind? So you can see there's 1,000 times more people than were in the water today.
Yeah.
During the contest all day. And a lot of these guys out here are still good surfers, but you can see by the conditions, it's hard.
Yeah,
these guys all look like they're getting in the right places, but look,
he was dodging surfers paddling out, duck diving.
That's
so
the thing.
You're like an
crowd.
obstacle course. Like this is like the most dangerous driver's ed ever.
And it's not like an obstacle course. It's actually worse because it's a moving obstacle course, and they're always moving in the wrong way, which means they're always moving in front of you.
There's a
nice little double up
the
inside.
First reef
Again?
And, oh, man.
See?
Almost got spit off his board, it looked like.
Well, he got sucked back again in that backdraft we've been talking about. And that's why it spits so hard so quick. Here we go off the bottom, trying to race, staying high. And then you see all the little refraction coming off the wave before it in the face of that wave as he's trying to ride through the barrel, which is hard enough as is. And then you get guys dropping in on you like that
getting
who
pounded.
don't know what they're doing, which is way obvious.
That's dangerous.
That's and like I said, the Mikey JOB thing, that's friends, whatever, they're figuring it out, right? But that kind of guy who dropped in, you can tell he barely knows what he's doing. You can tell because of all of your years of experience, you can tell who knows what they're doing and who's not.
Right.
When that guy took off, it was even if he was by himself. Here you go, watch. Like he's like, baby, what? Because if he knew what he was doing, he would have let go of that grab already.
Yeah, that was
right?
a little bit too late to be grabbing way down there.
That's gone.
His spatial awareness kind of gave it away.
He wasn't socially
or lack
distancing.
thereof. He was
massive
not.
lack thereof. Not social distancing.
Here we go. Paddling for this one on the inside. This is a nice little ledger that
nice
hopefully
pump,
will stay open.
Pump and then stall. Again, right, that's where all these – he gets the second one. Perfect drone shot. Yes. Here we go. Doubling up outside. Oh, come on. Oh, my goodness. He made that. That was ridiculous.
Eli Hanneman?
It might have been.
Eli
that
Hanneman.
wave was sick.
Give that man a hand, Hanneman.
I'll give it 2 hands. That's all I got. I give it 2 feet too, like a walrus.
Okay, here we go. On the outside. Oh, there's Wakita-san.
Wakita,
still doing it.
That's the senior.
That is Wakita
That's Daddy.
Senior.
That's Daddy right there.
We saw Taichi Wakita Jr. I mean, you think of like, the bonsai, the samurai, the pipe warrior of a Japanese descent. He is a dictionary definition.
He's that. He's the only pitcher in the dictionary next to that.
Yeah.
Like true, like I said, the only person with a peak out there named after him.
Yeah, the
like
Wakita
there's no
peak.
greater honor for a surfer. There, right there. Look at this.
Right.
So watch the stall. He slows down, gets some. That's pretty good. And then the second one right here, that was a nice. I was talking to my niece, Pua Makamai de Soto, right, and talking to her about if you want to stall. Oh, look at that. Oh, what?
Is
JOB.
that JOB?
Oh, my gosh. He's stupid.
He's
Whatever.
on the
dumb.
soft
Somebody
top.
take that board away from him. Damn kids.
Damn
Oh, look
kids.
at this. What?
Oh! Carnage. Ouch.
Oh
Make
my
sure he
goodness.
comes up.
Sorry, back there in the production truck. I tried to cover the mic, was too late. Don't want to blow your system out
I
again.
gave him the one with the little extra coverage too.
I need the big one, you know,
With the
like
muffler.
the when they
Oh, yeah,
when they're recording the big
Yeah,
round.
yeah. Oh,
I need
yeah.
one of those.
The big fluffy mic. Oh man, beautiful scene.
So sick.
So clear. You know,
I wanna see that wave
the
again, the
lighting is not the
backside wave.
greatest because of the flat lighting, but it kind of still
No, I
has
like
got
it.
its brightness.
Well, it adds an eeriness to it, which
A mystique, yeah.
Yes, I like, because if it's all sunny and stuff, it looks too perfect, and then everybody thinks they can surf it. When it's gray and overcast like this, there's an ominous feel to
Right.
it. Like, you don't just jump in the water like, woohoo, I'm on
Yeah.
a pipeline. Yeah, no, it's not that simple. Here
I
we
see
go.
a little bit of sunlight
Clean up
shimmering
set.
through, but look
Everybody
at all the
stuck
baby
inside.
turtles, all the baby turtles scrambling, just
Yeah.
hatched out of the shell.
Here we go.
Oh, the obstacle course. Here we go.
Oh, he just clears it. Nice. Oh, nice. Just got
Ah,
under
well
the lip
done.
here. More obstacles. Yeah, that's how.
Is that Gavin Beshin?
Looks like Gavin Beshin.
The Creedler.
That's the Misto. That's the Misto cutback right there.
Mhm.
I like it. Boogie.
Oh.
I'm not sure who this is. Just barely holding on. See if he punts it. Oh,
Oh, I
little
gotta say,
backflip. Wow.
in watching this,
All right.
you're the only guy I know, and I think you're the only guy in existence who's gotten barreled at this wave on a bodyboard, a shortboard, and a stand-up paddleboard. That's quite the accomplishment.
Hopefully a longboard soon.
And then
add everything I can.
yeah,
Screw
bro.
it.
Keep adding the crafts.
Put them all in.
Because
foil.
That's impressive. Foil in the barrel. Oh, that was a nuts wipeout.
Yeah, it was.
Oh,
Watch
Mikey
this
Bruno
thing.
checking it out. He's like, no,
gee.
bro.
He's like, yeah, go, bro.
Yeah, go,
You
you
got this.
get him.
It's all you.
Ugh.
There, you see that's that boil we were talking
Mm.
about. He literally just disconnected from the wave because of it. Here we go, looking at Gavin Beshin sneaking under, like literally trying to avoid. That's definitely Gavin.
That is Gav. Yeah,
Look at the
Gav. Right
stats.
on, bro.
So classic. Here's the Misto turn. Yeah.
Nice to see you, GB, getting a wave at Pipe.
Here we go. Oh, pulling
Man,
in outside.
I swear, that's Balaram
That's
having
Bal,
the
yeah.
most fun.
Exactly.
Captain fun. But I swear, like, the surfers are going to crash into each other. The drones are going to crash into each other. Like,
yeah, now
it's
it's
just
a free for all for the drones,
It's a free
bombing
for all.
for our guys. They're so used to having the exclusive air domination that now they're
The
like
airspace.
every man for himself.
Controlled airspace.
Surprised there's only one more.
Mikey
Oh, look at
O'Shaughnessy
this.
and a rider at backdoor, little split peak action. David's getting good at that.
Yeah, good follow along, right along. Oh yeah, everybody go left.
Oh, ouch!
Ouch!
Ooh.
And then that drives me craziest the most is when they
You-
drop
I-
in
you-
and they have
You,
no
you're having a hard
freaking
time
idea
sitting in your
what they're
seat
doing
right now.
And they're right in the way, and
I look over and Kaido's just twisting and turning like, oh, clenching
Yeah.
fists, breaking forks.
little bit mana on that hungry action.
But yeah, it is, frustrating to sometimes see what the potential is for danger when you see that kind of activity in the water, let's just say.
It's
And-
absolutely unnecessary. That's the point to it. We've been here all day. There's tons of waves. And there's no reason why anybody should, one, be dropping in, and two, to be dropping in that close, and
Yeah.
then going straight.
Yeah.
Like, hey, if you're gonna drop in, well, you better
At least go give me
yeah,
room so I can try to get barreled too.
or get out of my way so I don't get hurt.
Or
because
get out
your
and
board
kick
comes
out.
at me. And that's the thing. Like, you can watch, and you'll. I mean, obviously you've seen the best of the best today all day,
right?
You know, and then you're watching this, going like, oh, okay, we get it now. Because,
Yeah.
Like, these guys are getting the same type of waves, but no way performing the same way. It's not even close. And there's mass separation between those at the top of top of the food chain.
The surfing food chain.
Yes. And those who are not at the top.
Yeah, maybe we could call it the wave chain.
Wave chain.
But, you know, even looking at that bodyboarder's wave prior on the inside, there is something to be said, though. If you're going to go out and be humble and try to find your spot, and
do that.
you can – it's so fun. You know, as a kid, obviously, growing up here, those were the waves we were going for. But just as a recommendation to surfers that might, you know, want to take a chance, just pick your area carefully. But it's really fun getting those small 3-foot barrels.
I still do that now.
Oh, man.
You know,
somebody just fell out of the sky.
They both fell. Again, dropping in and then falling in front of the guy. So imagine if the guy in the back didn't jump off. He would have ran into the guy falling in front of him.
Yeah,
like
totally
this isn't Waikiki, even though I was calling it Waikiki earlier.
No, I mean it's like Waikiki on steroids.
We've lost friends already out here. People died. People die at Pipeline just surfing on a wave by themselves. When somebody drops in on you and then they fall in front of you, the likelihood of getting hurt are through the roof. You know, look at this. So he jumps. Right, and then this guy, like, what? Really? Oh, bro, I didn't hear you.
You know, we got to make wetsuits with all the body armor with rear view mirrors, too. Sticking up off the shoulder.
Yeah, but they're not going to use them. That's the problem. It's like, you know, like if people are, oh, bro, I didn't hear you. I go, how did you not hear me? They can hear me from the beach.
Yeah.
You're right here 5 feet away. How did you not hear me?
That's a lame excuse. But one thing I will say about growing up and aspiring to be a pipe surfer and working your way up the food chain is that early on, you got to be a little bit, you know, crazy to go deeper and take off on the waves that other guys might not want. But you also got to have a good key eye. Oh, you know, like a strong, meaningful kind where somebody hear me and they, you know, it jolts them a little bit.
Absolutely.
So I did find that out too, and I had to channel, you know, from my paddling into some of these waves, like, oh, you know. Oh, sorry guys, I don't like yelling. Oh,
hey, that wasn't me. That was
him.
Jeez,
that was me. Sorry. Just trying to demonstrate some of the dynamics of being a successful pipe surfer.
No, and that's why I always say God didn't give me a voice to sing because I can't hold a tune to save my life or a note, but you can hear me in the water, and my voice was made for this.
Right.
And so you can hear me in the water. You can hear me from the beach in the water. So there's no way when you're taking off and you're dropping in on me, you didn't hear me.
I'm pretty sure I had some text
especially
messages
Pipeline,
from Kauai.
you're not taking off not looking back. There's never no one behind you at Pipeline.
No.
Right?
You're,
Unless
never
you're
hardly ever the deepest guy.
No. and that's where I always try to sit. And still, there's always somebody deeper because they might be going right. And just so happens the Wakita boat comes in and they want to go left and they're in better position. But the reality of it, in order to be the deepest guy out here, you're in the worst position you could possibly be. We got that surfer taking off, got barreled on the inside.
Nice
there
one.
we go.
Yeah, you got to have a healthy quiver of boards as we watch Kala Grace.
Kala Grace. Ballaram Stack, 2 days, broke 4 boards. 2 in one heat, both times.
Oh, man, that was a great
he
attempt.
Went far on that wave. Look at, they're like, wow,
sorry about, I think that's Tai Chi.
I was in your way. Nah, no way, I wouldn't have made him anyway. Almost, but not. But that's where you can see, like, the person paddling out, he was stuck in a catch-22, rocking a hard place. Like, you can't go back, because if you go back and he decides to turn, then he runs you over. Or you go too far in front of him, then he runs you over.
Yeah.
Or you just stay where you are and
just
hope he doesn't
hold
hit
the line,
you.
and hold the spot, and then hope for the best. And it
Perfect.
looked like it worked out okay.
Right.
Everybody came up.
So perfect place, perfect time to bring this up. If you are the guy on the inside paddling, trying to get through the wave, do not paddle in front of the guy riding the wave.
Don't try to race him.
Don't race him. You're going to lose.
Oh, see
right there. So see, he turned himself totally sideways and even forward to get away from him. So he's allowing Colada right of way and willing to take cracks. So this is the point. If you're paddling out, you're in the way of the surfer, you're in the wrong place. You need to sacrifice yourself, literally paddle behind them
towards
and
the
most likely get your butt kicked. But that's what it is. if you're doing it right, that's what it's about. If you want somebody to do the same thing to you on your wave, then you need to do that as well.
It's better to be beat up by the wave than to get one of those surfboards in the face.
Board, fins. I mean, look at what happened to Zeke.
Yeah,
his own
fins,
board.
nose, so many sharp edges on the surfboard, and you ruin the guy's wave. So, and who knows what you're going to get after that for doing that. But it is a policy. The wave rider has the right of way. It should not be the wave rider's responsibility to dodge and weave. You guys, whoever, we all know growing up here and, surfing etiquette, paddle towards
the white water.
The white water.
Behind the surfer.
Give the right of way, because if you're, like we said, if you're trying to race him to the shoulder, he's surfing, you're paddling. You're not Michael Phelps, bro.
Yeah, and even if you were, still wouldn't beat him. He's the greatest of all time. A little
nice little grab on the inside. Good tracking with the drone. I mean?
Look at this. Another double up coming outside. We got a boogie taking off. Oh, nice. Oh, not enough. He didn't.
Little too much stall. And
not enough
couldn't
elbow.
Re-engage.
Oh, he needs more elbow. Stick more elbow into that rail to engage the rail so he doesn't slide down into the lip. So he slides down and stops right before the lip and then pops up. Oh, look at this. So deep. Oh,
he tried to make the doggy door last-minute decision.
Way too late, but that's how it is. Sometimes you're like, maybe I can make it. No. And then you're straightening out and you realize either way you're
it's
screwed.
Split second.
Right. And then he might have actually been safer through that doggy door because he could have came into that oncoming section, which sends him into the reef. So.
I might have thought we're watching obviously from the safety of the booth, but I might have thought he had a chance to just drive forward and potentially bust through, but we'll leave that up to the rider.
Bust through, if he could get through that first section, the first section or of that last section of the wave, he would have been in a safer place because he would have gone away from the impact zone. But luckily for him, doesn't look like he got caught inside and isn't getting the rest of the set on his head. And that's always an issue when you take off that far back and then you don't make the wave. It's not the one you're on; it's the one that's behind it.
It's got this weird, like with the flat lighting and the clouds. It like almost looks like they're surfing in an inner arena, like indoors.
That's what I said. It looks like Bali or something.
It's like all
it looks
glassy,
all easy
no
and
wind.
fun.
Yeah, like.
And then we peek out into reality and okay, no.
I'm watching from the drone, like, oh yeah.
Oh, hey, easy, bro. Maybe the old guys can try.
Yeah,
we got this, Rock.
Oh man.
And that's why I said it looks so weird looking at it from a drone because it flattens everything out, so you don't
see that steep angle.
How gnarly it is. Like watching here when I was on earlier, my last sit down with Isaiah, he said he went down to the beach. Oh, here we go, taking off deep, and he sat on the beach on the sand and watched the women's heat, and he said, "Wow, it's so much gnarlier down there. Your eye level." With the water line, not necessarily the wave itself.
You're not the line up.
Yeah, we're looking down or
sea
straight.
level.
We're eye level with the wave.
Right.
When you're at sea level, you're looking straight out. You see the trough. You see the peak. You see all the crazy rip inside and all the reef exposed and all that craziness. He said it changes the experience. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, there's Mark Healy.
Mark Healy.
Having a good experience
His first
to start
goal
off.
so far looking like, oh, yeah, Reaper. See the Reaper stance. He ain't take a stance on us right now. He ain't cool. Kia Warrior.
Classic.
That's so good. And that's the thing, like guys like us, Mark, the normal pipe guys, we're so spoiled that, for some guys like, oh, bro, I got that wave at pipe. Yeah, I was in a great barrel, but I got one there. That was sick.
That was nicely done.
Here we go, Mark Healy.
Mark Healy. Gliding, rolling in.
Yes, that's where I sit.
That's the kind I like.
The kids can have the under the ledge kind of stuff. Here it is, the best part coming out. Get it, dog. Show him. Oh, he just missed it.
Oh, look at that
live.
one.
That's live. Nice.
Is that Tai Chi?
Look, could be.
Let's get a drone close up.
Oh, cut us off. Said, yeah, no. You like see? Okay, bye. Awesomeness.
Mahalo to Surfline, our official forecasters, and bringing us this live action. And they're the official forecaster for the Eddie Should It Run. So we'll keep you posted on that potential. We got
yes!
epic conditions right now. I think that was Jake Maki. He was up here frothing on the Volcom deck
all day,
waiting all day to get his chance.
That's why at some point, probably in my late 20s, early 30s, I decided not to come and hang out and watch a stupid contest all day. And here I am doing it again anyway. Nice barrel there. Here, this is the one.
Yeah.
Oh, just
super
gone,
deep.
buried. Chandelier, boom, opens up.
Nice.
So sick.
Stoked. Oh,
Right here, pumping. Ooh, big closeout. Get out of there.
Big closeout. But even the next swells into next week, we could be putting on some
look at this.
Free surf live
JLB,
action.
when he got his
And
shortboard.
why not? When you're watching guys like Mikey O'Shaughnessy shred.
That's Mikey Red. Wow,
So there's
so
a big
funny.
swell next week, Wednesday, and I mean, there's still plenty swell
We're going to be
coming
here, right?
We could possibly be here.
Yeah,
Yep.
possibly
so
be here.
that
Not for the shootout. It's a secret. Another thing. We'll tell you about that later. Actually,
we could be doing more of these pop-up live sessions throughout the winter, so we'll keep you posted. And mahalo for Surfline for a fun idea to keep,
great.
Folks that can't be here in person, at least they can feel like they're here, with
In
us
spirit.
on screen in spirit, and we bring them the, commentary, the knowledge, the fun, the banter that we get going, and hopefully we'll keep this rolling.
Looks like you're just hanging out with a bunch of your friends. It's all nice and mellow, and then look at it, what it looks like live. Like, it's so gnarly looking. Like, that is like so beautiful and so perfect and so easy.
It looks very
looking.
serene.
Very perfect wave there. Perfect word. Serene.
Here we go. Check it out. Backdoor.
Stalling off the takeoff. Avoids the chandelier. Keep going. Okay, kick out and paddle really hard.
Oh, man. He's got to paddle hard.
No, that never works for me. I always think I just might make it, and I just quite don't. Always just right at the A.
Well, we're going to take a short break and have a word from our sponsors, and we'll keep you guys posted on what's happening. While you tune in right after that commercial break, we'll be right back with more live action here at the Bonsai Pipeline, North Shore, Oahu.
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the White Islands this weekend. 40 to 60 foot faces and exposed spots.
All righty then. Jamie O'Brien, J.O.B. there on that last ride. We'll probably see a replay of it coming up. You got Kainoa McGee here and Rocky Cannon. Welcome. Thank you for joining us for this extended version. Look at this right. We want to yell, but I think we've already both broken the system. Getting all excited and yelling.
He was traveling it now.
Absolutely. So this is a Surfline free show. This is basically the after party
of
the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
You got that
in
right.
memory of Duke Paua Kalani. So Rocky and I here talking story till probably around 6 o'clock or so, right when it gets too dark to film. Oddly enough, it's kind of been gray for the past few hours, but it's not getting darker yet.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing to note, that we have this kind of soft, kind of flat lighting, but a little bit of sun peeking through, but still very clear and highly visible. Super good fun. Check out that grab rail, bro. Just putting it in the pit.
See, and I've never been really
out.
good with that because,
oh yeah,
see? Do not race the surfer.
Obstacle
you are
course.
going to lose. Oh, look, Jack Stance, brah. J.O.B., Jack Stance. Look at that control, like with the stall. Everybody realizes, like, that's a Odyssey, right? That's a soft
top
board.
Yeah, and the fins
are soft,
flexible,
rubbery,
malleable.
flexible things. Oh, doubles.
Backdoor stuffing.
I can tell you that wasn't a planned doubles. Backdoor wave.
Yep. The surfer behind got a healthy serving of stuffing.
And the guy in front still didn't make the damn wave.
Nope.
Was there anybody who dropped in that actually made the wave when they dropped in today?
Pang.
Oh.
Maybe. Could be. I'm not sure. I don't want to.
Oh,
I don't want to
put it out there
accuse
to be next.
anybody.
Don't. Oh, look at this.
Oh, that's a drainer.
Come on.
Drainer. Killing it. Bruh.
Oh, my goodness.
Somebody from Team Quiksilver.
Oh, my goodness.
He's feeling good. City and County Lifeguards, mahalo for your diligent work each and every day.
Absolutely. That
Working
looks like Tal Hanneman, I believe.
Yep.
Look at this. So deep, so far behind. He's in the barrel bottom turning still.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect job with the drone there. Look at, got to look back at the beach right here. Oh, but you guys didn't saw that. You guys didn't film me, man? You guys film me in the Surfline show, huh? Yeah, I stay on top or what? Oh, but you're the superstar right now. Oh, that was
man, you're
beautiful.
cracking me up over here, kind of. It's good fun.
Hey, been too long, bro. Been too long.
Yeah,
Good to be back. Remember, we used to do this every year.
Yep. And
without fail.
Hopefully we can, start.
Yeah, hopefully COVID doesn't stops doing what it's doing.
Again.
Yes,
but
at least normal-ish. We can have events and have fun and
right.
say hi to people and hugging and kiss them. And yeah, I know there's a spike in Omicron and all that stuff, but that's always going to happen. If you separate people so that nobody gets sick, when you put them back together, eventually they're going to be sick because now they're in contact with more people.
Right.
So it's going to happen.
But it is, and we can digress from there. But I agree that they're just gathering and a human instinct to have companionship is
having human contact and communication
is very important.
Is amazing.
Check this out.
Yeah.
There's some human contact with
right
that
there.
wave.
Oh,
right
nice
there.
stall. Pump. Let's go.
Then you have to pump. That thing just ran away. That little section
still going
just
too.
Weaved.
Well, and that's what when I was talking with Isaiah earlier. Kala Grace.
That's
dropping
friendly,
in on
friendly fire right there.
Friendly fire, yeah. It's all good. No harm, no foul. So that wave before is what I was talking about earlier when I was sitting here on the live broadcast with Isaiah. Is it sucks all that sand over. So now we got like that little sandbar on the end of the pipe that we all love because it extends the wave.
Right.
But if you don't know how to read it in a section where you should be pumping, you're stalling, you're not going to make it. And that was far on the inside reef as well. So when it runs like that, unless you're ready for it to run, and from the beginning you just start going, you're not going to make it. And the thing is, right, you stall a lot because you don't want to be, you don't want that to happen. Or you don't want to what the Tahitians call moila leash. The leash is getting barreled, but not you, right?
Yeah.
So everybody wants to stall, and then they're like, they stall more, and then they're like, I'm not getting barreled anyway. And then it's too late to pump and make it through that section.
Getting some kind comments via text message. Thank you guys for tuning in. Appreciate it so
Awesome.
much. And privileged, honored, and very appreciative to be here, being able to give you guys the call. And you know, guys like us, we never went, you know, massive world touring, at least for surfing. I know you've been bodyboarding and in world championships and stuff, but, you know, we've all been able to find kind of cool little niches that we fit into, and I'm just honored to be in this position, and thank you for all the support from everybody, from friends and family to all the, you know, everybody around here on the North Shore that supports what we do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, without that support, you know, we're standing by ourselves, and that's never fun. And like I said, it's good to be back in action. What we were fortunate and blessed enough to have living here in Hawaii, while the rest of the world was locked down, we still had surfing. We could still go to the beach.
You know, that was the only thing you could do, as Lord Jesus himself is going to come down
right
from the heavens right there. That was just one of those classic, just the heavens open up and allow the sun rays to you get the harps and all. Yeah. Lovely, beautiful. Mahalo ke kua. Thank you, Lord.
Absolutely agreed.
There's a bodyboarder kind of hunting on that inside section.
And that's what I used to love on my boogie, is that I could do that. Like, I would always sit inside when the sets came in, because I knew if it got too steep, I'd be right there in prime position to go. And then once I started riding surfing, every time I missed those waves on a surfboard, I always say, damn it, I wish I had my boogie.
Yeah, the grass was always greener.
Yes,
huh?
Exactly. Well, and the light was always green.
Yeah, go.
You know what I mean? Just go, turn around. They're not going, don't worry. You know, and it got to the point where I already knew, like, yeah, everybody can paddle, but nobody's going.
Yeah, maybe you can pontificate a little bit on that.
Oh, did he
transition.
make that? Come on.
That was a great doggy door exit.
Nice.
Yeah, that was better than my German Shepherd.
Nice.
But just the transition of going from bodyboarding to surfing, and maybe, I don't know, maybe you could help therapize some of our fellow bodyboarders out here to maybe give it a shot.
Well, the thing was, we were out here one day. This was after I was in the hospital. I got out of hospital after a serious illness. I had viral encephalitis, which is basically a swelling of the brain. I was
I remember as a kid, I remember seeing that on the news.
Yeah.
It was
so I was
heavy.
in ICU in a coma for like 5 days. And so a couple statistics about viral encephalitis is 50% of the people who get it die. 10% are paraplegic. 40% are paraplegic, and 10% are blessed enough to make a full recovery. And, you know, thankfully, blessed enough that I was in that 10% to be able to come back. And, you know, sitting in the hospital room, and going through everything that I went through that I could remember, you know, and that I was told, I had a different outlook on life. And so I was so spoiled because I've been doing this so long and, you know, fortunate to be able to do what I love for a living, that I took it for granted. I'm not going to lie. I would literally drive all the way out here, like, the waves suck. I'm out of here. I'm going home. And so I came out after that. Oh, look at,
oh my gosh, just jumping off the second-story balcony.
That was more like the fifth story.
Or fifth story, yeah.
That was the top of the
That was the
house
fire
right there.
escape window.
You know, and so I drove out here a day to surf or boogie, and the waves were crap, and I'm like, but I'm not leaving. And so Andy Bruce was here, Jason Lau, a couple of boys like, we'll go just ride surfboards. Let's go out. I'm like, well, I don't have a surfboard. And I'm like, hey, wait, does Sonny have any boards here? Because he's the only guy close to big enough to my size that I could probably ride a board he had.
You weren't going to ride one of Bruce's boards.
Not going to happen. Not with one foot.
Maybe two, like skis.
Yeah, like skis. Not with 1 foot. Not with 2 feet. 1 feet maybe.
Yeah.
And so I went and found like a 610. I was like, okay, let's go. Like all psych, just like a little ground, right? And everybody's jumping in the water, surfing, sandbar, gums and stuff, just having a good time. And it kind of just went from there. And I found myself a year later in the semifinals out here in what at that time was the Hansons.
Yeah.
The Hansons Pro.
Yeah.
Made it to the semi. Paddling out. We were actually in the water waiting for our heat to start, and then got cleaned. Got cleaned out all the way past the lifeguard tower. Came back and just beat to bleep, and tired, and didn't catch the waves I needed to make it through the finals. But I was happy that considering that I had only rode a surfboard for a year.
Yeah.
And I made it to the semifinals at Pipe. I was pretty psyched on that. But still, being the competitor I am, anything other than first place is not enough, right? Being that competitive, growing up in a house with brother and a sister, that's
Take
competitive.
it easy, Ricky Bobby.
Here we go. To this day, nobody. I don't give nobody nothing. Even my kids.
No, I know.
No, it doesn't happen. Everybody got to earn it. And and so that's how my whole surfing part of my career started. And I started competing a lot on the surfboard. Then I added a longboard, did a couple amateur events, and then SUP was on the first year of the SUP tour with Kaika Kalama, Kolu Kalama. Like, we had a good crew traveling, and so just blessed. And then late within the past year or two, added foiling. And haven't done this enough, so being here is actually good for my mana, my personal na'au, to reconnect me to Pipeline. Just touching the water the other day, even though the waves weren't good for the SUP event, well, not how we would want it to be, I was just happy to be out there.
Yeah, and for our viewers, we brought up this word a couple times. I was talking about the Pipeline ki that you need to be successful out here. Let everybody know that you're serious about catching that wave. Kainoa mentioned it. Your na'au is like your insides, your innards. And so when your uncles and aunties or anybody will tell you, whether you're singing or chanting in Hawaiian language, to come from your na'au, which means to come from your inner being and your inner spirit and power. And that's what he's referring to.
Right, and put your everything into what you're doing.
Well,
yeah, and so that's how that transition started, and the rest is what, as they say, is history, and
it's still in the making.
Still in the making, yeah. Got a few things in my brain that I want to do.
All right, well, we're going to head to a recap of this free surf session. And check out Mr. Ballstack, the guy having the most fun, catching the most waves, staying busy.
Look at
and there's something to be said about that, because he learned all the different little peaks and nuances of the Pipeline lineup, which from the shore looks like a compact area, but when you really break it down, there are so much different little zones as we see Mikey, Bruno, and Jamie O'Brien. I don't know what they were trying to do.
Yeah, that didn't work, guys. Just FYI, if Jamie or Mikey were wondering, didn't work. We got proof. This is Mikey Red.
That is one of our other surfers that had that long extension, but couldn't really break
that little stall right there. Got him.
Yeah, somebody got donuts behind that boogie.
Behind him.
Oh my gosh. Well, I got to tell you, man, having
look at this thing,
live free surf session on Surfline has been great. I hope it's been as fun for you guys to listen to and watch as it has been for us to bring it to you. Mahalo to Surfline, Salt and Air Studios, Mike Prickett, and all the crew. You guys killing it, doing such a great job. And we'll be on standby tomorrow morning for more Backdoor Shootout. So we'll know by 7:30 a.m. Hawaiian time. So those of you on the East Coast, it'll be right around lunchtime or just after. Those of you in California and the West Coast, you'll be a couple hours behind us. So we'll know, and when we know, you will know. And it'll be potentially a good day. Could be getting a little smaller with that clean backdoor section opening up. I heard Billy Kemper whisper to Uncle Eddie, hey, it could be 6 to 8 feet and glassy backdoor tomorrow. But there is another swell coming. There's another swell on the way.
Look at
as some of our less experienced pipe surfers traverse these waves. Kala Grace had a nice moment.
20 seconds. Oh, Kala Grace. Living up to the last name. Grace under pressure. Look at him.
Yeah.
Pump, pump, pump. Unfortunately, couldn't make that one.
Oh, that was probably might have been the wave of the session.
So far, yes. So far, yes.
That one could have been it for what we've watched.
I don't know.
So
JOB
far.
was pretty sick on the softie too.
JOB on the softie was pretty exciting, and that too. You know.
Alrighty, we're out of here, gangy. Aloha, mahalo nui loa for staying with us here. Myself, Kainoa McGee, Rocky Cannon.
Hey.
We'll possibly see you tomorrow.
Keep it on Surfline. Join the premium membership. It is totally worth it. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Mahalo, aloha, and take care.
Got a large, long period swell heading towards the Wide Islands this weekend. 20 to 60-foot faces and exposed spots.